Chapter 81. Immortal Venerable of Myriad Laws, Inheritance of Divine Powers. The immortal abode cave was winding and secluded. Apart from the emotionless puppet guarding the entrance, there were no other obstacles within the cave. After some time, Xia Changming and the others reached the deepest part. As they approached the light ahead, another scene entered their eyes. Verdant grass flourished, vibrant flowers bloomed, and a gentle stream flowed. A scene that was pleasing to both the eye and the soul. The cave's ceiling had no rocky obstructions, and the soft sunlight poured through the opening, illuminating the entire space. Xuanhuan had not expected the cave to be so vast and the scenery to be so enchanting. Her small eyes darted around, taking in the surroundings with curiosity. If one were to build a small cottage here, it would surely be a paradise away from the world. Xia Changming walked directly to the deepest part and saw the remains of an immortal venerable sitting cross-legged on the grass. The remains were clothed in tattered garments and, although preserved intact, the bones were a deep, dark black, exuding an ominous aura. Clearly, they had been heavily corroded. When immortal venerables passed away, their immortal remains would retain their spiritual power, and their bones would last forever, just like the jade-like remains within the blazing flame mountain. However, these remains had no trace of spiritual power and had been corroded to the point where no immortal marrow remained. What exactly could have corroded an immortal venerable's remains to such an extent? Xia Changming frowned. He carefully surveyed the remains and found that the hands had no spiritual ring, but rather, an ancient book rested on the immortal's lap. The book radiated with tremendous spiritual power. Even the feeling alone was enough to overwhelm the soul. "Senior, forgive the intrusion." Xia Changming reached out to take the book. The moment his fingers touched the cover, he felt a massive suction force that pulled his consciousness into it. Without a chance to react, Xia Changming's consciousness was sucked in, leaving his physical body in place, still reaching for the book. "Uncle Xia." Xuanhuan, seeing this, panicked and rushed to Xia Changming's side to check on him. Manga jumped onto Xuanhuan's shoulder and said calmly, "Little rascal, don't worry. It was the same with you before. The boss has probably gone off to play somewhere. He'll be back soon." Seeing that Xia Changming was merely in a meditative trance and appeared to be fine, Xuanhuan relaxed. Uncle Xia was so powerful, he would be fine. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Xuanhuan and Manga frowned, staring at the entrance. Where was this? Xia Changming floated in the sky, observing the tall mountains, flowing rivers, and dense forests all around him. He was very confused. He knew this was a realm of consciousness, but he had never seen such a realistic and detailed one. Even after careful observation, he could feel the gentle breeze on his face and hear the rushing water as if this was the real world. Soon, a phantom of a handsome and kind-looking man with a celestial aura appeared in front of Xia Changming. Before Xia Changming could even greet him, the man raised a hand to interrupt. "I know you are in a hurry, but be patient for a moment." "Xia Changming, I am the immortal venerable of myriad laws, Dao Qingming. What's left here is not a remnant of my soul, but rather a wisp of my soul's echo. If you are seeing me here, it means my soul has dispersed into heaven and earth to comfort the souls of all." Dao Qingming spoke slowly, his expression carefree and calm, showing no remorse or unwillingness about his own demise. The phantom before him was merely a soul echo, not the immortal venerable's soul itself. Xia Changming couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. No wonder he could not feel any pressure coming from Dao Qingming. Dao Qingming placed his hands behind his back and continued to explain, "I was severely injured by the demonic race and knew my time was limited, so I left behind the inheritance of my divine powers. I hope a worthy successor can inherit my laws of divine powers in the future. Whoever can defeat my emotionless puppet guarding the exterior shall be seen as someone who has earned my recognition." Laws of divine powers? Upon hearing those words, Xia Changming's eyes widened in surprise. Those were divine skills that only experts at the divine power realm or above could comprehend. The divine power realm was not simply a matter of breaking through a realm. Only those who comprehended or mastered a divine power law could be considered to have truly entered the divine power realm. Divine power laws differed from person to person. Almost every expert at the divine power realm comprehended unique laws, which were closely guarded secrets and would never be easily taught to others. And if one were to comprehend a divine power independently, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Depending on each person's level of insight, the time it took to comprehend divine powers would differ greatly. According to what his master had told him, some experts at the divine power realm had spent hundreds of years but still failed to comprehend a divine power, ending up stuck in a pseudo-divine power realm with inner demons due to their frustration. This immortal venerable was actually being so generous, willing to pass on his divine power laws. Watch carefully. I will demonstrate it only once. How much you comprehend will depend on your own fate. Dao Qingming turned his back and pointed towards the realm of consciousness before them, stating proudly, "This is my realm of consciousness, also the manifestation of my divine power laws. My divine power law is called One World and encompasses all the laws of divine powers. Within this world, I am the master of all the laws of heaven and earth." Every word of Dao Qingming entered Xia Changming's ears and settled into his soul, causing ripples in Xia Changming's spiritual sea. Merely by listening to Dao Qingming's explanation, Xia Changming's mind was already uncontrollably shaken. Dao Qingming pointed his finger towards the sky and lightly waved it down, chanting, "Heavenly lightning, fall." In an instant, under the clear sky, a bolt of purple lightning struck down. The sound of the thunder was deafening. A towering mountain was instantly leveled, reduced to rubble. And that was not all. Dao Qingming turned his hand and slowly raised it. Mountains rise. The ground trembled, and a majestic mountain suddenly rose from the earth, replacing the deep pit that had just been reduced to rubble. Words became law. All laws of the universe obeyed his commands. What powerful divine power laws! Dao Qingming waved his arm, causing mountain ranges to rise up one after another. With a flick of his fingers, the earth's core shattered, and magma spewed out. With a frown, the world changed, dark clouds gathered, and the world was plunged into darkness. In this realm, he was the ruler. As long as he willed it, he could turn mountains upside down and blot out the sun and moon in an instant. Xia Changming's heart was shaken, and he seemed to comprehend something. A book titled One World appeared in his spiritual sea. After Dao Qingming finished demonstrating his divine powers, Xia Changming's heart remained in turmoil for a long time. This is my divine power of myriad laws, one world. Wherever your spiritual consciousness expands will be within your one world domain, where you can command all the laws of heaven and earth. But remember, although this divine power is exceptionally powerful, commanding all the laws of heaven and earth consumes a vast amount of spiritual energy. You must not use it carelessly. Dao Qingming cautioned him earnestly. Xia Changming smiled faintly. Spiritual energy? Sorry, spiritual energy was the one thing he had in abundance. Finally, I will also grant you the methods for refining and controlling the emotionless puppet. I hope you can inherit my divine power and completely annihilate the demonic villains. Dao Qingming flicked his fingertip, and a ray of light entered Xia Changming's forehead. Another glowing ancient book appeared in his spiritual sea. Secret Manual of the Emotionless Puppet. After completing all this, Dao Qingming's figure gradually dissipated. Xia Changming clasped his hands respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Chapter 82. A True Man's Clash of Bodies. While Xia Changming was immersed in another realm with his consciousness, Xuanhuan and Manga, who were guarding him, had already encountered uninvited guests. Wang Tian led the disciples of the Wang family, arriving belatedly in the cave. He had been drawn by Xia Changming's earth-shattering sword strike from afar and happened to witness Xia Changming entering the meditative trance. He guessed that Xia Changming was probably receiving the immortal venerable's inheritance. Xia Changming was already so abnormally strong. If he were to also obtain the immortal venerable's inheritance, then it would be a disaster. This was a crucial moment for the plans of the Kai and Wang families. They couldn't afford any mistakes. Taking advantage of the fact that Xia Changming was unable to resist, they had to stop him. Wang Tian's face was solemn. He said to Xuanhuan, who was blocking his path, I recognize you. You are the third prince of the Tianzhou, His Highness Xuanhuan. It is best if your highness moves aside. I have no desire to kill you. Stop pretending. I already know that the Kai and Wang families have been colluding to harm other sects and that you have malicious intentions. When I get out, I will report this to my grandfather. I will punish your Kai and Wang families for your treason. Xuanhuan held her phoenix flame feather sword, pointing it directly at Wang Tian. Her voice was icy. Wang Tian stared at the immortal sword in Xuanhuan's hand in surprise. He recognized immediately that it was no ordinary sword. Examining her closely, he also noticed that her aura was exceptional, faintly possessing an immortal aura, and that even her cultivation level had increased significantly. She had already obtained immortal inheritance within this secret realm. A hint of envy flashed across Wang Tian's eyes before he sighed deeply. He had not intended to kill Xuanhuan because he did not like to kill the innocent. He had strongly opposed the alliance between the Wang and Kai families, which meant he had to marry Kai Ji. However, his father had made up his mind. For the future of the Wang family, he could only comply. After entering the secret realm, he had also focused on seeking immortal opportunities. But now that Xuanhuan had obtained an immortal inheritance, if she were to leave this realm alive and discover what had happened in the capital, she would pose a great threat to the Wang family in the future. He had to kill her before her wings had fully grown. I apologize. You have forced my hand. Wang Tian's eyes narrowed. His hands formed tiger claws, and with a flash of his body, he attacked Xuanhuan's throat. With his peak heavenly realm strength, dealing with a master realm cultivator like Xuanhuan would be more than enough. Xuanhuan furrowed her eyebrows, holding her sword in front of her. Even if she had to die, she would guard until Xia Changming returned. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past in front of Wang Tian, leaving a dark trail behind. Wang Tian immediately sensed the danger and decisively withdrew his claws, retreating quickly. But despite this, a shallow cut had still appeared on Wang Tian's throat. Young master! The Wang family disciples behind Wang Tian quickly rushed forward. Wang Tian raised his hand to show them that he was fine and frowned, looking at the black shadow that had attacked him. A peak heavenly realm shadow wolf. A rare sight indeed. You're actually able to recognize my true form. You're not entirely ignorant. I'll give you a chance. Scram now before it's too late. Langya stood on top of a stone pillar like a small dog, licking his claws as he stared at Wang Tian with a sharp gaze. Wang Tian did not hesitate any further. A dark gold spiritual energy erupted from his body. His figure suddenly expanded several times over. His limbs became muscular and strong, and his body became more robust and magnificent. In an instant, a handsome young man had transformed into a robust and imposing figure. Having activated his golden tiger demonic beast bloodline, Wang Tian now had brown eyes and hair, and his body was covered with fur, making him resemble an upright, glaring tiger. This made Langya, who was still licking his claws, gape in shock. His paws froze in midair. Wait, are you also a demonic beast? Are we the same species? Langya couldn't help but ask curiously. No matter how one looked at it, Wang Tian looked like a demonic beast in his false form. No, he was even more demonic than him. Wang Tian stared at Langya. His clawed hand pointed toward Xuanhuan and said to the others behind him, I'll handle this shadow wolf. You all deal with Xuanhuan. Yes. The Wang family disciples immediately drew their weapons and attacked Xuanhuan. Langya tried to stop them, but the next second, Wang Tian appeared right in front of him. He grabbed Langya by the neck and slammed him straight into the rock wall behind him. The rock wall immediately collapsed. Dust and rubble flew everywhere. Through the dust, two burly figures could vaguely be seen with their fingers entwined, locked tightly together. Langya had also already returned to his werewolf form. One wolf and one tiger were headbutting each other, their eyes bulging with fury as they bared their teeth at one another. Deep craters were formed under their feet. Their power was equally matched. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Come on, let's have a true man's passion-filled collision of pure strength. Ha 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 ha. Langya shouted excitedly, even though his hands were already bulging with veins, and he still did not forget to taunt Wang Tian. What's the matter, little kitty? Is that all you've got? I'm not even using 30% of my strength. Wang Tian frowned. He had been hoping for a quick battle, but he had not expected this shadow wolf to not only be exceptionally fast, but also possess strength that was not inferior to his. And this shadow wolf had way too much to say. His mouth was incredibly irritating. Wang Tian roared and channeled his spiritual power, once again triggering his bloodline power. He began to push Langya backward. Seeing that the situation was not good, Langya's face flushed as he grit his teeth and tried his hardest to resist. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan protected Xia Changming while continuously slicing down two men. The immortal sword in her hand moved like a phoenix dancing, and even the master realm cultivators could not do anything to her. Xuanhuan took a moment to glance at Langya, and seeing him being pushed back, she yelled to him, "Little black dog, hold on a little longer. After I take care of them, I'll come and help you." Bull, do I need your help? And how many times have I told you? I'm a wolf. When I beat up this little kitty, I'll come and help you. I'm your bodyguard. You just stay put, you little brat. Langya immediately retorted angrily. Other than Xia Changming, he wouldn't allow anyone else to look down on him. Langya grinned. The strength in his hands suddenly contracted, and Wang Tian, due to using too much force, leaned forward uncontrollably. And from Langya's side, several black shadows suddenly emerged. The two shadows morphed into Langya's appearance and smilingly landed two heavy punches on Wang Tian's chest. Wang Tian's hands were still grabbed by Langya. Caught off guard, he was slammed into the rock wall behind him. Langya instantly withdrew his shadow clones and, with a roar, charged into the wall, raining down heavy punches on Wang Tian. The battle between the two was incredibly intense. They were practically always hugging each other, exchanging punches on each other's faces. One moment they would slam into the ground, and the next, they would switch and smash each other into another wall. The entire mountain was trembling. Ha ha ha, this is great. His face swollen and bruised, Langya roared excitedly after landing another punch on Wang Tian's face. Fighting with Xia Changming was just a one-sided beating. There was no fun at all. This was the kind of battle between men that he craved. Phoenix flame feathers. Xuanhuan slashed with her immortal sword. Hundreds of flame feathers flew out, killing the remaining Wang family disciples. Each of them fell with dozens of holes through their bodies, their faces filled with disbelief. After fighting against dozens of experts at the same cultivation level, Xuanhuan was exhausted, and she supported herself with her immortal sword, breathing heavily. If she didn't have the immortal sword, she wouldn't have been able to win. After resting for a moment, Xuanhuan was about to go and assist Langya when a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. Xia Changming, who had awakened some time ago, stood behind her. Uncle Xia. Chapter 83, You Can Kill Me Before You Leave. Xuanhuan turned her head, looking at Xia Changming with joy. Xia Changming smiled. You've worked hard, Anning. Xuanhuan smiled brightly and deliberately stretched out her fair neck, wanting Xia Changming to stroke her head as he had done before. But she waited with her eyes closed for a long time, and Xia Changming had already walked past her. Xuanhuan couldn't help but pout her little mouth, walking to Xia Changming's side. Looking at Langya and Wang Tian, who were still engaged in a fierce collision, Xuanhuan asked with a slight worry, Uncle Xia, aren't we going to help Little Black? Xia Changming shook his head with a smile, saying, No need. Look at how much fun he's having. Let him get beaten a little more. As soon as he finished speaking, Langya flew backward, crashing through several stone pillars and sliding to a halt at Xia Changming's feet. Langya looked up and saw Xia Changming looking down at him, so he could only smile awkwardly. Boss, you're awake? Tisk, TSK, TSK. Aren't you always boasting about how powerful you are? How did you get beaten so badly? Looking at Langya, who was covered in injuries and bruises, Xia Changming provoked. I was just letting him have some fun. Wait and see. I'll tear him to pieces. Langya was indeed enraged. He immediately flipped over and jumped up, vowing to prove himself. His figure transformed into a black shadow, flashing around Wang Tian like a ghostly phantom. He finally remembered his speed advantage, which he was so proud of. Wang Tian's eyes darted back and forth, but he was still unable to capture Langya's figure. Carelessly, bloody wounds would appear in various places on his body. He was now covered in bruises and countless cuts, suffering significant injuries. And even if he managed to hit Langya, Langya would quickly turn back into a black shadow and disappear, as if unscathed, only to attack him again. Wang Tian never expected that Langya's body would be so tough, even slightly stronger than him after his beast transformation. And his speed was also so fast. He could not delay any longer. Now that Xia Changming was awake, there was no chance left. He needed to defeat Langya as quickly as possible and find a way to escape. Wang Tian suddenly closed his eyes, relying on his divine sense and aura to lock onto Langya's figure. This shadow wolf was strong, but not very smart. He still had a chance to defeat him. What's the matter, little kitty? Are you too scared to look? I'm coming. Langya's figure still darted around like a phantom, mocking Wang Tian. The next moment, with a flash, he suddenly lunged at Wang Tian from the front. Foolish. To actually attack from the front. You underestimate me too much, Wang Tian. Wang Tian suddenly opened his eyes. His right arm gathered a gust of wind, forming the aura of a tiger, and with a roar, he slammed it heavily on Langya's head. Langya crashed into the ground with a thud, but Wang Tian's face showed no hint of joy. Instead, his brow was furrowed. The feeling of that punch was very strange, as if he had not hit a solid object. Soon, Wang Tian remembered the phantom clone technique that Langya had previously used. His expression changed drastically, and his heart cried out in alarm. However, it was already too late. A chilling wind blew from behind him. Wang Tian turned around, and Langya was already grinning at him. Wolf claws embedded themselves into his chest, pressing him from the air into the ground, dragging him wildly, and finally throwing him at Xia Changming's feet. "Boss, did you see? I easily took care of him." Langya jumped back in front of Xia Changming, proudly puffing out his chest. Xia Changming didn't expect Langya to actually defeat Wang Tian, and what's more, he had used his brain. He gave a rare compliment. "Not bad. Hee. So, do we eat him?" Receiving praise, Langya grinned and pointed at Wang Tian on the ground. Wang Tian's chest was bleeding profusely. He struggled to his feet, looked up at Xia Changming, and knowing that his situation was hopeless, he smiled in resignation. "I lost. Kill me." He lost because he underestimated Langya's strength, and even more so his intelligence. He hadn't expected that Langya had secretly created clones while darting around, his real body already hidden in the shadows. He had no regrets about his loss. Xia Changming stared at Wang Tian and asked, "You didn't use your full strength, did you?" Wang Tian was stunned for a moment, then smiled softly. "Nothing escapes your notice. You're at a life and death moment. Why hold back your power? Were you perhaps preparing to deal with me?" Xia Changming smiled slightly, pointing at himself. Unexpectedly, Wang Tian nodded seriously. "That's right. I was planning to save my strength to deal with you. But after seeing you, I gave up. Besides, even if I did use my full strength, I might not have been able to beat him." Wang Tian looked at Langya, who was standing obediently by Xia Changming's side. He mocked himself. People envy that the ancestors of the Wang family have consumed the flesh of black dragon, golden tiger, demonic beasts, which can unleash limitless potential and gain the power of demonic beasts. But how many people know that the more one activates the demonic beast power, the more one's body and mind will be assimilated and corroded by the demonic beast bloodline within? If I truly forced the activation of my demonic beast bloodline, perhaps I'd never be able to turn back into a human. Wang Tian looked at his tiger palm, a mocking expression on his face. Rather than dying as a tiger demon, it was better to die as a human. At least he would still be Wang Tian before his death. He had not expected that the Wang family would actually have someone who could make him look at them in a different light. Xia Changming stared at Wang Tian for a moment, then said lightly to Langya and Xuanhuan, "Let's go." With that, he walked straight past Wang Tian. Langya was puzzled and asked, "Huh? Boss, aren't you going to kill him? I fought really hard, you know?" Even Wang Tian, who was lying on the ground, was bewildered, not understanding why Xia Changming was just letting him go. Wasn't it said that Xia Changming was extremely vengeful and would kill any enemies he encountered? Why aren't you killing me?" Wang Tian looked back and asked in confusion. Xia Changming stopped in his tracks, pondered for a moment, then said, "I'm rushing to find my wife. I don't have time to deal with you." Just that?" Wang Tian's expression became even more confused and complex. He continued to ask, puzzled, "Then you could kill me and then leave?" Xia Changming's face twitched slightly. He thought Wang Tian was quite smart. How could this guy be so stupid? He was giving him a way out, but the guy didn't even know it. Xuanhuan, who had already realized that Xia Changming wanted to let Wang Tian off, couldn't help but giggle at this scene. Xia Changming impatiently pointed at a stone pillar. "I'm too lazy to kill you. If you want to die, there's a stone pillar there. Go ahead and smash yourself to death." Wang Tian stared blankly at the stone pillar. He finally understood that Xia Changming did not intend to kill him. After thinking for a while, as Xia Changming was about to leave, he shouted towards his back, "Kaijia is the ancestor of the Kai family. I don't know his exact strength, but I assume he's on the level of a celestial venerable. Also, there seems to be something else behind Kaijia. That's all I know." Xia Changming paused and slightly tilted his head. He thought about whether or not he should tell Wang Tian about Kaiji. After all, the two of them were engaged. But on second thought, Wang Tian was already miserable enough. He might as well not tell him that he was wearing a green hat, would he? Otherwise, he might really do something stupid and smash his head into that stone pillar. Xia Changming took a light step and transformed into a long rainbow, soaring into the sky. It was more important to go find his wife. He hadn't seen her for several days. He wondered what that little girl was up to. Chapter 84. The Xia family will not abandon anyone. Faster! Faster! Xiaming, keep up. In the forest, Xia Ruobing led Xiaming and 3 other elders and disciples, rapidly traversing the trees. Her expression was full of anxiety and panic. She constantly turned her head to look behind her. Sister Ruobing, I can't do it anymore. Don't worry about me. You all go. Xiaming stopped, gasping for breath, and said to Xia Ruobing. After running nonstop for 2 days and nights, his spiritual energy was depleted, and his body was exhausted. No. How can I leave you here? I'll carry you. Xia Ruobing furrowed her eyebrows and turned her back, signaling Xiaming to get on. Xiaming shook his head resolutely. Sister Ruobing, you can't run while carrying me. You go first. I'll stay behind and buy you some time. We go together. The Xia family will not abandon anyone. Another handsome-looking young man turned around, his gaze resolute. The stern man beside him agreed. Howren is right. At worst, we'll fight that bastard Wang Teng. I don't believe I can't tear off a piece of his hide before I die. But I'm so scared. The last person, a petite girl, said timidly. Jiaoer, don't be afraid. We'll be fine. Xia Ruobing comforted the petite girl, but her expression was not as relaxed as she made it out to be. Her brow was tightly furrowed. Initially, the 5-person team had a smooth journey after entering the secret realm. They had worked together to kill several transcendent realm demonic beasts, and even designed a plan to kill a heavenly realm demonic beast. Their cultivation had benefited greatly from training in the secret realm, and they had even shared near-death experiences together. However, 2 days ago, they had unfortunately run into the people of the Wang family. The leader was that murderous, perverted maniac, Wang Teng. To save their lives, the 5 of them had been fleeing desperately for 2 days and nights. They were all exhausted. Ruobing, listen to me. Let's fight Wang Teng together. Xia Changming said angrily again. Without even thinking, Xia Ruobing rejected Xia Changming's suggestion. The 5 of them could never be a match for Wang Teng. Staying behind would only result in unnecessary casualties. You all go. I'll stay. My cultivation is the highest. I should be able to hold Wang Teng for a moment. After thinking it over, Xia Ruobing said to the others with a determined gaze. No. Everyone immediately refused in unison. Xia Ruobing was about to persuade the others when she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Wang Teng's voice came from behind her. If you ask me, there's no need to argue, because all of you will have to stay. Wang Teng stood on a tree branch, looking down at them from above. The tiger-headed golden blade on his waist was particularly eye-catching. Behind him, there were dozens of Wang family disciples, who had completely surrounded Xia Ruobing and the others. I'm looking for Xia Changming. Do any of you know where he is? Whoever tells me first, I can let him die a little quicker. Wang Teng said coldly to the group. Since entering the secret realm, he had been searching for Xia Changming, and he had accumulated killing intent that he had not released for a long time. He had finally found some people from the Xia family. Of course, he had to play with them and enjoy the thrill of the hunt. Xia Ruobing raised her eyebrows and said coldly, We don't know where the family head went. Even if we did, we would never tell you. Wang Teng frowned as he looked at Xia Ruobing. A murderous aura rose from him, but then he suddenly grinned. It was baffling. They couldn't guess what he was thinking. Not bad, not bad. Not many people dare talk to me like that. Are all the people from your Xia family this interesting? What's your name? Wang Teng asked Xia Ruobing. Xia Ruobing. Xia Ruobing answered without any fear. Good, I like you. Before I get my hands on Xuanhuan, I'll play with you first. You have to be able to take it, or I'll be very disappointed. Wang Teng smiled cruelly. His spiritual energy turned violent, and the phantom of a black dragon appeared behind him. He closed his eyes and, when he opened them again, they had turned into a pair of gray vertical pupils. The rumors were true. The Wang family really did possess the bloodline power of the dragon and tiger demonic beasts. Xia Ruobing's expression became serious, and she told everyone to prepare for resistance. Wang Teng grinned, revealing 2 fangs, and scoffed at Xia Ruobing and the others. They're all mine. None of you are allowed to interfere. Whoever dares to interfere, I will kill him. Wang Teng turned his head and threatened the Wang family disciples. Yes. The Wang family disciples did not dare to refute and retreated to the perimeter. So, who shall we start with? Wang Teng's gaze swept over Xia Ruobing and her group and finally settled on Xiaming. Peak Master Realm. What I hate most is seeing weak insects in front of me. The weak do not deserve to live in this world. After speaking, Wang Teng's figure vanished from the tree branch in an instant. Before Xiaming could react, A clawed hand was already attacking his face. Xia Ming. At the critical moment, Xia Ruobing pushed Xia Ming away in time, but her shoulder was deeply embedded by Wang Teng's claws, crushing her shoulder bone. Ruobing. Sister Ruobing. Everyone shouted anxiously and unleashed their strongest techniques to attack Wang Teng. A flying sword, as fast as a shooting star, went straight for Wang Teng's brow. Xia Changming charged in front of Wang Teng like a powerful bull, unleashing a powerful punch to his chest. Thousands of silver flowers flickered in the air. Each petal was like a razor blade, rapidly swirling around in the air. Dozens of tough, immortal vines sprang up from under Wang Teng's feet, tightly binding his whole body. Taking the opportunity, Xia Ruobing retreated, her hands forming seals, and a frost-covered ice sword hovered in the air for a moment. The surrounding air suddenly dropped by tens of degrees, and frost quietly appeared on the ground. The five of them were already very well coordinated. The corners of Wang Teng's mouth curled up slightly, and he scoffed disdainfully. With a dragon roar, he shook the heavens and earth. It directly shattered the flying sword, dispersed the silver flowers, and broke the immortal vines beneath his feet. Xia Changming, who was closest, had his ears bleeding, was blown away tens of meters, and fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Extreme Ice Divine Sword. Xia Ruobing's eyes narrowed as she controlled the Extreme Ice Divine Sword to fly out in a high spin. Wang Teng stood motionless. When the ice sword was about to reach him, he grabbed the ice-cold sword with both hands. He crushed the ice sword to pieces. Xia Ruobing was shocked. Wang Teng had already taken the opportunity to force his way in front of her, landing a punch on her chest. Pooh! Xia Ruobing coughed up blood and flew backward, collapsing on the ground. Sister Ruobing. Xia Ming hurriedly ran to Xia Ruobing's side to help her up. Go! Xia Ruobing said, her consciousness fading. Feeling Xia Ruobing's body weakening, Xia Ming was grief-stricken. Brother Haoran, Brother Changqing, Sister Jiaoer, come here. Xia Ming hurriedly shouted to the others. After everyone had gathered, Xia Ming hastily took out a talisman from his spatial ring. After injecting spiritual power, he pressed it onto the ground. In an instant, a blue barrier of spiritual energy rose up, surrounding them all. Humph! You didn't think this thing could protect you, did you? Wang Teng smiled contemptuously. His hands formed a dragon claw, and he heavily slammed it onto the spiritual barrier. After a violent collision between the spiritual barrier and Wang Teng's hand, Wang Teng was actually knocked back. The Wang family members around them were all stunned. Wang Teng had not shattered the spiritual energy barrier with a single blow. Even Wang Teng himself was slightly taken aback, but then he laughed, ha ha ha, it seems I underestimated this broken shield. This is more interesting. Let me have some more fun. Chapter 85. Tell me, how do you want to die? Dark gray spiritual power surged out of Wang Teng's body. His frame began to swell. A layer of dark scales grew on his skin, and dragon scales covered his face. He was hardly recognizable as a human. Nether dragon shatters. Wang Teng leaped up, his hands forming claws. Black, sharp dragon claws descended from the sky, smashing heavily into the spiritual barrier. The sharp dragon claws immediately embedded into the spiritual barrier. With a squeeze of his hand, the entire barrier shattered. Woo-woo, are we going to die here? Seeing the spiritual barrier about to shatter, Xia Jiaoer sobbed in fear. Xia Haoran, who was beside her, comforted her. Jiaoer, don't be afraid. We're all here. We'll be with you. That's right. It's just death. It's not a big deal. Xia Changming, who was lying on the ground, also barely propped himself up and forced a smile. Xia Ming looked at everyone, and Xia Ruobing, who was lying unconscious on his lap. He felt guilty. If it weren't for him being the weakest, and everyone being worried about him, they might have escaped already. And Sister Ruobing wouldn't have been so severely injured trying to save him. If only the family head were here now, he would surely teach Wang Teng a lesson and avenge Sister Ruobing. Thinking of this, Xia Ming could not help but try to shout one last time to the sky. Family head, where are you? I miss you. I heard you. I heard you. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered his ears. A spiritual sword followed the voice, piercing Wang Teng's chest with precision, as fast as a divine rainbow. Wang Teng was startled. He immediately grabbed the sword with both hands. In an instant, he was dragged backward for several miles by the sword, crashing into everything in his path. The crowd stared in shock at this sudden situation. Not long after, a handsome figure slowly emerged from the forest. Beside him was a beautiful and dashing young boy, and on the young boy's shoulder was a pitch-black beast. The person who had arrived was Xia Changming, who had coincidentally passed by, and Xuanhuan. When he gave Su Yueli the hairpin, Xia Changming had secretly added a bit of his own ingenuity, carving a spiritual imprint on it. Originally, he was heading in the direction of the spiritual imprint to find Su Yueli, but coincidentally sensed familiar spiritual fluctuations nearby, so he came to investigate. Unexpectedly, it was Xia Ruobing and the others encountering Wang Teng. They were in danger, so he took the opportunity to take down Wang Teng. Come to think of it, Wang Teng seemed to have said he wanted to kill him. When the Xia family saw Xia Changming, their eyes lit up, and they cried out, "Family head!" As soon as Xia Changming appeared, everyone felt as if they had been given a calming pill, and they immediately felt relaxed. Xia Ming's eyes welled up with tears, and his nose was running. He looked at Xia Changming pitifully. Xia Changming smiled helplessly and handed out a healing pill to everyone. Then, he squatted down to check Xia Ruobing's injuries. When he saw the concave chest and that her chest bones were basically shattered, looking as if she was on her last breath, Xia Changming's eyes turned cold, and his killing intent intensified. Healing pills could only heal internal and external injuries, but Xia Ruobing's chest bones were broken. The bones had probably pierced her organs, and her life was in danger. Xuanhuan volunteered, "Uncle Xia, let Anning try." "Okay, I leave it to you." Xia Changming thought that Xuanhuan might have a way, and gave her his position. After examining her, Xuanhuan gently placed her hands on Xia Ruobing's chest. A warm, comfortable flame immediately enveloped Xia Ruobing. Xia Ming and the others watched in amazement. They didn't feel any heat at all beside the flames. Instead, they felt a strange warmth that put them at ease. And the wounds on Xia Ruobing were healing rapidly. How could there be such divine fire in the world? In just a moment, Xia Ruobing's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and she slowly opened her eyes. "Family head?" Xia Ruobing whispered, looking at Xia Changming. As she was about to sit up, Xia Changming pressed her back down. "Anning is healing you. Don't move around for now. All of you stay here for now. Leave the rest to me. Langia, you are in charge of protecting them." Xia Changming stood up and looked in the direction where Wang Teng had been blasted away, his gaze icy, and an invisible killing intent enveloped him. The cold killing intent, along with the overwhelming spiritual pressure, made the Wang family members feel chills down their spines. They trembled and wanted to flee, but could barely move their feet. Langia had never seen Xia Changming so angry. He was frightened and nodded obediently, not daring to say another word. Xia Changming took a step, and the Emperor Immortal sword actively unsheathed itself, hovering by his side. "Go!" As Xia Changming whispered, the Emperor Immortal sword flew through the trees like a winding, magnificent divine rainbow, instantly decapitating several Wang family disciples. Not a single scream was heard. "Run!" The remaining Wang family disciples desperately mobilized their bodies and fled backward. Those who followed Wang Teng were all elites of the Wang family, each of them possessing the strength of the peak transcendent realm. When they desperately mobilized their spiritual power to escape, their speed was not slow. Xia Changming naturally would not let anyone escape. He raised his hand to summon the Emperor Immortal sword, his gaze turning cold, and swung his arm, unleashing the sealed slash-sword style instantly. The sharp arcs of sword energy instantly severed all the trees within several miles, and the fleeing members of the Wang family were cut in half along with the trees, falling to the ground. Since they had attacked the Xia family, they could forget about escaping. Wang Ting remained in the distance, quietly watching, his eyes becoming more and more feverish. He did not care about the deaths of the Wang family disciples. On the contrary, he became even more excited. The only person he cared about was Xia Changming. Seeing Xia Changming easily kill dozens of people with one sword strike, he could no longer suppress his fighting spirit. He wanted to fight Xia Changming. "You've finally come. I have been looking for you. It's been hard. I've always wanted to try. Just how powerful is someone at the celestial venerable realm?" Wang Teng's fighting spirit and killing intense sword. His body swelled again, the surface of his skin gradually becoming completely covered in scales. Dragon horns grew on his head, and his hands turned into dragon claws. Even a black tail, very similar to a dragon's tail, grew behind him. He was now a terrifying half-dragon being. The pressure and spiritual power that erupted from his body was even greater than Wang Tian. Unlike Wang Tian, Wang Ting only pursued the desire for killing. He didn't care whether he was human or demon, as long as he could defeat Xia Changming. So what if he became a dragon man? Looking at Wang Teng, who had almost completely turned into a demonic beast, Xia Changming could roughly guess why Wang Teng had become like this. The Wang family's black dragon golden tiger demonic beast bloodline had awakened. Wang Tian had awakened the golden tiger, while Wang Teng had awakened the black dragon, which was also an extremely malicious black dragon demon who liked to indulge in debauchery and killing. Wang Tian would try his best to restrain himself, keeping his bloodline awakening at an absolutely clear and rational level, not allowing the demonic beast bloodline to corrode his will. However, Wang Teng was unbridled and unrestrained. By now, the black dragon bloodline had already gradually eroded his mind. This time, he had forced the activation of the black dragon bloodline and turned into a half-dragon, making it impossible to revert back. He could no longer be considered human. Wang Teng held the tiger-headed golden blade in his hand. His dragon head was grotesque and terrifying. He spoke excitedly, "A celestial venerable expert should be able to satisfy me." Xia Changming's expression was indifferent. He did not put Wang Teng in his eyes at all, saying calmly, "Of course. I'm always happy to help people. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Chapter 86. Spiritual Power? Isn't it all around? Ha ha ha. If you can do it, just try. Wang Ting laughed wildly, stomping heavily on the ground, his figure shooting out, leaving a deep crater in his wake. Since the other party had said so, Xia Changming naturally had to satisfy him. He began with the peerless sword technique, Absolute Shriek. Xia Changming held the Emperor Immortal sword, becoming one with his sword. The sword rang out, the wind trembled, and he flew past like a meteor. Come on. Wang Teng was frantic. He did not retreat, but advanced, holding his tiger-headed golden blade horizontally in front of him. The Emperor Immortal sword directly struck the body of the blade, emitting a clang sound. An invisible spiritual power and a dark gray spiritual power, two vast forces, clashed and gathered, colliding fiercely with each other. The colorless spiritual power that overflowed was like invisible blades that slashed at Wang Ting all over his body. At the moment of the collision, Wang Teng was already covered in wounds, and blood was flowing everywhere. Xia Changming held the sword with one hand, the other behind his back, and glanced at Wang Ting in slight surprise. He hadn't expected Wang Teng to be able to take his sword strike. It was unexpected. The tiger-headed golden blade in Wang Teng's hand had not broken immediately after taking the Absolute Shriek sword strike. It was obviously also an immortal artifact. Wang Ming was willing to give the family's inherited immortal artifact to Wang Teng to use. But even with this immortal artifact to protect him, Wang Teng still had to die. At this moment, Wang Teng's expression was feverish, his hands holding the blade, his arms trembling slightly. This was the first time Wang Teng had felt so much exertion, but he was not worried, but happy. This further proved that he had not made a mistake in picking this person. With a cracked sound, a small crack suddenly appeared on the tiger-headed golden blade in Wang Ting's hand. Wang Ting knew that he could not continue to confront Xia Changming and compete with him in spiritual power. If he continued like this, the golden blade in his hand would crumble first. Roar! Wang Teng let out a dragon roar, briefly affecting Xia Changming before he suddenly retreated, taking the initiative to create distance. Is this the celestial venerable realm? It's indeed powerful. It's invigorating. Ha ha ha. Wang Teng looked at the sword energy wounds all over his body and laughed heartily. There are more powerful things. Xia Changming said calmly, the Emperor Immortal sword pointing directly at the sky. His whole body's spiritual power gathered towards the Emperor Immortal sword. A giant sword silhouette appeared in the 9 heavens. Sharp spiritual sword energy pierced through heaven and earth. Wang Ting no longer held back his spiritual power either. He poured all his strength into activating his black dragon bloodline, channeling his spiritual power into the golden blade. Golden light flashed, and the roar of a tiger shook the mountains and forests. Wang Ting excitedly resonated with it, and a dragon roar shook the heavens. This was the true inheritance of the Wang family's dragon and tiger demonic beast bloodline. Tiger roars and dragon roars. Both demonic beast bloodlines were activated at the same time, unleashing their strongest power. Dragon Tiger Co-Devour. Wang Ting leaped up. A black dragon vaguely appeared behind him, opening its bloody maw. The golden blade slashed down, and at the same time, it was like a golden tiger stepping into the void, pouncing fiercely. Xia Changming narrowed his eyes slightly, pointing both fingers towards the sky and lightly waving his arm down. Peerless sword technique, overturning heaven. The giant sword slashed down, the sword energy tearing through the sky. The entire sky seemed to tilt, halfway through, which was shocking. The silhouettes of the golden tiger and the black dragon tried to work together to block this earth-shattering sword strike. But the moment they touched, the golden tiger was dismembered and the black dragon was cut in half. Wang Ting laughed maniacally and still raised the golden blade to resist. The giant sword slammed Wang Ting down, creating a deep chasm in the ground. Xia Ruobing and the others, who were watching from afar, felt their hearts tremble with fear. If Xia Changming had used this move on them at the clan competition, then all of them would probably have been wiped out on the spot. Xia Changming stood in the air, not sheathing his sword, but instead looking at the thick dust that had been kicked up. As the dust gradually settled, Wang Teng's figure slowly appeared. Xia Ruobing and the others were shocked. Wang Teng wasn't dead. Although Wang Teng had barely avoided a fatal injury, his left arm was gone, his clothes were tattered, and the tiger-headed golden blade in his hand was broken into 2 pieces. He looked extremely pathetic. The only thing that had not changed was the unrestrained smile on Wang Teng's face. Haha, what a sword. What an overturning heaven sword strike. Wang Teng praised Xia Changming. Then, he raised the broken blade in his hand and pointed it at Xia Changming again, continuing to say, even for someone at the celestial venerable realm, such a heaven-shattering sword strike cannot be unleashed a second time in a short period, right? Xia Changming didn't speak, but revealed a meaningful smile, raising his fingers to the sky again. Under everyone's stunned gaze, a giant sword identical to the one just now once again gathered in the sky. Slash! The second overturning heaven sword strike was unleashed. Wang Teng was shocked and quickly threw out 3 black dragon shields to block in front of him. Each black dragon shield was a top-tier divine artifact. However, the giant sword came down, shattering one black dragon shield after another, until Wang Teng's figure was submerged in it. This time, before the dust had even settled, Wang Teng's loud laughter came from within. Haha, you still couldn't kill me. Wang Teng was kneeling on the ground. His only remaining right arm was shattered, and the blood on his face continued to drip onto the ground, but his expression was still wild. Your spiritual power should be exhausted, right? Without spiritual power, what can you do even if your sword techniques are strong? Wang Teng was certain that Xia Changming's spiritual power would not be enough to unleash the peerless sword technique again, and his strong dragon body was definitely superior to Xia Changming's. Xia Changming smiled slightly and said, spiritual power? Isn't it all around in this secret realm? After saying that, the spiritual energy of the secret realm suddenly began to gather around Xia Changming. Streams of spiritual energy formed in the sky, and they flowed into his body like a spring, creating a scene rarely seen in the world. In an instant, spiritual energy surrounded Xia Changming, and the Emperor Immortal sword once again transformed into a giant sword in the air, piercing the sky. Slash! The giant sword fell for the 3rd time. This time, Wang Teng had no way to protect himself. Wang Teng stared straight at the falling giant sword, feeling the sword energy that was enough to tear him into pieces. He opened his arms, laughing loudly and welcoming death. Haha, how satisfying. The weak do not deserve to live in this world. Even in death, Wang Teng still did not want to change his perverted and obsessive beliefs. The giant sword came down, and Wang Teng's figure was submerged in the sword energy. Xia Changming sheathed the Emperor Immortal sword and flew back to Xia Ruobing and the others. Family head is so powerful. That Wang Teng didn't have a chance to fight back at all. The others, who had mostly recovered from their injuries, surrounded Xia Changming, excitedly discussing the matter with expressions of admiration on their faces. Ruobing, how are your injuries? Xia Changming asked Xia Ruobing first. Xia Ruobing's complexion was back to normal, and she clasped her hands and said, thank you, family head. With Anning's help, I am fine now. Okay, it's good that you're fine, Xia Changming said, relieved. Xia Ruobing hurriedly told Xia Changming what she had discovered in the past few days. Family head, the Kai and Wang families have started to take action in the secret realm. I also saw Kai Jia from the Kai family chasing after Madame's direction. I understand. You all go and contact the others. Anyone who encounters the Wang and Kai families, kill if you can, and run if you cannot. Xia Changming instructed coldly. Xia Ruobing and the others accepted the order and quickly dispersed to contact the others in the secret realm. Xia Changming continued to rush towards Su Yueli's direction. Kai Jia was most likely going to make his move on Su Yueli first. After Xia Changming and the others left, Wang Tian slowly walked to the place where Wang Teng had been annihilated by the sword energy. 3 deep gullies were present on the ground. The power of the sword energy lingered, and not even Wang Teng's corpse was left behind. Wang Tian had long anticipated that Wang Teng would have this day sooner or later, but he still could not help but sigh towards the sky. The Wang family is finished. Chapter 87. To help or not to help? In the dense forest, Su Yueli stood gracefully among the trees. Her fox tail swayed gently behind her, and her slender jade arm held the neck of a demonic beast aloft. The demonic beast struggled desperately, but was still unable to break free. Su Yueli narrowed her eyes slightly and squeezed her hand. The demonic beast's neck snapped instantly, and blood splattered onto her exquisite, aloof face, adding a touch of bewitching charm to her expression. After separating from Xia Changming, Su Yueli had traveled at full speed towards the voice calling to her in her mind. Along the way, she had encountered many demonic beasts that had attacked her without any sense of self-preservation, like the one she was currently holding, and there were also some cultivators who had tried to make a move on her. Therefore, she had very mercifully given them a baby-like sleep and had also treated their cervical vertebrae. Now she was very close to the voice calling to her mind. The fact that something could pull at her mind meant that there should be an ancient demon clan expert buried in this secret realm. If she could obtain their legacy inheritance, she would definitely settle the scores with Xia Changming for everything he had done to her these past days. Every time she was subjected to family law, how many times she was spanked, she remembered it all clearly. At the thought of being able to personally punish Xia Changming, the corners of Su Yueli's mouth unconsciously curled up, revealing a captivating smile that could bring down a nation. If anyone else had been present, they would have exclaimed. A smile of unparalleled beauty. Just as Su Yueli was immersed in her fantasy, thinking about how to deal with Xia Changming, the sound of a melodious qin and xiao entered her ears. The sounds of the qin and xiao contained spiritual power, and they struck the soul like a demonic sound piercing the ears. The beautiful sounds of the qin and xiao also contained a sense of slaughter. Interesting. There was no harm in checking it out. Su Yueli moved towards the sounds of the qin and xiao. During this time, she had learned a lot about musical instruments from Xuanhuan, and she had gained more appreciation for the sounds of musical instruments. As she approached from above, Su Yueli saw Xia Yi and Xuanhuan confronting a group of people from the Kai family. Many disciples of the Xia family, clad in emerald green, and some disciples of the Kai family were lying on the ground. It was obvious that a fierce battle had just taken place. Only Xia Yi and Xuanhuan were left on the Xia family's side. Xuanhuan sat cross-legged, her hands on the qin. Xia Yi held a long xiao, standing beside her. Both of them had furrowed brows, staring at the group of Kai family members before them with hatred. Kai Hui, how dare you, the Kai family, attack the Xia family? Are you really trying to provoke a war between noble families? Xia Yi angrily rebuked Kai Hui. When they had first entered the secret realm, everything had been relatively smooth, and he had ordered everyone in the Xia family to be on guard against the people of the Kai and Wang families at all times. But he had not expected that when they encountered the Kai family would launch a direct sneak attack, not hesitating at all. Other small sects had also suffered massacres. Many rogue cultivators had even defected to the Kai family and began to hunt them down along the way. While being chased into the depths of the secret realm, under attack from demonic beasts, and constantly pursued by the Kai family, the Xia family had basically been wiped out. The fate of the rest was unknown. Faced with Xia Ye's rebuke, an old man with a dry face, a small and hunched figure, chuckled while leaning on a cane. He. A war between noble families? It's already begun since we entered the secret realm, family head Xia. Not only you, the Xia family, but also the Xia and Wang families. My Kai family will take care of them all. The 4 great noble families of the capital will no longer exist. Xia Yi was shocked. He finally understood that the Kai family had been planning this for a long time. They wanted to take advantage of this entry into the secret realm to take care of all the other noble families at once, including the Wang family. The death of my father, Xia Changming, was also your doing, right? Xia Yi clenched his fists, trying to suppress the anger in his heart as he asked. Just now, Kai Hui had addressed him directly as family head Xia, which meant that they had long known about the death of Xia Changming. Now that things had reached this point, Kai Hui felt there was no need to hide anything. He said with an ugly smile, "Your father was stubborn and unwilling to join my Kai family. That's why he fell to the fate of his body and soul being obliterated. I was also present at the time. Your father's soul was quite tasty, You, Xie Yi, who had always been gentle, finally could not restrain the anger in his heart. He raised his shao and turned his anger into the sound of the shao. The sound of the shao was urgent and passionate, and a demonic sound swirled around. The members of the Kai family covered their heads, struggling in pain. Those whose minds were unstable knelt on the ground, blood dripping from all their orifices. Confirming that the person before her was one of her father's murderers, Xuanhuan also filled her eyes with rage. Her slender fingers plucked the qin strings, and as the qin notes rang out, sound blades appeared. Kai Hui raised a shield wall, formed of countless vengeful spirits in front of him. The sound blades struck the spirit shield, not even causing a ripple. But the disciples of the Kai family who were affected by the demonic sound were not so lucky. Several members of the Kai family who were unable to dodge were killed on the spot. The demonic sound of the Xie family. When gentle, it can cleanse the mind, and when extreme, it can attack and kill. It lives up to its name. Kai Hui looked at the fallen Kai family disciples and praised Xie Yi. Xie Yi and Xia Hualing were one who used demonic sound to invade the body, attacking the orifices with musical tones, injuring the mind. The other one turned sound into blades, with blades following the sound. With their skillful teamwork, no one at the same level would be their match. Protect your minds. Attack together with me, Kai Hui said to the rest of the Kai family members. Then, he leaped up and swung his sleeves. A feast of 100 spirits. The rest of the Kai family members also worked together, using the art of the vengeful spirit to aid Kai Hui's tide of 100 spirits. Countless vengeful spirits surged towards Xie Yi and Xia Hualing like a tide, constantly wailing and screaming. Little sister, Xie Yi said to Xia Hualing. Xia Hualing nodded, and once again played the qin. The music was particularly fierce and passionate, as if they were right in the middle of a battlefield. Xie Yi played the shao, accompanying Xia Hualing's qin music. The sound of the shao was like a barrier of demonic sound blocking the two. The sound of the qin transformed into a volley of arrows. The rain of arrows engulfed the 100 spirits, but soon the vengeful spirits swarmed again, as if endless. Xia Hualing desperately played the qin. Even though her fingers were already covered in blood, she did not stop. If she were to stop now, the Xia family might be destroyed. However, the qin strings could no longer withstand Xia Hualing's spiritual energy. Ping! The qin strings snapped, and the rain of arrows suddenly dissipated. Countless vengeful spirits immediately pressed down on the demonic sound barrier. Xie Yi was still playing the shao, trying to maintain the support of the demonic sound barrier, but it did not last long. The demonic sound barrier was crushed. Pooh! Xie Yi was backlashed by the demonic sound. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Older brother. Xia Hualing hurriedly helped Xie Yi up. Xie Yi possessed the strength of the early heavenly realm, but Xia Hualing was only at the peak of the transcendent realm. She was simply no match for Kai Hui, the Kai family's grand elder, who had a mid-heavenly realm cultivation. Moreover, he had so many Kai family disciples helping him. Their defeat was only a matter of time. Without the demonic sound barrier to block them, the 100 vengeful spirits had already surrounded Xie Yi and Xia Hualing. Kai Hui laughed wildly. He. From today on, the Xia family will be removed from the capital. Su Yueli cupped her cheeks in her hands, quietly watching the battle from the sky, wondering if she should take action. Her beautiful eyes looked at Xia Hualing, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. If she remembered correctly, this woman was the one who was rumored to be Xia Changming's beloved in the Drunken Immortal Pavilion? No help. See. Why should she care about humans killing each other? Su Yueli silently turned around to leave. Chapter 88. This emperor doesn't like you, so you must die. Xia family disappear? Kai Hui swung his sleeves, and the 100 vengeful spirits surged towards Xie Yi and Xia Hualing. Xie Yi and Xia Hualing held hands, their faces calm, ready to die courageously. He knew that the Kai family's ambition would ultimately fail. The only regret in his heart was that he could not see the moment when the Kai family was destroyed with his own eyes. Just then, a beautiful figure quietly descended in front of them. She swung her jade arm, and her sharp claws tore through the spirits, and the 100 vengeful spirits were instantly torn to shreds. Lady Xia. When Xie Yi saw who had arrived, his face lit up with joy, and he cried out in surprise. Upon hearing this, Su Yueli's pretty face turned cold. She turned to Xie Yi, her eyes filled with murderous intent. and asked, "What did you just call this emperor?" Empress, Your Majesty." Feeling the invisible killing intent emanating from Su Yueli, Xia Yi weakly changed his address. He could not help but tremble in his heart. This demon empress was truly terrifying. He hadn't said anything wrong, so why was she suddenly unhappy? Was calling her Lady Xia disrespectful? When Kai Hui saw Su Yueli arrive, his expression changed drastically. It was rumored that this newly ascended demon empress had terrifying strength and talent. According to the news, she was very likely a celestial venerable expert. The ancestor had said that Xia Changming and Su Yueli would both be personally dealt with by him. Before the ancestor arrived, he should temporarily avoid their edge. "Greetings, Your Majesty. I wonder why the demon empress would want to interfere in the affairs of my human race." Kai Hui respectfully greeted Su Yueli with clasped hands. Su Yueli gave him a cold look, and the reason she gave was very simple and reasonable. The Kai family once provoked this emperor, and this emperor doesn't like you. So, you must die. Originally, Su Yueli had planned to leave directly, but then she remembered that the Kai family had once provoked her, so she had turned back. It was definitely not because the Xia family and Xia family were allies, and that she had taken action to save them for Xia Changming's sake. Kai Hui was shocked and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He cursed Kai Kuan 100 times over in his heart and quickly apologized. "The Kai family has offended you before. I hope that Your Majesty will forgive us. This old man is willing to represent the Kai family in apologizing to Your Majesty." "Apologize? That can be done. Use your life to atone." Su Yueli's cold eyes shot over him. Without another word, she slammed her foxtail down. As the demon empress, killing someone was reasonable, right? Kai Hui's eyes widened in shock. He had not expected Su Yueli to be so unreasonable. He quickly raised his cane to block this mountain-like strike. The ground beneath his feet immediately cracked and caved in, and his feet were almost completely embedded in the deep pit. Cracks appeared on the cane in his hand. "Empress, if you kill this old man, the Kai family ancestor will definitely not let you off." Kai Hui quickly invoked the name of the Kai family's ancestor, hoping it would deter Su Yueli. Just now, Su Yueli's seemingly casual attack had almost taken his life. If she were to strike again, he would surely be reduced to dust. However, Kai Hui's words not only failed to make Su Yueli hesitate, but also made Su Yueli's eyebrows furrow, and her face turned even colder. She hated it the most when someone threatened her. "A mere ant. How dare you threaten this emperor? Disappear from my sight." Su Yueli coldly pronounced Kai Hui's death sentence. Wait a minute." Kai Hui cried out in terror. However, Su Yueli ignored him, and her second tail swept across, roaring toward him. Kai Hui was sent flying, his bones shattered. He fell to the ground, barely clinging to life, only to be met by the heavy force of the fox tail slamming down. When Su Yueli retracted her tail, only a patch of indistinct blood and flesh remained in the pit. Su Yueli flicked her tail, and all the blood and flesh that had stained it splattered on the ground. Her tail returned to its pristine white state, untainted by any speck of dust. From beginning to end, Su Yueli remained graceful and elegant. She rested her cheek on her arm, her body not even moving a bit. Only after Kai Hui's death did Su Yueli extend her slender hand and throw out a ball of eerie green flame. "Ah!" Kai Hui's soul cried out in fear, slowly being burned to ashes by the eerie fire. Only after Kai Hui's body and soul were obliterated did the other Kai family disciples come back to their senses. They looked at Su Yueli in fear. Then, without any hesitation, they turned and fled. Su Yueli's expression was cold and indifferent. She swung her slender finger, and 5 clawed blades tore through the sky, instantly killing all of the fleeing members. In an instant, crimson blood blossoms bloomed in the sky. Xia Yi and Xuanhuan watched behind them, their hearts trembling. All the elites of the Kai family, including the Grand Elder Kai Hui, who was at the mid-heavenly realm, had been killed so casually. When Su Yueli turned around and looked at Xia Yi and Xuanhuan, her cold and bewitching eyes met theirs, and Xia Yi almost thought that they were dead. Was Su Yueli going to kill them as well? Without Xia Changming by Su Yueli's side, it felt as though Su Yueli was much more dangerous and cold than when they had encountered her previously. The current her was more in line with the rumors about a bloodthirsty demon empress. Fortunately, Xia Yi had been worrying for no reason. Su Yueli did not intend to attack them, and she walked straight past them. While Xia Yi breathed a sigh of relief, he turned back to thank Su Yueli, Thank you for saving our lives, Your Majesty. This time he did not dare to call her Lady Xia again. Su Yueli gave him a cold glance and was about to leave when a figure slowly emerged from behind the tree. The newcomer looked very young, with an extremely pale and eerie face. The aura he gave off was extremely uncomfortable. Su Yueli had seen this person once before in the Imperial Palace. He was Kai Jia, the eldest son of the Kai family. At the time, she had not paid attention and had not even glanced at him. Now that she saw him, she realized that this person was by no means simple. The aura and spiritual power he was concealing was extremely well hidden. She had not even noticed him hiding here at this distance. Kai Jia looked at Su Yueli with a strange smile on his face, his eyes filled with greedy heat. What he coveted was not Su Yueli's flesh, but her soul. A nine-tailed demon fox soul at the early celestial venerable realm. It is rare in the world. If I can absorb and refine your soul, then surpassing the shackles of the celestial venerable realm is no longer just a fantasy. Perhaps I can even refine an exquisite nine-tailed demon spirit for my own use. After entering the secret realm, Kai Jia was not in a hurry to find Xia Changming. Instead, he sensed the aura from Su Yueli's attack. He had secretly followed her all the way. Seeing that Su Yueli was not traveling with Xia Changming was like a gift from the heavens. If he could refine Su Yueli's soul first, then he would have nothing to fear even if he faced Xia Changming alone. Su Yueli stared at Kai Jia, her expression gradually becoming solemn. For someone to be able to hide from her, then that person was at least at the same level as her, a celestial venerable expert. You too, if you don't want to die, leave quickly. Su Yueli said to Xia Yi and Xuanhuan without turning her head. Xia Yi also knew that the battle that was about to take place was not something they could get involved in. They might lose their lives with even the slightest impact. He quickly clasped his hands and retreated. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will notify Brother Xia immediately. After speaking, Xia Yi led Xuanhuan into the forest and left. Su Yueli's brows twitched slightly. Why did they have to inform Xia Changming of her situation? Did they think that she was not strong enough to fight? She was not weak enough to need Xia Changming's protection. At that moment, Su Yueli's face was covered in frost, and her killing intent soared. She was determined to vent all the anger she had been holding back on Kai Jia. Chapter 89. A battle of two celestials, count me in. Whoosh! Bang! A figure shot across the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily into a mountain peak. Su Yueli, her half-demon form fully revealed, floated in the heavens. Her figure was enchanting, her cold eyes imperious, and behind her, 9 tails swayed freely. Her slender hand lightly stroked one of them. Soon, Kai Bei's figure emerged from the mountain again, his face twisted with resentment as he stared at Su Yueli. Battles between celestials required no words. Both sides were bound to go all out. However, he had still underestimated Su Yueli's power as an early-stage celestial. Her seemingly delicate tails were as heavy as mountains, yet as nimble as tentacles, her attacks exceptionally fierce. A moment of carelessness would send you crashing into the mountains like he just had. Humph! The Demon Empress of the Demon Clan is indeed powerful, but if this is all you have, you are no match for me. Your 9-tailed divine soul is mine. Kai Bei stretched out his arm, and a soul-summoning banner appeared in his hand out of thin air. The banner was entirely dark purple, exuding a chilling aura, with countless resentful souls and fierce ghosts swirling around it, their wails and howls faintly audible. Humph! Killing you is enough. Su Yueli said proudly, though her brows furrowed a bit more. Besides the sinister air, she faintly sensed a force from the soul-summoning banner, trying to pull at her own divine soul. A celestial artifact. A celestial artifact forged from countless resentful souls and fierce ghosts. 10,000 ghostly fiends. Kai Bei gently waved the soul-summoning banner, and countless fierce souls poured forth, a tidal wave of malevolence spreading across the sky. Su Yueli remained unmoved, her fox tails sweeping and slashing in front of her, as quick as afterimages. Each tail was like an infinitely long blade, slicing through every approaching fierce soul. In moments, she had annihilated countless of them, with 2 of her tails taking the opportunity to pierce through the tide of fierce souls, aiming for Kai Bei who hid behind them. Soul-suppressing bone. Kai Bei reacted swiftly, extending his other hand to block the attack. A large, ghastly skull with 2 fangs emerged, taking the brunt of Su Yueli's tail strikes. Banish evil. Su Yueli countered immediately, reaching behind her and drawing a long, slender, silver blade, engraved with demonic patterns from one of her tails. She swung the blade, the copper bells at the end tinkling softly, silver light flashing with the sound. The soul bone protecting Kai Bei shattered instantly. This was a divine weapon specially crafted to dispel evil. Kai Bei's expression gradually darkened, becoming increasingly unpleasant. These resentful souls and fierce ghosts were the accumulation of his life's work. The soul-suppressing bone was forged from countless human and demon bones, as well as fierce souls. Yet, Su Yueli shattered it with a single strike. Moreover, wielding the banish evil blade, she effortlessly sliced through his countless fierce souls. While it was just a divine weapon, it posed a significant threat to those who specialized in soul-refining techniques. He must destroy her banish evil blade first. Binding soul and refining spirit, Rakshasa soul chains. Kai Bei chanted an incantation, and several soul-grabbing chains sprang from his palm. The chains pierced through the bodies of countless fierce souls, and then through their bodies, firmly locking Su Yueli's 9 tails which were currently slaughtering the fierce souls. All 9 tails were entangled by the soul chains, rendering them immobile. Su Yueli was slightly startled, and slashed her banish evil blade at the soul chains. Having finally managed to ensnare the 9 tails, there was no way Kai Bei would allow her to break free. He personally controlled the soul chains, driving the fierce souls towards Su Yueli. She had no choice but to swing her banish evil blade first to destroy the fierce souls in front of her. A distorted head, condensed from the divine souls of various demon beasts, hid among the fierce souls, its bloody maw wide open as it charged at her. Su Yueli blocked with her banish evil blade, her sword wedged inside the beastly soul's mouth, trapped by its fangs. Seeing this, Kai Bei revealed a triumphant grin, clapping his hands together and pouring spiritual energy into the beastly soul through the soul chains. The beastly soul's eyes widened, its expression becoming more ferocious as its jaws clamped down harder. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as Su Yueli's banish evil blade broke in two. Devour her! Kai Bei's expression grew exultant as he controlled the beastly soul to pounce on Su Yueli again. Without the banish evil blade, Su Yueli no longer posed much of a threat. Su Yueli remained calm. She closed her slender palm, then plunged it, like a sharp sword, into the beastly soul's forehead. She clenched her fist and exclaimed, "Netherflame, burn!" In an instant, eerie nether flames ignited within Su Yueli's hand, incinerating the beastly soul completely. As expected of the Demon Empress, so decisive, Kai Bei exclaimed in surprise. At the moment her weapon broke, she risked having her arm devoured and took the initiative, burning the beastly soul with netherflame. But so what? He had countless resentful souls and fierce ghosts under his control. 10,000 ghosts devour the soul. Kai Bei shook his soul-summoning banner, and countless fierce souls swarmed, continuing their relentless assault on Su Yueli. Su Yueli brought her palms together, and when she opened them again, a purple emerald flame had appeared in her hand. The flame flickered within her palm, dazzling and beautiful. Fox Netherflame. Incinerate all. Su Yueli's red lips moved slightly as she exhaled softly, the flame in her palm flying towards the approaching fierce souls. The fierce souls, touched by the flame, were instantly consumed by the Fox Netherflame, releasing terrifying shrieks. All the fierce souls that came into contact with it were instantly swallowed, the flames spreading across their bodies. Even a single spark was enough to engulf them instantly. Countless fierce souls were crowded together and, in an instant, bloomed into a giant, dazzling, and beautiful firework in the sky. The Fox Netherflame quickly spread along the soul chains towards Kai Bei, scaring him into hastily severing the chains himself. 9 tails, strangle. Su Yueli's eyes narrowed, and she whipped her tails around, severing the soul chains binding them. Freed from the shackles of the soul chains, her 9 tails surged towards Kai Bei like swords. Kai Bei's fierce souls were severely damaged, so he had to use the soul-summoning banner as a flag to form a defensive formation before him. Su Yueli's 9 tails were incredibly powerful, slapping and slashing wildly at Kai Bei. Each strike shook the sky and caused the mountains to tremble. When sweeping across the ground, they completely cleared the forest, leaving only bare earth. After taking an unknown number of hits, Kai Bei seized an opportunity and retreated awkwardly, creating some distance between himself and Su Yueli, floating in midair and facing her. He pulled out an entire bottle of refined Rakshasa pills from his spirit ring and poured them into his mouth, rapidly restoring his spiritual energy and soul power. Although his fierce souls were severely damaged and he was at a disadvantage, he was still confident he could defeat Su Yueli. The fox netherflame was indeed terrifying, but it also consumed a great deal of spiritual energy. If she kept using it this way, Su Yueli's spiritual energy would eventually be exhausted, and he could always refine the remaining fierce souls into Rakshasa pills to supply himself with spiritual energy. Su Yueli frowned as she watched Kai Bei's spiritual energy start to recover. All the spiritual energy pills she had previously stored were used up when dealing with Xia Changming. At this moment, she could only rely on the spirit-gathering formations etched on her hairpin to slowly restore her spiritual energy. Kai Bei was, after all, a mid-stage celestial, and with the aid of the pills, it was indeed detrimental for her to continue this prolonged fight. Just as Su Yueli was at a loss, a very familiar voice suddenly echoed. "Wife, what are you doing? Can I be of assistance?" Xia Changming, with the speed of a divine rainbow, descended gracefully from the sky and stood between Su Yueli and Kai Bei, with a warm smile on his face. Instantly, the sky formed a three-way standoff. Chapter 90. Wife. Was that deliberate or accidental? That detestable fellow, why did he come? Su Yueli's eyebrows twitched when she saw Xia Changming. He was the last person she wanted to see. Asterisk. Wife, why don't you seem happy to see me? You must have missed me. Come here, don't be shy. Xia Changming said with a smile, opening his arms to Su Yueli. It had been 2 or 3 days since they had last bickered, and he actually missed her a bit. He had flown here as fast as he could, and ran into Xie Yi and Xuanhuan on the way. As soon as he heard Su Yueli was fighting Kai Jia, he rushed over in a frenzy. After seeing Su Yueli safe and sound, he finally felt relieved. Su Yueli's pretty face twitched with anger. Right now, she really wanted to slap this shameless guy to death. Do you really not know why this empress isn't happy? Su Yueli said coldly, clenching her fists. Xia Changming thought for a moment, then suddenly understood. He turned to stare at Kai Bei with a cold glare, saying in a chilling tone, "You are the old ancestor of the Kai family, right? Was it you who made my wife unhappy?" Su Yueli. Kai Bei. You made my wife unhappy and attacked my Xia family. I'm taking your life. Xia Changming flicked his fingers, and the immortal emperor's sword shot out, turning into a divine rainbow as it aimed for Kai Bei's head. The speed was like a divine rainbow. Kai Bei was shocked and hurriedly held up the soul-summoning banner to block the attack. The edge of the sword struck the top of the banner, and the two celestial artifacts collided, sending spiritual energy and sword energy raging in all directions. Xia Changming arrived right after, gripping the immortal emperor's sword and pouring in his spiritual energy. He slightly increased the force of his attack, and Kai Bei was immediately unable to resist, blasted back dozens of steps, his clothes riddled with sword marks. What astonishing sword energy! Kai Bei stared in shock at the tears in his clothes. The soul power barrier around him was as flimsy as paper in front of Xia Changming's sword energy. In the brief moment that Kai Bei was stunned, Xia Changming had already attacked again, his swordsmanship fierce, sword energy flowing everywhere. Even more astonishing, the immortal emperor's sword was enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy, making each of its strikes even more lethal. The slightest mistake would leave several wounds. Kai Bei could only defend clumsily under the onslaught of Xia Changming's fierce swordsmanship. This empress is enough. I don't need your help. Su Yueli also joined the battle at this moment. Her nine-tail power erupted, like a sky-covering force. The nine tails swept across the sky, wreaking havoc. If she let Xia Changming deal with Kai Bei, wouldn't that mean she couldn't deal with him on her own? This made Su Yueli extremely displeased. Her ferocious nine tails not only knocked Kai Bei away, but also lashed out at Xia Changming. Wife, you've hit the wrong person. Xia Changming complained to Su Yueli, dodging a vertical slash of the foxtail. Humph. Su Yueli snorted, her face indifferent as she said, "Oh, I'm really sorry. This empress didn't see you." Xia Changming looked at Su Yueli with a knowing gaze. Seeing her indifferent expression, he became suspicious and once again attacked Kai Bei with his sword. As Xia Changming slashed his sword at Kai Bei, a tail attack came from behind him with a tearing sound of wind. Xia Changming was prepared and dodged sideways. The foxtail struck Kai Bei squarely in the chest, sending him flying dozens of kilometers, a mouthful of blood spraying in midair. Xia Changming didn't rush to pursue him, but turned around and smiled at Su Yueli, saying, Wife, was that deliberate or accidental? Now he was certain. This little girl was planning to take advantage of the situation to get rid of both him and Kai Bei. Seeing that her sneak attack had failed, Su Yueli turned her head away, avoiding eye contact with Xia Changming. She crossed her arms and said innocently, "This empress was aiming at him. You were in my way. Don't blame me." Xia Changming stared intently at Su Yueli, without saying a word. He stared at her so much that Su Yueli's heart began to waver. Kai Bei clutched his chest, staring at Xia Changming and Su Yueli with a grimace. Two celestials working together was simply too much for him. Xia Changming had not yet revealed his full strength, so he was unsure of his true level. Su Yueli's nine tails were attacking him from various angles. Taking advantage of the moment when Xia Changming was engaged with him, obscuring his line of sight, she had landed a heavy blow. The coordination between the two was already seamless. He could no longer hold back. Darkness and obscurity with my blood. I sacrifice to the souls. Rakshasa ghost curtain. Descend upon the world. Kai Bei cut open his wrists, closed his eyes, and chanted an incantation. His gray-black spiritual energy shot straight into the sky, and blood dripped to the ground, forming a pool of blood. The soul-summoning banner unfurled on its own, and vanished into the clouds in the sky. In an instant, a vortex appeared in the sky. The entire sky turned into an ominous pitch-black color, and the pool of blood on the ground boiled and surged. Countless fierce souls piled up and emerged from the black vortex in the sky, their wails and howls echoing throughout the sky, creating an extremely terrifying scene. Under the influence of the blood pool, countless remnant souls of demonic beasts also crawled out from under the ground, their eyes bloodshot with a thirst for violence. Su Yueli frowned slightly, her expression grave. The secret realm was already filled with countless remnant souls who had fallen here, and now, under the influence of Kai Bei's soul-summoning technique, they were all being awakened. Moreover, these remnant souls were far more powerful than the fierce souls he had refined. Su Yueli secretly glanced at Xia Changming. Seeing his calm and collected expression, she couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Didn't this guy ever feel nervous or anxious? Xia Changming glanced over and saw Su Yueli frowning at him, so he smiled and said, "Wife, don't be afraid. I'm here." "This empress is not afraid," Su Yueli retorted angrily. Xia Changming smiled, flew alone into the sky, leaving behind just one sentence. "Wife, just wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." Su Yueli watched Xia Changming's figure, wondering if she should help him. The number of souls summoned by this ghost curtain was immense. He probably couldn't handle it alone. No, why am I thinking of helping him? He was the one who wanted to go alone. It's not my fault. It would be good if he died. Su Yueli retreated to the side to recover her spiritual energy. A ball of fox nether flame already formed in the palm of her hand behind her back. In the sky, Xia Changming stood aloft, his eyes level with Kai Bei. Kai Bei looked at Xia Changming, a sneer on his face, and said with a sinister grin, "It's a pity. The youngest celestial in the world is about to die here. I'll take your divine soul and make you endure the pain of eternal refinement." Xia Changming scoffed, saying, "You know, I think your name suits you very well. You're just a waste." "You? Fine. I want to see how you can be so arrogant." Kai Bei's expression froze, his face contorting with extreme rage. 10,000 souls resurrected. Kai Bei's arms flailed, and countless fierce souls and demon souls gathered before him, waiting for his command. The secret realm was like a natural soul hive for him. It contained countless powerful remnant souls for him to control, giving him an overwhelming advantage. With his mid-stage celestial strength, he was not afraid of anyone, even a peak-stage celestial. Chapter 91. The Might of 10,000 Swords. Xia Changming stood proudly in the clouds, his hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing in the wind. He looked calm and composed as he whispered, "Peerless sword art, 10,000 swords." In an instant, the immortal emperor's sword floating beside Xia Changming emitted an astonishingly sharp sword aura. The overflowing sword energy did not dissipate, but instead condensed, each forming into a transparent, sharp-edged sword. In a flash, tens of thousands of sword energy blades were suspended behind Xia Changming. Each blade was enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy, emitting a faint glow. Their blades were sharp, their momentum unmatched. Xia Changming stood before the 10,000 swords, exuding the aura of a peerless swordsman capable of looking down upon the world. standing tall above the 9 heavens. Su Yueli, watching from below, stared blankly, her beautiful eyes widening slightly, her red lips parting unconsciously. This was the first time she had seen Xia Changming use this sword technique. Looking at the numerous, sharp, sword energy blades that covered the sky, she was shocked. Had he held back when he fought her earlier? Could she have withstood the barrage of these 10,000 blades? Kai Bei, standing before the 10,000 swords, was horrified. He could clearly sense the pressure of the tens of thousands of sword intents aimed at him. It felt as if each sword energy blade was suspended above his heart, making him tremble with fear, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. Was the Sword Immortal's legacy really this terrifying? This man must not be allowed to live. Kai Bei was now more determined than ever to eliminate Xia Changming. He had already used his own essence and blood to cast the ghost curtain, and the fierce souls he had refined had been almost entirely destroyed by Su Yueli. If he chose to retreat now, he would gain nothing, and instead suffer severe damage. It would be even more difficult to take advantage of any opportunity to kill Xia Changming and Su Yueli in the future. Now he was an arrow on the bowstring, with no choice but to unleash his attack. Moreover, his ghost curtain was drawing on countless powerful remnant souls in the secret realm, and he had an endless supply of fierce souls. His 10,000 souls might not necessarily lose to Xia Changming's 10,000 swords. Seeing the number of swords behind Xia Changming continuously increasing, Kai Bei no longer hesitated. With a wave of his arm, countless fierce souls, bearing their fangs and claws, charged towards Xia Changming. Ghost curtain, Rakshasa ghost hand. Kai Bei reached his arm into the clouds, and a giant ghost hand made from countless fierce souls emerged from the black vortex that covered the sky, grabbing at Xia Changming along with the 10,000 souls. Xia Changming did not move his hands at all. Looking at the Rakshasa ghost hand and the surging 10,000 souls, he said coldly, 10,000 swords go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 10,000 sword energy blades behind Xia Changming flew out rapidly, transforming into streaks of rainbow light. Tens of thousands of red lights streaked across the sky, like dazzling meteors against the night sky, creating a beautiful and brilliant sight that illuminated the dark clouds. The glowing sword energy blades and the dark, sinister fierce souls collided, and cries of agony and pain echoed throughout the sky. Each sword energy blade was like a knife through butter, running rampant through the tide of fierce souls. Wherever the sword light passed, the fierce souls were pierced and obliterated. It took dozens of fierce souls just to barely consume the power of one sword energy blade. The number of fierce souls rapidly dwindled as they were devoured by the sword energy, causing Kai Bei to tremble with fear. How could mere sword blades formed from condensed sword energy possess such divine power? But his fierce souls were abundant, so his advantage still stood. If this attrition continued, he would surely win. That was what Kai Bei thought at first. But when he glanced at Xia Changming with pride, he stared wide-eyed in shock. He saw spiritual energy constantly gathering around Xia Changming, and Xia Changming's body seemed to be like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. And behind him, more and more sword energy blades were forming again. Each new blade immediately joined in the slaughter of the fierce souls. What kind of secret technique was this? He had never seen a technique that could absorb the spiritual energy of the world so domineeringly. As long as the spiritual energy of the world was not exhausted, Xia Changming would have an endless supply of it to use. This secret technique must have been something he obtained in this secret realm. Kai Bei's eyes widened with shock, and he drooled at the thought of such an unmatched secret technique. If he had this technique, plus his soul-swapping technique, how could he possibly not break through the celestial realm and reach the divine power realm? No, given time, even the divine power realm wouldn't be able to limit him. Kai Bei controlled the giant ghost hand and tried to grab Xia Changming, his eyes burning with fanaticism. Xia Changming scoffed, raised the immortal emperor's sword, and a giant sword instantly formed. With a single downward swing, it was as if the sky had fallen. He was now more and more comfortable using the sky-shattering sword, and he could use it at will. The Rakshasa ghost hand tried to grab the power of the falling sword, but the giant sword pierced straight through the palm, and then bisected the entire arm. Ah! Kai Bei felt a sharp pain in his arm and quickly pulled it back from the clouds. The Rakshasa ghost hand was connected to his arm through his meridians. This attack had landed squarely on his arm. His arm was spasming and trembling, covered in blood. Xia Changming gripped the immortal emperor's sword tightly, and threw it with all his might into the center of the black vortex in the sky. The immortal emperor's sword ripped through the sky, straight into the vortex. It cleaved through the black curtain of the sky, and like the sun breaking through the clouds, the sky was once again bright. The soul-summoning banner, which was the array I hidden in the clouds, was also severed in half as the array shattered. How is that possible? My soul-summoning banner. Kaibei was shocked and terrified. That was a celestial artifact, and it had been cut in half with a single sword strike. What divine power was this sword? Without the ghost curtain, the fierce souls all dissipated back into the dust from whence they came. His only celestial artifact was destroyed. Knowing that he was no match, Kaibei decisively turned to flee. Try to escape? Xia Changming's eyes narrowed, and the 10,000 swords that filled the sky transformed into streams of light and shot towards Kaibei. Kaibei turned around and hastily erected a soul force barrier to block the attack. Several sword energy blades pierced through the barrier. As the number of blades piercing the barrier increased, it finally shattered. The remaining sword energy blades one by one pierced through Kaibei's body, riddled his body with holes. Xia Changming, I will never let this go. His body destroyed, Kaibei's divine soul quickly left his body and fled into the distance. Generally, when someone died, their soul would either dissipate into the heavens and earth or linger in place. Only those who had reached a certain level of cultivation and had practiced soul techniques could separate their soul from their body and flee on their own. Xia Changming frowned. Gripping the immortal emperor's sword, he transformed into a divine rainbow and chased after it. If he let Kaibei's soul escape this time, who knows who he would possess next? And if he chose to hide, it would be even more difficult to find him. Before leaving, he told Su Yueli, "Wife, I'll leave Anning in your care for now." Su Yueli had just opened her red lips to speak, but Xia Changming had already disappeared into the sky, making her frown with irritation. That guy was getting better and better at ordering her around. Just at this moment, Zhou Anning, who had finally arrived, saw Xia Changming's retreating figure and heard Xia Changming's words. She nervously called to Su Yueli, "Sister Su." For some reason, Zhou Anning always felt a great deal of pressure when she faced Su Yueli. Even though she had received a celestial inheritance, she still felt this way. Chapter 92, Su Yueli's Teachings. The night was deep and quiet, and the campfire flickered. Su Yueli was sitting cross-legged on her tails, her eyes closed as she rested and slowly recovered her spiritual energy. The patterns on the hairpin at the top of her head glowed faintly, and spiritual energy flowed into her body on its own, and her recovery speed was several times faster than before. Zhou Anning sat cross-legged opposite Su Yueli, looking a little uneasy, occasionally stealing glances at Su Yueli. Lengia, on the other hand, was sleeping soundly on Zhou Anning's shoulder. After Xia Changming left, the three of them found a place to wait. Su Yueli originally wanted to leave Zhou Anning here and go on her own to find the place that her heart called to. However, this place was deep within the secret realm, and there were many celestial realm demon beasts. It was not safe to leave Zhou Anning here alone. She reluctantly agreed to help Xia Changming look after Zhou Anning temporarily. When she had almost finished recuperating, Su Yueli slowly opened her eyes, and her gaze met Zhou Anning's. "Sister Su, you've recovered." I roasted some meat. Do you want to eat some?" "I learned how to roast meat from Uncle Xia. It's very delicious." Zhou Anning looked a little flustered and proactively started a conversation, handing Su Yueli the roasted meat from the campfire. Su Yueli did not take the meat. Her purple eyes narrowed coldly, exuding an aura of cold elegance. Zhou Anning grew even more anxious. Every time she faced Su Yueli alone, she felt inexplicably oppressed. She felt that Su Yueli's purple eyes were not only elegant and profound, but also seemed to be able to see right through her. Su Yueli was indeed scrutinizing Zhou Anning. In just a few days, Zhou Anning's aura had undergone earth-shattering changes. Her temperament was refined, with an ethereal appearance. Not only had she crossed 2 major realms, but even her natural talent had become extraordinary. Without a doubt, Zhou Anning must have obtained the inheritance left by a celestial in this secret realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to have such amazing changes. With Zhou Anning's heavenly spirit realm strength, she would have no chance to gain a celestial opportunity. That meant Xia Changming had helped her. That guy was generous indeed. He had handed over a celestial inheritance to this little brat, and he even taught her how to roast meat. He really treated her well. Su Yueli's beautiful face grew even colder. When she had seen Zhou Anning in the palace, Su Yueli had already noticed that she had an extraordinary aura, possessing the Ziwei Emperor Qi. But she hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, because Xuanning's realm and talent were both too weak. Even if she really became the emperor in the heavenly Zhou kingdom in the future, she wouldn't be a threat. But now it was different. Xuanning had received a celestial inheritance, and her realm was rising rapidly. If she continued to grow, she might become a great threat to the demon race in the future. Should she kill her while that guy was away? Su Yueli couldn't help but think, and killing intent began to seep out of her. Xuanning's arm froze in midair, her face pale with fright. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she saw killing intent in Su Yueli's eyes. Did Sister Su want to kill her? That couldn't be. Sister Su had no reason to kill her. Xuanning didn't know what to do. Langya, who had been awakened by the smell of the roasted meat, suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. Sensing the killing intent emanating from Su Yueli, he bared his teeth. Su Yueli only glanced at Langya coldly, which frightened him so much that he shrunk behind Xuanning. She was terrifying. How could the boss's woman also be so terrifying? A peak celestial realm shadow wolf, that's quite rare, Su Yueli said casually after noticing Langya. Why haven't you transformed into human form? Why are you still in beast form? That, Senior, it's not that this lord doesn't want to. It's just that transforming is difficult. I failed. Boss said that after we leave, he will refine a transformation pill for this lord to help me transform, Langya said, poking his head out from behind Xuanning. Seeing that he was a fellow demon race, and understanding that cultivation was not easy, Su Yueli offered some advice to Langya. Transformation pills can indeed help you transform with half the effort, but they are not beneficial to your subsequent cultivation. If you can transform on your own through your own understanding, it will be of great benefit to your future progress in cultivation. You failed to transform because you have spent many years deep within the secret realm, lacking contact and comprehension. Once you go out, seeing and hearing the sights of a different world will naturally help you transform. Really? Langya's eyes widened with longing. His confidence instantly returned. This Empress is only giving you advice. Whether you transform with a pill or rely on yourself is your choice. Su Yueli said calmly. Langya said gratefully, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." What Langya didn't know was that the demon race senior in front of him was in fact about the same age as Xia Changming, and more than 100 years younger than him. Su Yueli nodded slightly, then turned her attention back to Xuanning. Xuanning called out weakly, "Sister Su." Langya felt that he had already been won over, and now he was really afraid that Su Yueli would try to attack her. Su Yueli saw that Xuanning was uneasy, and a charming smile curved her lips as she retracted her killing intent. Oh well, she was a dignified demon empress, so was there any need to fear a young girl? To attack a 14-year-old girl would just make her look like a demon empress with no tolerance. Little brat, if this empress is not mistaken, you are a woman, correct? Su Yueli asked Xuanning. Perhaps it was just pure intuition, but from the first time she had seen Xuanning in the palace, she suspected that Xuanning was a woman. Seeing that the killing intent had faded from Su Yueli, Xuanning felt much relieved. Her face was slightly surprised, but she said truthfully, "I knew that I couldn't hide it from Sister Su. Anning is indeed not a man. Hiding my identity is my father's teaching. My father taught me as a boy from a young age, and he had high expectations of me. He said that all the emperors of heavenly Zhou were men, and that only a man could inherit the throne. He hoped that I could cast aside my identity as a woman. In the future, if my father was no longer around, I could take over the throne and continue to bring prosperity and peace to heavenly Zhou." At this point, Xuanning's expression grew dim, her face sorrowful. She was either thinking of her father, or thinking of how she had been forced to follow his teachings from birth, hiding her true identity in nature and spending her 14 years as a boy. Hearing this, Su Yueli's eyebrows furrowed. Her face showed deep disdain and arrogance as she said, what a joke. Who says women cannot become emperors or rulers? Look at this empress. Haven't I become the empress of tens of thousands of demons? What is wrong with being a woman? Within the demon race, wherever this empress goes, they all bow down and submit. Xuanning gazed at Su Yueli with longing and admiration. Not only was Su Yueli beautiful, but she was also strong enough to subdue and unite tens of thousands of demons and become a demon empress. This was something that Xuanning had never dared to even imagine before. She had not even dared to compete with Zhou Zhiga for the throne. But now, her state of mind had changed somewhat. It was because Su Yueli had said another sentence to her. "Little brat, You must remember that opportunities never come by waiting for others to offer them to you. If there is something you want, then go and take it for yourself. Fight for it. Chapter 93. I don't like him, but you can't either. Anning understands. Thank you, Sister Sue. Zhou Anning stood up, bowing gratefully to Su Yueli. At this moment, she had firmly resolved her inner beliefs. Once she left the secret realm, she would take back everything that belonged to her. Su Yueli nodded indifferently, but she soon regretted her decision. Why did she have to help Zhou Anning with her doubts? What if she really became the new empress of the heavenly Zhou Dynasty? Wouldn't she have shot herself in the foot? After this conversation and her gratitude towards Su Yueli, Zhou Anning no longer felt as afraid when facing Su Yueli. On the contrary, she felt much closer to her. Xia Changming had once told her, "Don't be afraid of his wife. She has a sharp tongue and a heart of gold, and she is also very proud." Asterisk 3. Uncle Xia was right. Sister Su, Zhou Anning called out affectionately. Su Yueli frowned slightly. Zhou Anning's tone had suddenly become much more affectionate, making her feel a little uncomfortable, but she didn't say anything. Sister Su, can Anning ask you a question? Zhou Anning asked Su Yueli cautiously. Ask away, Su Yueli said calmly. How did you meet Uncle Xia? Was it really, as the rumors say, that you were defeated by Uncle Xia's sword? Zhou Anning asked with great curiosity, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She was very curious. When she was in the palace, she had heard this beautiful, fairy tale-like rumor. What was the true story behind Xia Changming and Su Yueli's meeting? Was it like the rumor said, that he had stormed the Demon Empress palace and won her over with his overwhelming strength? Or was it another rumor that they had known each other for a long time, and due to their love being forbidden because of their different races, they had no choice but to have an alliance through marriage to end the conflict? Either way, it was a beautiful story that was worth remembering for eternity. Su Yueli was speechless. This was the last thing she wanted to talk about. She was in this situation because of Xia Changming's sword-forced marriage. Every time she thought about it, her teeth itched with anger. Looking at Zhou Anning's expectant and curious eyes, Su Yueli said coldly, "This empress was not defeated by him. I only had to temporarily submit to him. It was never my wish." Zhou Anning seemed to be pondering for a moment, then continued to ask, "Then, Sister Su, do you like Uncle Xia?" Huh? Oh, Su Yueli's eyes widened as she looked at Zhou Anning, rebuffing in a loud voice. This empress does not like that detestable man at all. Where did you get the idea that I like him? On the contrary, I wish I could kill him with my own hands. Zhou Anning stared blankly at Su Yueli's slightly flustered and agitated explanation. She had never expected that Su Yueli hated Xia Changming so much, but according to her observations, she felt that they were very close and affectionate. They were always flirting and teasing each other, and standing together they looked like a match made in heaven, which made others envious. Sister Su and Uncle Xia are always together. I thought you liked him very much. Su Yueli snorted and explained. That's just because that shameless fellow insists on sticking to me. Then, Sister Su, you really don't like Uncle Xia? I don't. Su Yueli replied without any hesitation. Hesitating for even half a second would be an insult to her status as the Demon Empress. Hearing this, Zhou Anning's eyes lit up. Her face broke into a smile, and she pointed at herself as she said, "Then can Anning?" "No." Before Zhou Anning could finish her sentence, Su Yueli interrupted her coldly. Zhou Anning was stunned. Su Yueli also had a look of surprise on her face. Realizing that she had lost her composure, she quickly regained her expression and asked suspiciously, "You like that guy?" Hearing Su Yueli's question, Zhou Anning's face turned red, and she nervously clutched her hands. Everything was obvious. Xia Changming was strong, yet there was no distance between them, and he always protected her. He was also very kind and considerate, and his figure, standing proudly above the world, was already deeply engraved in Zhou Anning's mind. Even this celestial inheritance she now had, which countless cultivators envied, Xia Changming had given her without hesitation. The most important thing was that he was very handsome too. Su Yueli knew exactly what Zhou Anning was thinking. She said coldly, "No, you can't like him." At this moment, she had to nip this idea in the bud. Why? Could it be that Sister Su actually likes Uncle Xia? Zhou Anning asked, confused. Su Yueli's face was cold, her eyebrows arched as she explained. "This empress doesn't like him at all. I only said that for your own good." "For Anning's good?" Zhou Anning asked, even more confused. That's right. You don't understand that guy. He is not as good as he seems. Su Yueli advised seriously. Xuanhuan was curious and nervous. She pricked up her ears, listening intently. Did Xia Changming have another side to him that no one knew about? Su Yueli, filled with resentment, continued. Not only does that guy have terrible sleeping habits, but his hands and feet are always restless. Even though the bed is so big, he insists on crowding over. This empress has never met such a shameless person. And sometimes, he is very domineering and unreasonable. This empress advises you to stay away from him. Domineering and unreasonable? Like how? Xuanhuan asked curiously. He actually doesn't allow this empress to eat candy. He clearly knows that I like sweet food, but he says eating too much is bad for my teeth. Su Yueli said, her beautiful face frosty. It was as if Xia Changming had done something unforgivable to her. Xuanhuan was stunned. She tried hard to recall what Su Yueli had said, and there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Wasn't this quite good? How considerate he was. Xuanhuan immediately replied. Anning doesn't mind any of that. Even if Uncle Xia moves around at night, Anning can tolerate it. Toward the end, Xuanhuan's voice became as small as a mosquito's, and her face turned even redder. Su Yueli's face twitched with anger. She had tried so hard to persuade her, so why wouldn't this little brat listen? Should she just bury this little brat? For some unknown reason, a trace of killing intent rose again in Su Yueli's eyes as she looked at Xuanhuan. Just as Su Yueli was hesitating whether to make a move, a series of rumbling sounds came from not far away. The direction from which the sound came was the same as the place that seemed to be calling to her heart. Someone had entered the ancient tomb of a non-demon race before her. Su Yueli immediately stood up. Her tails wrapped around Xuanhuan as she flew in the direction of the sound. She couldn't wait for Xia Changming to return. She could only take Xuanhuan into the demon ruins. If she was just a little late, the celestial opportunities left behind by the demon race would likely be taken by someone else. Chapter 94. The Devouring Demon God. Whoosh! 2 streams of rainbow light streaked across the sky. Kai Bei, with his remnant soul, was desperately fleeing, and Xia Changming was close behind, chasing after him with his sword. Seeing that Xia Changming was getting closer and closer, in his desperate moment of life and death, Kai Bei shouted in panic and anger. When are you going to act? Come out and help me. Following Kai Bei's shout, a dark figure suddenly burst out of the forest and attacked Xia Changming. Xia Changming immediately stabilized his body, his expression solemn, and swung his immortal emperor sword. Clang! The immortal emperor sword clashed with a dark long sword, making a clear sound. The long sword was entirely dark and strange, emitting a muddy and ominous spiritual energy, as if it were a living thing. When the immortal emperor sword clashed with it, the spiritual energy attached to the sword was immediately tainted and corroded by the black spiritual energy, and its consumption speed was extremely rapid. Get lost. Xia Changming frowned, and immediately unleashed his sword energy, forcefully blasting the black figure away. Hee! The black figure let out a series of chilling laughs as it retreated next to Kai Bei. As expected of the Sword Immortal's disciple, the taste of your spiritual energy is truly wonderful. As the turbid and ominous spiritual energy on the black figure gradually faded away, a familiar face appeared before Xia Changming. It was none other than the Wang family manager, Wang Yun, whom he had only met twice, and who had escaped from his clutches last time. So you were the mastermind behind all this. Should I call you Manager Wang? Or should I call you a demon? Xia Changming pointed the blade of the immortal emperor's sword at Wang Yun, and said coldly. Wang Yun smiled sinisterly and introduced himself formally. I am one of the 7 demon generals, Glutton, also known as the Devourer. I am honored to have met the disciple of the peerless Sword Immortal. The Devourer? Xia Changming whispered. He didn't know much about the demon race. His master had rarely told him about them. He only knew that the demons were the instigators of the war between the immortals, demons, and monsters 1,000 years ago. They were born from the depths of the chaotic abyss. They were inherently evil, wanting to start conflicts in the world, to sow the seeds of sin and chaos on the land, and turn the human world into a purgatory. After they were defeated 1,000 years ago, they disappeared from the world, and no demons have been seen since. But it seemed that the demons had never actually left the 9 provinces and 10 territories, and instead had been hiding in every corner of the world, waiting for an opportunity. Was it you who encouraged the Kai family and the Wang family, And who poisoned Xia Ruobing and Zhou Tian with the sinister spiritual poison? You were trying to stir up chaos and war in Tianzhou? Xia Changming questioned the devourer, narrowing his eyes. The devourer didn't hide anything, and replied frankly, "The Kai family and this demon god are merely cooperating. There is no question of me encouraging them." The Wang family was driven by their own greed and a desire to reach the peak of power. They took the initiative to cooperate with Zhou Zhiga. It has nothing to do with this demon god. As for Zhou Zhiga, this demon god merely gave him a slight reminder, and he could not wait to kill his two younger brothers, and now he has started a rebellion. It's really laughable. As for the two you mentioned, the sinister spiritual energy on them was indeed planted by this demon god. From start to finish, this demon god was only assisting from the side. Everything is your human race's own fault. After speaking, the devourer looked at Xia Changming with a playful and proud expression. Kai Bei, who was next to the devourer, was very dissatisfied and rebuked the devourer angrily. "You told me to deal with Xia Changming, but now you are letting me end up in this state, and only acting now. What is the meaning of this? You promised that the Kai family would assist your demons, and that you would help me obtain heavenly Zhou and ascend to the divine power realm." The devourer looked at Kai Bei with impatience and said slowly, "This demon god lent you the soul-summoning banner for you to refine fierce souls so you could deal with Xia Changming. But you insisted on coveting the nine-tailed divine soul and attacked the Demon Empress, bringing this upon yourself. You cannot blame anyone else. You. Fine. I admit defeat. Now that I have brought Xia Changming here as you requested, you and I should join forces to capture and kill him." Kai Bei flew into a rage and wanted to rebuke the devourer, but when he thought of his current situation and that he still needed the help of the demon race, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. His immediate priority was to eliminate Xia Changming. Now that Kai Bei had lost his physical body, he urgently needed a perfect body to accommodate his soul. And Xia Changming was the perfect choice. He was so young, but he was already a celestial, and his realm was even higher than his. This meant he was extremely talented. Such a body was hard to come by in a millennium. If he could take over this body, he would be able to inherit the sword arts and spiritual power techniques in Xia Changming's spirit sea. Then the Demon Empress would also be his to play with, and he would then refine her soul. At this thought, Kai Bei looked at Xia Changming, his eyes full of endless greed and desire. He couldn't wait to get Xia Changming's body. Xia Changming frowned after seeing Kai Bei's chilling and disgusting gaze. He was about to swing his sword and kill him when someone acted before him. The devourer suddenly grabbed Kai Bei's face, embedding his fingers into Kai Bei's soul. Ah! Soul injuries were 100 times more painful than physical injuries. Kai Bei screamed in agony. He, who usually liked to refine countless fierce souls and listen to their screams, had never imagined that one day it would happen to him. "What are you doing? Demon brat, how dare you attack me?" Kai Bei roared at the devourer. The devourer stared at him coldly, saying calmly, "You are useless now. This demon god has been hungry for a long time. Since you are only a soul now, you can just be some snacks for me." After saying that, the devourer opened his mouth full of fangs and tore Kai Bei's soul into pieces and swallowed it in a few bites. He then licked his lips as if he had not had enough. Kai Bei's soul only let out a first scream. After his head was bitten off, he had no life force left. The two men who were allies just a moment before devoured the other completely. "Aren't the Kai family and you working together? And you just ate him? Aren't you going to join forces and deal with me first, before eating him?" Xia Changming asked coldly. The devourer waved his hand and smiled, saying, "This demon god has already achieved his goal. The fires of Tianzhou are burning. The Kai family is useless now. When Zhou Zhiga takes the throne, the heavenly Zhou Dynasty will start a war in the 9 provinces and 10 territories. As for dealing with you, this demon god is enough." The devourer's expression was extremely confident. The next second, Xia Changming appeared in front of him. A silver light flashed, and the devourer's body was split in two. "You're quite confident," Xia Changming said coldly. The devourer's body, split in two, turned into a wisp of black mist and dissipated. He only left behind one sentence. "After this demon god deals with that demon empress, I will slowly play with you." Xia Changming stared at the devourer's disappearing figure, and then he realized that Wang Yun was just a wisp of the devourer's divine soul. The goal was to deliberately lure him away from Su Yueli. Was Su Yueli in danger? Xia Changming hurriedly flew back in the original direction. Chapter 95. the demon blade's corruption, the Xia family's spirit pendant. On the other side, after hearing the strange sound, Su Yueli hurriedly brought Zhou Anning to a tomb. The tomb was dark and deep, and the interior was especially spacious. With a wave of Su Yueli's sleeve, dozens of foxfires floated above the tomb walls. The bright purple flames instantly illuminated the entire tomb. Pillars stood like a forest in the tomb, and both sides of the passageways were covered with stone carvings that filled the entire wall. Although it was called a tomb, it looked more like a palace buried beneath the ground. The stone carvings depicted the great powers of the various demon races of the ancient times gathered together, and on the other side were the human race standing above the 9 heavens, and both sides were in a state of intense tension. And in another corner of the stone carvings, a mass of pitch-black mist with a single eye watched everything. 2 arms stretched out from the black mist, enveloping both the human and demon races. What was this black mist? Did it represent the demon race? Su Yueli stood in front of the stone carving, observing it carefully. The human and demon races were easy to identify, and that black mist was most likely the demon race. Su Yueli knew very little about the demon race. She only knew that there were demons in ancient times, but she had never seen them. No, it seemed that she had seen them somewhere. Looking at the strange demon race carved on the stone carving, Su Yueli recalled a memory she had long forgotten. When she had first ascended to the position of Demon Empress, a wisp of elusive black mist had appeared in her palace and told her that it would assist her in destroying the human race. She remembered that at the time, she had been very disgusted by this uninvited guest that had disturbed her in her palace, and without saying a word, she had directly slapped the black mist away. So, that thing that had come to find her back then was a demon? Sister Su, there's a door here. Zhou Anning's voice interrupted Su Yueli's thoughts. Su Yueli returned to her senses and walked toward Zhou Anning's direction. She saw a majestic, towering gate blocking their path. The gate was covered in densely packed demon runes, forming an unbreakable array. If someone who did not understand demon runes touched this gate, they might face a forbidden backlash. Fortunately, Zhou Anning had not acted rashly. You should step back a bit, Su Yueli said to Zhou Anning. After Zhou Anning obediently retreated behind her, Su Yueli placed her hand on the gate. All the demon runes on the door lit up and appeared. Su Yueli skillfully used her spiritual power to move each rune, causing them to rearrange into an oath that had been passed down since ancient times in the demon race. May the demon gods protect us. May the demon race flourish for eternity, Su Yueli whispered. She ran her fingertip across her palm and pressed it against the giant door. Her demon blood and spiritual energy seeped into the door. The eyes of the 2 demon beast heads on the doorknob lit up, and the giant door began to move slowly. This demon tomb had no mechanical obstacles, but only demon race members could open it. Even if you knew the demon runes, you also needed pure demon blood and a large amount of spiritual power. None of these could be lacking. After the giant door opened, Su Yueli could feel the call in her heart becoming clearer. What was strange was that since entering the tomb, Su Yueli hadn't seen anyone else. When she arrived with Zhou Anning, she only noticed that the entrance of the tomb had been destroyed by someone, but no one else was there. Could it be that someone knew that they couldn't open the door, so they took the initiative to give up and leave? Su Yueli guessed. After all, with her strength as a celestial, the only people she couldn't sense were those at the same realm as her. There were only Xia Changming and Kai Bei. Since the 2 of them had already left, there was no one else. Without further hesitation, Su Yueli stepped inside. A humanoid demon skeleton sat steadily on an iron throne. The skull had sharp horns, and he wore tattered battle armor. He raised his head high, standing tall, as if he was looking down at the person who entered the tomb. A demon ghost. Su Yueli immediately recognized the true form of the demon race that sat on the throne. It was a member of the nearly extinct demon ghost race of ancient times. Although they were both demon races, they were very different. When ordinary demon races died, their spiritual energy could no longer sustain their human form, so they would usually revert to their original form before dying. But the demon ghost race was born in human form, and there would be no changes after they died. It could be said that other than the horns and sharp teeth, demon ghosts were almost no different from humans. She never expected that there would be a fallen member of the demon ghost race in this secret realm. Judging from his armor, he was once a demon ghost king. In front of the demon ghost king, a long blade about 6 feet long was stuck in the ground directly in front of the throne. The long blade emitted an eerie glow. Demon runes were engraved on the blade. On one side was Seal Demons, and on the other was Slay Immortals. Unconsciously, Su Yueli walked to the long blade, feeling the intense aura of the demon blade and the call it had for her. It was not the demon skeleton that was calling her over, but this demon blade. This demon blade was definitely a peerless celestial artifact. Su Yueli's eyes showed joy. What she needed most at this moment was a handy celestial artifact. If she had this demon blade in her hand, Kaibei would definitely not be her match. Even if she faced that guy, she would be confident that she could fight him and take her revenge. Su Yueli impatiently reached out and grabbed the hilt. In an instant, a surge of boundless killing intent poured out from the blade, and a torrent of baleful energy flowed into Su Yueli's body. Xuanhuan and Manga suddenly felt this terrifying chill, and their spines instantly went cold. They hurriedly ran towards Su Yueli. "Sister Su, don't come over." Su Yueli turned her head back and roared at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's steps froze as she saw Su Yueli at this time. Su Yueli was surrounded by baleful energy. Her purple pupils were covered with a scarlet glow. Her fangs were revealed, and demon patterns appeared on her cheeks. This demon blade had no idea how many immortals and demons it had killed. The killing and baleful energy contained within the blade was so strong. Su Yueli's mind was greatly affected, and memories of the countless immortals and demons that were killed under this blade flashed in her mind. Their horrified cries echoed in her mind and lingered there. The baleful killing intent that the demon blade had nourished for thousands of years seemed to have a consciousness, and it was trying to devour her mind. "You mere demon blade. Don't think you can take advantage of this Empress." Su Yueli guarded her mind and resisted the corrosion of the demon blade's baleful energy. Her demon form was becoming more apparent, and her 9 tails swung restlessly. Her 2 ears appeared on the top of her head, and even her face was gradually covered by white fox fur. Damn it! She couldn't hold on any longer. Su Yueli bit her teeth hard. The baleful energy on the demon blade was truly beyond her expectations, and it was difficult for her to guard her mind. Just at this critical moment, the pendant hanging around Su Yueli's neck suddenly glowed with a spiritual light. A light blue light enveloped Su Yueli, and her mind felt a sense of coolness and comfort. This was the Xia family pendant that Xuanhuan had given her when she had returned to the Xia family for the first time. A spirit pendant that was passed down from generation to generation to the daughter-in-law of the Xia family. This spirit pendant was able to resist the corrosion of a celestial artifact. Under this spiritual light, the voices in Su Yueli's mind suddenly disappeared. The baleful energy that was entwined around her body gradually faded away, and even the demon blade in her hand was purified. This pendant was not a divine artifact, but a celestial artifact. Chapter 96. Your husband is late. Su Yueli incredulously stroked the Xia family's spirit pendant on her chest. This was a rare celestial artifact that could resist mental corrosion and guard her mind. Did Xuanhuan and that guy not know about this? They had given her this pendant so carelessly. Su Yueli's heart was extremely complicated. If it wasn't for this spirit pendant, she would probably have been corroded by the demon blade today, becoming a puppet of slaughter that only knew how to kill. And she had obtained this spirit pendant with her status as the daughter-in-law of the Xia family. Heavenly spirit pendant. I never thought that the Demon Empress would possess such a god-protecting celestial artifact. A strange voice suddenly echoed in the dim hall. Who's there? Su Yueli turned her head back alertly. A black mist hidden in the darkness suddenly rushed out, and its speed was extremely astonishing. It was aimed directly at Su Yueli. Su Yueli's eyebrows furrowed, and she immediately struck out with her palm. The 2 palms collided, creating a huge wave of spiritual energy. Su Yueli's body was knocked back a few steps. Su Yueli was shocked. Her face was solemn. With just 1 palm exchange, she could sense that this person's realm was above hers. Peak celestial realm. How could another strong person appear in the secret realm? When Su Yueli was still in shock, she suddenly realized that the spiritual energy in her body was rapidly dissipating. Upon closer inspection, she saw a turbid and ominous black spiritual energy slowly seeping into her palm and invading her body. Su Yueli quickly suppressed the ominous spiritual energy. She reached out to grab the demon blade and slash at the opponent, but she was too slow. The devourer flashed forward and struck Su Yueli in the abdomen, knocking her down from the platform. Su Yueli used her tails to support herself and prevented herself from falling to the ground. She clutched her abdomen and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her beautiful face became much paler. Sister Su. Xuanhuan and Manga hurried to Su Yueli's side to support her. Everything that had just happened was too sudden. Xuanhuan and Langya hadn't been able to react at all. Sister Su, are you okay? Xuanhuan asked worriedly. Su Yueli slowly shook her head. Her icy gaze turned towards the black mist-covered figure. She said coldly, "Are you a member of the demon race?" The devourer removed the black mist that was covering his entire body, revealing his true appearance. He was a short-haired man with an evil and handsome face and bright black pupils. This was the devourer's true form. His previous identity as Wang Yun was just an improvised role that he had used to infiltrate the human world. The devourer licked the corner of his mouth greedily and looked at Su Yueli with fervent eyes, saying, "That's right. This demon god is one of the 7 demon gods, the devourer. The Demon Empress's spiritual energy doesn't taste bad either. It's been a long time since this demon god has tasted such delicious spiritual energy. I'm getting a little excited." As he spoke, the devourer hugged his arms, his expression full of intoxication and excitement. Su Yueli frowned deeply and asked, "Were you the one who destroyed the entrance of the tomb and lured this empress in here?" The devourer readily admitted, "That's right, it was this demon god. Thank you for opening this door for this demon god. Otherwise, this demon god would not have been able to enter." Luring Su Yueli into the demon tomb and opening the sealed door, all of it was part of his plan. When he had entered the secret realm, he had also vaguely sensed a potential threat aimed at the demons. So, he had conjured 2 clones. One continued to disguise himself as Wang Yun to observe the situation, and the other secretly followed Su Yueli to this demon tomb in order to obtain the demon blade. Demon Sealing, Immortal Slaying Blade. The devourer grabbed the demon blade that was stuck on the platform, put away his playful expression, and became more solemn. This demon blade was forged from the blood and bones of countless demon venerables. It was already extremely fierce, and it had drunk the blood of countless immortals and demons, making its baleful energy rampant. In the past, it had made countless immortals and demons afraid. The name of Demon Sealing, Immortal Slaying, was not for nothing. He never thought that this demon blade would also be hidden here. The devourer looked at the demon blade in his hand and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He had originally intended to have Su Yueli take this demon blade, so that the blade's baleful energy would corrode her mind. He then wanted to use Su Yueli to get rid of Xia Changming. That way, he would be able to see an interesting scene. Unfortunately, Su Yueli was wearing the Heavenly Spirit Pendant. Not only was she not corroded by the demon blade, but she had actually purified it. He had no other choice but to take the demon blade himself. Su Yueli looked at the devourer, thinking about how to escape safely. Although she was very reluctant to give up the demon blade, she was indeed no match for him in her current state. In order to open the door, she had already consumed a large amount of spiritual energy, and then she had been attacked by surprise. Facing the peak celestial devourer who also possessed the demon blade, she had no chance of winning. If she was alone, she would be confident enough to escape. But now, Xuanhuan was by her side, and she had no confidence in protecting Xuanhuan while escaping. It was all that detestable guy's fault. He had to leave such a troublesome thing for her. And he ran off to who knows where and hadn't come back. Su Yueli couldn't help but complain about a certain someone in her heart. Suddenly, the devourer's expression changed. He muttered to himself, "He's coming so fast. I have to hurry." After speaking, he didn't hesitate and swung the demon blade. The sword light instantly split the entire tomb in half, and the terrifying sword energy was as fast as the wind. Su Yueli wrapped her tails around Xuanhuan and quickly dodged. Langya held on tightly to Xuanhuan's shoulder and was pulled along by Su Yueli. They barely managed to avoid this shocking blow. When she looked back, there was only a deep, gaping gully on the ground, and everything along the way was turned to dust. Even Su Yueli couldn't help but feel lingering fear at the sight of it. The power of this strike was no less than Xia Changming's sky-shattering sword. "You two go first, and this empress will try to hold him back for a moment," Su Yueli said to Xuanhuan solemnly. "Sister Su," Xuanhuan called softly, reluctant to leave. She wanted to stay and help, but she knew that she couldn't help at all. Staying would only be a burden. Although she was unwilling, Xuanhuan hesitated for a moment and then chose to leave. "There is no need for farewell, because none of you can leave." The devourer moved, turning into a divine rainbow and chasing after Xuanhuan. The cold light of the demon blade appeared as he swung down with his sword. In a critical moment, Su Yueli quickly blocked Xuanhuan. She used her palms and claws to block the demon blade's sword energy. However, the The demon blade sword energy was too sharp. Su Yueli's hands could not withstand it, and the sword energy entered her shoulder, and her blood stained half of her chest. "Get out of my way!" Su Yueli's face turned cold, and she angrily yelled, whipping out her 9 tails behind her, blasting the devourer away. As expected of the Demon Empress, you can still show such power when you've been hit by this demon god's palm, and your spiritual energy is almost depleted. The devourer slowly stood up, looking at Su Yueli with a playful expression. Su Yueli stared at him coldly, not saying a word. She was very tired at this moment. The ominous spiritual energy in her hands and abdomen was constantly corroding her body, devouring the spiritual energy that she had managed to recover. This ability to devour spiritual energy seemed to be a natural counter against everyone. The devourer could tell that Su Yueli was just barely holding on. He grinned, and with the demon blade ready, he moved and appeared before Su Yueli in an instant. Su Yueli was shocked. When she reacted, the demon blade was already coming down on her. Was she going to die here? Why did she listen to that guy and protect Xuanhuan? What did a human's life or death have to do with her? Su Yueli was unwilling. The demon race's great cause was not yet complete. She also hadn't taken her revenge against that guy yet. She should have just died in that guy's hands. Su Yueli suddenly thought in her heart. In a daze, a familiar figure appeared before her, and his arms skillfully wrapped around her waist, pulling her into his arms. She felt a sense of peace. "Wife, I'm sorry. Your husband is late." Chapter 97. The Arrogance of Capital. With one arm around Su Yueli's slender waist and the other wielding the Emperor Immortal sword, Xia Changming blocked the demon blade, his gaze fixed on Su Yueli's face, not even glancing at Shiling. "You arrived faster than this demon god expected," Shiling remarked, somewhat surprised, as he looked at Xia Changming. If Xia Changming had arrived just 1 second later, he could have dealt with the Demon Empress first. But it didn't really matter. Xia Changming glared at Shiling, the sword shaking and forcing Shiling back. Then, he retrieved a pill from his spirit ring and held it to Su Yueli's lips. Su Yueli parted her crimson lips and took the pill, her eyes fixed on Xia Changming with a hint of resentment. If it hadn't been for him, she wouldn't have been in such a sorry state, nor would he have seen her at her worst. Xia Changming found Su Yueli's expression both amusing and guilt-inducing. He took her hand, which was tinged with black, and cleansed it of the encroaching foul spirit. If only he had returned sooner, Su Yueli wouldn't have been hurt. The shocking wound on her shoulder and the vibrant red stain of blood on her chest caused him both pain and anger. He wouldn't even bear to strike her like this. "My wife, go down and heal. Leave the rest to your husband," Xia Changming said softly after removing the foul spirit from her hand. Su Yueli harumphed, unconvinced. "This empress was merely careless and ambushed. That's why I lost. Otherwise, I alone would be more than enough." Your husband knows your strength best," Xia Changming said with a smile, his face full of doting affection. After spending this time together, Xia Changming had more or less figured out Su Yueli. His wife was soft all over, except for her mouth, which was incredibly stubborn. It was always right to agree with her. Seeing Xia Changming give in to her so readily, his eyes full of indulgence, Su Yueli grew inexplicably annoyed. His irritating demeanor made her uncomfortable no matter how many times she saw it. "Be good, go heal," Xia Changming said gently, stroking Su Yueli's head. Though the words were gentle, his tone carried a note of undeniable command. "Humph, as this empress has said, don't treat me like one of those ignorant little girls," Su Yueli said, tilting her head away, not wanting Xia Changming to see her expression. However, she still obediently went down. Right now, her spiritual power hadn't recovered, and with her injuries, she was indeed no match for Shiling. As her feet touched the ground, Xuanhuan, who hadn't gone far, rushed to Su Yueli's side, using her Phoenix Flame Heart Fire to heal her wounds. "Sister Su, Uncle Xia is here, you can relax now," Xuanhuan said, breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing Xia Changming. Langya also jumped onto Xuanhuan's shoulder, adding angrily, "That's right. As long as the boss is here, that guy is dead meat. I've already dug his grave." Shiling's earlier attack had nearly scared him to death. Su Yueli nodded slightly, channeling her spiritual power to dispel the foul spirit residue in her abdomen. Though she didn't want to admit it, the moment Xia Changming had his arm around her waist, her heart had indeed found a sense of peace. Above, in the sky, after watching Su Yueli descend, Xia Changming turned his gaze toward Shiling, his eyes cold as ice, an invisible sword intent rising. "So, you're from the demon race?" I'll remember this. You will all pay for hurting my wife. Xia Changming said coldly, pointing the Emperor Immortal sword at Shi Ling. Shi Ling was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haha, this demon god has never heard anyone dare say such words to the demon race. Not even in the ancient times from thousands of years ago did anyone dare utter such a boast. As he laughed, Shi Ling's eyes grew cold, looking at Xia Changming with mockery. If it were your master, this demon god might be 7 parts wary. But you? Heh, too young. Don't blame me for not warning you. Arrogance requires capital. Heh, capital, huh? Xia Changming smiled softly, his figure instantly disappearing, and his sword came down upon Shi Ling. Shi Ling reacted quickly, swinging his demon blade in counterattack. The sword and the blade collided. Both were the best of immortal weapons, seeming to attract and respond to each other. Their battle intent fierce, emitting trembling sounds. 2 streaks of divine light crisscrossed in the sky, the blade light and sword shadow moving like bolts of lightning. The heavens tilted and the earth moved. The whole sky seemed about to be torn apart by the energy of the sword and blade. Within the secret realm, beasts stampeded and the earth shook. Cultivators who were still scattered throughout the realm, seeing this, scrambled to escape, fearing being caught up in the terrifying force. Not bad for that great one's disciple. So young, yet with such cultivation and sword intent, Shi Ling said, praising Xia Changming as he effortlessly blocked another of his sword strikes, coming closer to his face. But his expression changed quickly, his gaze turning murderous. If we continue to let you grow, you might become a second sword immortal. You would become a great danger to the demon race. This demon god will kill you today. Then try me. Xia Changming raised the Emperor Immortal sword, bringing down an earth-shattering sword strike. That's the spirit. Shi Ling roared, not dodging or evading, swinging his demon blade to receive the earth-shattering strike. The giant sword came down, colliding with the demon blade. Black mist erupted from Shi Ling's arm, gradually engulfing both the blade and himself. The black mist attached to the demon blade and began to devour the spiritual power from the giant sword little by little. The remaining sword aura was no longer a threat to Shi Ling. In an instant, the giant sword was completely swallowed by the black mist. Shi Ling savored the sensation, his expression growing ever more excited. Ah, the sword master's power is exquisite. This demon god is quite fond of it. Xia Changming was a little shocked. The strange black mist around Shi Ling was like a mouth. It could devour spiritual power at will. As soon as something came into contact with the mist, spiritual power would rapidly be lost. It seems that you've already seen the difference between you and this demon god, Shi Ling said, pointing at Xia Changming mockingly. You can't touch this demon god. Your defeat is sealed. From the very start, he had been fully confident that he could kill Xia Changming and Su Yueli. Even if they joined forces, they would be no match for him. You know what? He continued. This secret realm came at just the right time. This demon god was just worrying about how to get rid of you. If I attacked you outside the realm, your master might sense my presence. That's why I waited until now. He added with a laugh, and I got to see a good show of infighting among the human race. Kai Bai was just a pawn, a discarded piece used to test Xia Changming's true strength. As long as he killed Xia Changming and Su Yueli, and then resolved the remaining people in the secret realm, they could wait for the heavenly capital's inferno to spread across the 9 continents and 10 lands. The world would be plunged into chaos again. So much useless talk. Your foul spirit is indeed powerful, but all I need to do is avoid touching it, right? Xia Changming said, smiling disdainfully. As Shi Ling looked at him in confusion, he put away the Emperor Immortal sword and stood tall in the sky. His hands came together, forming a hand seal. His divine consciousness spread out, and a spiritual glow shone from his eyes. Divine Power, One Realm. Chapter 98, Divine Power, One Realm. As Xia Changming chanted the incantation, a subtle spiritual force rippled out from him. An area of domain was opened, and his consciousness covered an area of tens of miles. This is the aura of the law of divine power. How could this be? Shi Ling looked at Xia Changming, stunned, and unable to believe what he was seeing. Had he already comprehended the law of divine power and entered the divine power realm? No, the aura of divine power was weak, nowhere near that level. He was using a half-step divine power realm cultivation to forcefully activate divine power. He actually did it. At that moment, Shi Ling finally sensed danger. Xia Changming stood proudly in the sky, his expression contemptuous. He pointed his finger at Shi Ling and waved it lightly downward, coldly saying, "Heavenly thunder, fall." Boom, boom, boom. Several streaks of purple, heavenly thunder fell from the sky without any warning. The power of heaven vibrated, as if wanting to obliterate everything. Shi Ling quickly raised his demon blade to block the incoming thunder. But the thunder kept rolling and falling continuously. The blows forced him down to the ground, where they repeatedly bombarded him. When the power of the thunder faded slightly, Shi Ling crawled out of the deep pit, his clothes tattered, his body charred black, and with faint purple lightning crackling over him. This heavenly thunder was the power of heaven and earth, activated by spiritual power. But it was not formed from spiritual power, so he couldn't devour it for his own use. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so pathetic. Shi Ling glared hatefully at Xia Changming above. It had been a long time since anyone had made him look so foolish. Xia Changming met his gaze with coldness. He raised his palms lightly, chanting again, "Mountains, rise." The ground beneath Shi Ling suddenly cracked open. The ground split into two parts, rising like two giant mountains, trapping him in between. Not good. Seeing that the situation was bad, Shi Ling immediately fled to escape the pincer attack of the mountains. However, how could Xia Changming let him get away? He raised his arms and the mountains rose higher and higher, trapping Shi Ling. No matter how he flew, he couldn't escape. Combine. Xia Changming brought his palms together. The mountains slammed together with a deafening sound, becoming one. The earth trembled in the secret realm. Su Yueli, watching from afar, was mesmerized, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Xia Changming had been at the half-step divine power realm all along. Now, he could even use divine power. The difference between them made Su Yueli feel helpless. Soon, the giant mountain began to crack. Several streaks of sword light cut through the entire mountain. Xia Changming knew that he couldn't defeat Shi Ling with just these two attacks. As he cut open the mountain, he began chanting again. Hurricane. Whoosh. 3 sky-high hurricanes arose from nowhere, sweeping across heaven and earth. The trees of the forest were uprooted in an instant. The mountain Shi Ling had just torn through was also pulled into the hurricane, finally breaking into countless pieces of stone, forming a natural hurricane of broken stones. Broken stones and wind blades were constantly slicing past Shi Ling's body, leaving behind bloody wounds. Shi Ling's expression was serious, and a hint of apprehension rose within him. Speaking in the law would follow. The power of heaven and earth could be summoned at will. What kind of terrifying divine power was this? Wasn't he the Sword Immortal's disciple? How could he have comprehended such powerful laws of heaven and earth? Shi Ling couldn't understand how a swordsman suddenly started using magic. No matter what, if he couldn't come into contact with Xia Changming, he would definitely be defeated. Retreat. Shi Ling immediately unleashed his demon blade, hacking open a gap in the hurricane and fleeing outwards. However, the gap he opened immediately closed again, and he was once again trapped in the hurricane. Countless small rocks pierced his body, some even going into it. Though he kept swinging his demon blade and creating gaps, the hurricane quickly closed in on him. Even the black mist protecting his body was riddled with holes by the flying rocks. His body was like a sieve. There wasn't a place on it that was whole. Grind. Xia Changming watched Shi Ling struggling in the hurricane, coldly saying the word. The 3 hurricanes converged into one, and countless wind blades gathered, pulling at Shi Ling's body while also cutting him apart. If it weren't for his demon blade, which was too tough, he would probably have been finely cut into slices by the wind blades of the hurricane. Ah! Shi Ling roared hideously, giving up all defense. He exerted all his power and raised the demon blade high, slashing through the hurricane. He no longer hesitated, slicing through the sky to escape Xia Changming's domain. As long as he escaped the range of his domain, Xia Changming would no longer be able to stop him. Of course, that was if he could escape. Xia Changming's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his hand. The scattered rocks in the air gathered again, forming a giant meteor. Fall. At his command, the meteor fell from the sky like a dark, eclipsing sun. Realizing he couldn't escape the range of the meteor, Shi Ling had no choice but to turn and once again hack his demon blade against it. The meteor pushed Shi Ling downward, falling faster and faster. Its surface suddenly started burning with fiery heat. Shi Ling, who had almost been ground to dust by the hurricane, had no power to resist the falling meteor. His body was engulfed in flames. accompanied by a terrified scream. He crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! The moment the meteor hit the ground, it felt as if the whole secret realm was trembling. Xia Changming slowly moved the meteor and walked up to Shiling, who wasn't quite dead, looking down at him with cold eyes. Shiling smiled mockingly, saying, "This demon god was careless. I didn't expect a half-step divine power realm cultivation to unleash divine powers. This demon god underestimated you. But sadly, even if you defeated me this time, Heavenly Capital is already engulfed in flames. The Xia family that you care about the most will be destroyed by the Kai family. I've only lost a demon incarnation. We will meet again, haha." Shiling laughed. Freely. Xia Changming was too lazy to waste words with him. He brought down the Emperor Immortal sword in a single stroke, killing this demon incarnation. The sword aura stretched out for miles, shattering the ground. This was a sword strike to avenge his wife. Full of anger towards Shiling, Shiling's demon incarnation was instantly devoured by the sword aura and obliterated. After doing all of this, Xia Changming's face showed signs of exhaustion. With his half-step divine power realm cultivation, he had forcefully unleashed divine power and used so many immortal magic spells. If it hadn't been for the continuous flow of spiritual power from the long spirit art, he wouldn't have been able to keep Shiling here. With Shiling dead, the demon-sealing, immortal-slaying blade was once again without an owner. Xia Changming slowly picked up the demon blade and examined it carefully. The blade of the demon sword was long, covered in demonic patterns, and looked extremely captivating and beautiful. Normal immortal weapons would likely be cracked after colliding with the Emperor Immortal sword. Yet this demon blade was as bright and unscathed as ever. It truly was a peerless immortal weapon, worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as the Emperor Immortal sword. No wonder Shiling wanted to possess it. Just as Xia Changming was admiring the demon blade, a beautiful figure rushed to him. As soon as the battle was over, Su Yueli had come straight to him. Seeing the demon blade back in Xia Changming's hands, her brows furrowed slightly. It seemed that this demon blade was fated not to be hers. Xia Changming saw that Su Yueli's eyes were fixed on the demon blade in his hands, and immediately understood what was on her mind. He waved the demon blade and said with a smile, "My wife, do you want it?" Su Yueli harumphed, saying, "Even if this empress wanted it, you wouldn't give it to me, would you?" Xia Changming smiled and beckoned to Su Yueli. Su Yueli frowned and slowly walked to Xia Changming. After her injuries had healed, she once again regained her usual cold and aloof appearance. Xia Changming handed the demon blade to Su Yueli and whispered into her ear, "If it's what my wife wants, then I'll give it to you." Chapter 99. I'm tired, let me lean on you. Xia Changming wore a look of eager anticipation, waiting for Su Yueli to speak to him first. Su Yueli clenched her fists, wishing she could punch the annoying man in front of her. She really wanted to refuse him, but she also really didn't want to part with the demon blade. Nor did she believe that if she asked, Xia Changming would truly give her the peerless demon blade. Seeing Su Yueli hesitate, Xia Changming said with a regretful expression, "It seems my wife doesn't like this blade. Then I'll have to find a place to throw it away." As he said that, Xia Changming prepared to put the demon blade away. Su Yueli instinctively blurted, "Wait a minute." Xia Changming smiled at Su Yueli and asked, "What's wrong, my wife? Didn't you say you didn't want it?" "When did this empress ever say that I didn't want it?" Su Yueli said, her pretty face slightly embarrassed, her eyes flickering, avoiding Xia Changming's gaze. "Then does my wife want it or not?" Xia Changming continued to ask with a smile, guiding Su Yueli step by step. Su Yueli pursed her red lips. After a moment of hesitation, she finally whispered a single word. "Want? My wife? Your voice is too small, I can't hear you." Xia Changming said, smiling. "What did you say?" Looking at Su Yueli's awkward and embarrassed manner, he really couldn't help but tease her a little more. After all, opportunities like this weren't common. Su Yueli's pretty face flushed, and she bit her teeth tightly, glaring angrily at Xia Changming. She refused to believe that Xia Changming hadn't heard her. He was clearly just teasing her, and had no intention of giving her the demon blade. In a fit of anger, Su Yueli simply turned and walked away. Xia Changming chuckled and stepped closer behind Su Yueli. He wrapped his arm around her waist quite naturally. Su Yueli's eyebrows furrowed and she was about to erupt, when the beautiful, enchanting demon blade was thrust before her. "What do you mean by this?" Su Yueli turned her head and asked Xia Changming, puzzled. "Here, it's yours. I broke the dagger you gave me, so consider this compensation." Xia Changming said with a light smile as he rested his head on Su Yueli's shoulder. Su Yueli didn't immediately take the demon blade. She instead said with a serious expression, "Aren't you afraid that I'll take the demon blade and use it against you?" Xia Changming pondered for a moment, then leaned closer to Su Yueli's ear and said playfully, "I've said it before, my wife, you're welcome to try. I'm looking forward to your next night raid." Su Yueli's face darkened, and she clenched her fist. At this moment, she only wanted to throw this shameless man away. Don't regret it. If Xia Changming dared to give it, then what was there for her to be afraid of? Su Yueli slowly grasped the demon blade, feeling the blade's extraordinary sword in tint and tremor. Her eyes couldn't help but light up with brilliance, completely enraptured. Even her fox tail swaying back and forth. It's obvious the child likes it, Xia Changming thought, a doting smile forming on his lips. Su Yueli happened to notice the smile on Xia Changming's face and said with a look of disdain, "How long are you going to keep leaning on me?" She'd been so caught up with the demon blade that she hadn't noticed he was leaning on her shoulder, the two of them appearing very intimate. Xia Changming had no intention of getting up, saying matter-of-factly, "I'm a bit tired. I need to borrow my wife's shoulder for a bit." Seeing that Xia Changming had closed his eyes, his expression slightly tired, Su Yueli couldn't bring herself to say anything. She let him lean on her. Did this guy just fall asleep? Isn't he afraid that I might take the opportunity to hurt him? Su Yueli thought to herself. She silently observed Xia Changming's sleeping face, her mind filled with thoughts. At this moment, Xia Changming seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, the spiritual power around him very weak, completely unguarded. And she had just recovered a bit of her spiritual power and her injuries, plus now having the demon blade. If she were to attack Xia Changming right now, her chances of winning would be very high. It was a perfect opportunity. Su Yueli grasped the demon blade, torn about whether or not to strike him. For some reason, her heart felt hesitant. What if this guy was just pretending to be asleep again? She'd already fallen for it once before, but he seemed very much asleep this time. If she missed it, there might not be another chance. She didn't know what she was hesitating about. Su Yueli's thoughts went back and forth, as if two different voices were whispering in her mind, making it difficult for her to calm down and make a decision. In the end, she released a soft sigh. She put away the demon blade in her foxtail and glanced at Xia Changming with cold eyes. Fine, she would let him go this time. After all, he had just saved her. Unbeknownst to Su Yueli, the corners of Xia Changming's mouth curled into an almost imperceptible smile the moment she put away the demon blade. Su Yueli didn't move either. The two of them remained standing, leaning against each other, the scene extremely warm and intimate. A little later, Xuanhuan, who was looking for them, parted the bushes. She saw Xia Changming hugging Su Yueli, leaning on her with a contented sleeping expression. This scene, like a pair of divine lovers, widened Xuanhuan's eyes. Her cheeks flushed a light pink. "And Anning didn't mean to? Anning is leaving now?" Xuanhuan said, covering her blushing face, and very knowingly turned to leave. "Huh? We found the boss and the others. Why are you leaving again?" Manga asked, puzzled, perched on Xuanhuan's shoulder. He was about to jump down to Xia Changming, but Xuanhuan caught him by the collar midair and pulled him back. "Little brat, why are you pulling me? The boss is over there." Manga protested, struggling in Xuanhuan's grasp. Su Yueli looked puzzled as to why Xuanhuan suddenly left. She looked down at Xia Changming, who was leaning on her, and instantly realized that she must have misunderstood something. She was only reluctantly letting Xia Changming lean on her for a moment. For some reason, when others saw it, Su Yueli felt a hint of panic and hurriedly moved away. Xia Changming, having lost his support, slowly woke up. "Anning, you came too early." Xia Changming thought in regret. Such a rare, tender moment was over just like that. Just then, the secret realm began to ripple with waves of energy. Having been through several battles between celestial sovereigns and the baptism of divine power, the secret realm had become extremely unstable. The spiritual energy in the air was thin, turbulent, and the sky seemed to tilt and the earth shift. Before long, the cracks in the secret realm would close and disappear. If they could not leave before the realm sealed itself, they would remain trapped in this immortal tomb forever, until their life force was exhausted and they became nourishment for the new spirits of the land. Figures constantly streaked across the sky, flying towards the exit of the secret realm. "My wife, Anning, let's go. It's time to return," Xia Changming said. He and Su Yueli took flight, transforming into divine streaks of light. Xuanhuan followed closely behind. After being gone for so many days, What exactly was happening in Heavenly Capital? Chapter 100. Stop it. That's enough. Heavenly Capital. Flames engulfed the city. Smoke billowed, and the sounds of a raging storm were interspersed with the clashes of metal on metal and cries of anguish. Blood stained the gray stones. The heavenly capital of the past, with its peaceful and prosperous atmosphere, was nowhere to be seen. The sounds of iron hooves and clashing swords could be heard throughout the city, and the citizens could only cower in fear in their homes, trembling. The Drunken Immortal Tavern, one of Heavenly Capital's famous landmarks, had now been reduced to ashes amidst the raging fire. My lord, all the members of the Xia family who resisted have been killed. Xuanhuan, who was in charge of the Xia family, has now led the remnants of the Xia family to the Xia family's ancestral land. Should we pursue them? An underling asked, bowing to Wang Ming. Wang Ming stared at the Drunken Immortal Tavern, which was gradually collapsing in the flames, and said indifferently, no need. The Drunken Immortal Tavern is destroyed, and the Xia family is practically dead. The Xia family is finished. Even if they escape to the Xia family ancestral lands, Kai Ying's Kai family is attacking the Xia family there. They won't escape. After returning to Heavenly Capital, Wang Ming had immediately gathered all the remaining Wang family disciples and launched a full-scale attack on the Xia family territory in the Drunken Immortal Tavern. Although the Xia family was prepared, their strength was weak, and the gap in cultivation was too wide. After a desperate struggle led by Xuanhuan, they were still no match for Wang Ming. They had no choice but to lead the survivors to the Xia family. Now that the Xia family territory was destroyed, the Drunken Immortal Tavern was burned to the ground, and most of the Xia family disciples were dead. The Xia family was basically finished. Naturally, Wang Ming was too lazy to waste any more energy and time. Kai Ying was at the Xia family, so the Xia family should be finished soon as well. All that remained was to assist Zhou Zhiga in taking the imperial palace to declare the new emperor's ascension to the throne. From then on, only the two great families would control Heavenly Capital. At this thought, Wang Ming grinned. He gazed at the majestic and glorious palace. He raised his blade and pointed it directly at the palace's ascending heaven hall. He said sternly, the leader of the Imperial Palace Guard, Yu Zhuotian, and the Imperial Guard are plotting a rebellion. The Wang family, as one of the four great families, has always been deeply grateful for the grace bestowed upon us by Heavenly Zhou. We will never allow such traitors to succeed. Everyone, follow me into the palace to protect the emperor. Kill the traitor, Yu Zhuotian. Kill, kill, kill. The Wang family disciples and soldiers behind Wang Ming raised their weapons with excitement, shouting in unison. A large group of people headed towards the imperial palace. Meanwhile, at the Xia family ancestral lands, kill them all. Anyone from the Xia family, regardless of gender or age, leave no one alive. Kai Ying led a large group of people above the Xia family's ancestral land. He waved his hand, issuing the order for his disciples to attack the Xia family's ancestral lands. However, no matter how many times they attacked, the Xia family's protective ancestral formation remained completely still, as solid as a mountain. They had attacked continuously for several days, but not only could they not kill their way into the Xia family, they couldn't even take a single step inside. The Xia family's protective formation was like an indestructible barrier, its spiritual energy inexhaustible. No matter how much they expended it, it didn't even show the slightest crack, as if it had an endless source of spiritual power that would constantly repair the barrier while they attacked. At first, everyone in the Xia family was on high alert, gathering in front of them. Now, they had scattered and were playing, chatting, drinking tea, and playing chess. They simply didn't see them as a threat. Kai Ying was practically furious. Unable to endure it any longer, Kai Ying grabbed Xuanhuan and yelled angrily, "Didn't you say you sent Xia Jun back to the Xia family beforehand, to cooperate from within and turn off the Xia family's protective formation? The formation is still there, and it certainly doesn't seem as weak as you said it was. Are you playing me?" Xuanhuan was also at a loss. He had lost contact with Xia Jun after he sent him and a secret guard back to the Xia family a few days ago. The Xia family's protective formation was also still activated. It seemed as though the Xia family had expected them to return and had made all the preparations. Facing Kai Ying's questions, Xuanhuan didn't dare to refute him in the slightest, nor did he know how to do so. He could only advise, "Calm your anger, Master Kai. I understand the Xia family's protective formation more than anyone. Although it's tough, it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. With the Xia family's spiritual stone reserves, they won't be able to last much longer. I believe we'll be able to break through it soon." "Bullshit. You said the same thing yesterday," Kai angrily pointed at the Xia family's protective barrier and yelled at Xia Haoyuan. Open your damn eyes and tell me how the Xia family's formation looks like it is close to breaking. Xia Haoyuan was scolded into silence. He was also very puzzled. It was clear that the Xia family didn't have much in the way of spiritual stone reserves, so why was this protective formation able to last so long? Even the spiritual power within the ancestral lands seemed much more abundant. At this moment, Xia Changming walked out of his room, yawning and stretching. Seeing Kai and his group outside the formation, he couldn't help but ask with a carefree smile, "Master Kai, still here? So reluctant to leave?" Looking at Xia Changming's carefree, gloating look, Kai was so angry that he almost bit his back teeth to shreds. "Xia Changming, don't be so proud. Once I break this formation, I will slaughter the entire Xia family." "All right, stop it, that's enough," Xia Changming said dismissively, waving his hand as he went back to watering his flowers. Kai, Xia Haoyuan. Kai and the others were completely speechless. Are the people of the Xia family all a bunch of cowards who only know how to hide at home? The Xia family used to be so arrogant, calling themselves the leader of the 4 great families. Why don't you dare come out and fight? Kai shouted loudly towards the Xia family, trying to provoke them. But no matter how Kai cursed and provoked them, no one in the Xia family paid any attention. Xia Changming had issued a strict order to everyone in the Xia family. Before Xia Changming returned, no one was allowed to step outside the formation. 2 small, innocent children walked to Xia Changming's side. They pointed curiously at Kai and asked in a childish voice, "Uncle Xia, who is that?" Xia Changming crouched down, touched the heads of the 2 children, and said with a smile, "That's a very bad man. Remember, don't go out and don't talk to him. Otherwise, he'll open his big mouth and gobble you up, one by one." Xia Changming described it vividly, pretending to be a big bad wolf, baring his teeth to scare the 2 children. The faces of the 2 little kids changed in fright, and they obediently nodded. "Mommy said not to play with bad people. We won't play with him. Right, we won't play with him." As they said this, the 2 children turned towards Kai in the air and stuck out their tongues, making faces at him. Kai Ying's forehead veins were throbbing, and he was about to burst. They were actually using him as a teaching tool for children. Unbelievable. Xia Changming smiled and touched the children's heads with approval. These 2 were much easier to coax than Xia Changming was when he was little. When he had told Xia Changming stories to scare him, Xia Changming had just stared at him with a look that said he was an idiot. Thinking about it now, that child was truly different from the start. On a mountain not far from the Xia family ancestral land, Ling Ling stood at the edge of a cliff, watching the situation at the Xia family closely. Behind him were Ling Xian and Chen Lianxiong, leading a group of white-robed, white-faced disciples from the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion. "Young master, the Xia family was prepared. It seems that we won't need to take action to help them," Chen Lianxiong said, looking at the Xia family's impenetrable protective formation. Ling Ling disagreed. He slowly shook his head and said, "It will be our turn soon." Chapter 101. The Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion takes action. Above in the sky, Kai gritted his teeth, his expression resolute, and pulled out a pitch-black spirit talisman from his robes. This talisman contained the full power of Kai Bai, the Kai family's ancestor. Its power was extremely vast, and there was absolutely no question it could break the barrier of the formation. However, with his heavenly human realm cultivation, to activate this talisman, he would not only have to exhaust all his spiritual power, but also use his divine soul to help cast it. This would greatly damage his foundation. If he could, he absolutely wouldn't use this talisman. But now, time had dragged on for too long. If he had not broken the Xia family's formation by the time the ancestor returned, he would certainly be punished. And most importantly, he could no longer endure the Xia family's mockery. Rakshasa Ghost Finger. Kai threw out the talisman, his hands forming a hand seal, pouring all his spiritual power into it. The talisman hovered in the air. As spiritual power flowed into it, it emitted a dark, glowing light. A ferocious, giant ghost finger emerged from the talisman. The ghost finger's sharp nails pierced through the Xia family's protective formation, its tip gradually sinking into it. The protective formation was pierced. Xia Changming's expression gradually grew serious. The Kai family had indeed kept a backup plan. Once the protective formation was broken, there would undoubtedly be a desperate battle, and many in the Xia family would likely perish. Xia Ruoguang and the other elders also sensed the extraordinary power of the ghost finger. They all flew to the front of the Xia family's ancestral lands, prepared for battle. Elder Ruoguang, please lead the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children to the mausoleum, Xia Changming instructed Xia Ruoguang. With the protective formation about to be broken, the outer areas of the Xia family would no longer be safe. Xia Ruoguang narrowed his old eyes and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I've already made the arrangements. They think it will be so easy to destroy my Xia family." Having lived for so long, there wasn't anything that Xia Ruoguang feared. At this moment, his eyes glowed with coldness. He had already made preparations to sacrifice himself for the Xia family. Before he died, he would make sure to take a layer of skin from the Kai family. Xia Changming nodded approvingly. It was a pity that the protective formation still hadn't been able to hold out until Xia Changming returned. Crack! The ghost finger pierced through the protective barrier. The entire protective formation shattered in an instant, transforming into pieces of drifting spirit fragments, like broken shards of glass. Haha! The protective formation is broken. Today is the day your Xia family dies. Kaiying laughed maniacally with self-satisfaction. Then, he waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to swarm into the Xia family's grounds. After days of unsuccessful attacks, the people of the Kai family were filled with hatred. Each and every one of them could no longer wait to charge forward. Xia Changming and the other elders led the Xia family disciples, standing firm and not retreating. Each of them with solemn expressions, vowing to fight the Kai family to the death. Just as the front lines of the Kai family were about to clash with the Xia family, a clear, cold voice rang out from the sky. Netherworld, freezing kill. Whoosh! A freezing cold wall of ice suddenly solidified out of thin air, freezing dozens of Kai family members directly inside. Who is it? Kaiying was shocked and quickly looked around. Ling Ling, along with Ling Xian, Chun Lianxiang, and a group of Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion disciples dressed in white robes and wearing white masks, slowly stood in front of Kaiying. The people from the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion. Kaiying was even more alarmed. Wasn't the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion adamant about never getting involved in anything or assisting any power? Even though Heavenly Capital was already engulfed in fire and corpses were strewn everywhere, the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion hadn't taken action. Why would they appear here, protecting the Xia family? Kaiying couldn't understand it. The power of the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion spanned the 9 continents and 10 lands. Their power was enormous, and they had countless allied sects, making them highly respected. He was unwilling to provoke the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion. So he could only ask politely, "May I ask if you are the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion's young masterling?" "I am," Ling Ling replied. With no more netherworld cold energy invading his body, he exuded a calm and composed aura, also emitting a cold, spiritual pressure. With his hands behind his back and holding a folding fan, and wearing a light white robe, he had the demeanor of a cold-faced gentleman. Kaiying dared not offend him. He then asked, "The Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion never assists or leans toward any side. What do you mean by this, young masterling?" "I owe the Xia family head a favor, and I promised to help them if the Xia family faced any difficulties." "You can take your people and leave," Ling Ling said coldly, not being polite at all. He lightly tapped his finger on the ice wall beside him. The ice wall shattered in an instant, turning the Kai family disciples sealed within into ice shards along with the wall. How domineering. Everyone in the Xia family below looked on in stunned silence, with disbelief written all over their faces. The Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion was willing to offend the Kai family to help the Xia family? Even Xia Ruoguang was confused and shocked as he looked at Xia Changming. Xia Changming could only smile awkwardly. Although he knew that Xia Changming seemed to have happened to save the young master of the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion, he never imagined that the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion would break their own rules to protect the Xia family. This was an unprecedented incident for the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion. Thinking this, he suddenly felt extremely proud. Kaiying had also not imagined that the dignified Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion would so explicitly state their intention to protect the Xia family. What's more, they were telling them to leave in front of everyone. They had worked so hard to break the Xia family's protective formation. How could he just leave with his tail between his legs? "Young Master Ling, I don't know what favor you owe Xia Changming, but Xia Changming has now entered a secret realm, and my family's ancestor is also in the secret realm. There is absolutely no possibility he will come out alive. I hope young Master Ling will, for the sake of my family's ancestor, not interfere in this matter," Kaiying said, half threatening, half respectfully. His meaning was very clear. The Kai family's ancestor would kill Xia Changming in the secret realm and would return soon. A mere Kai family is threatening me? Ling Ling narrowed his eyes, sneering. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to threaten the heaven and earth treasure pavilion like this. The last one had graves that were 3 meters high. I dare not. I only hope that the heaven and earth treasure pavilion will reconsider this matter carefully, Kaing said, still not giving way, relying on his family's ancestor. The Kai family is also a friend of the heaven and earth treasure pavilion. With the Kai family's strength, you think you deserve to be friends with us? Ling Ling didn't hold back. His eyes grew cold. He waved his folding fan, and a sharp ice spike erupted, piercing through several Kai family members. You! Kaing shouted furiously. Do you really think my Kai family is afraid of your heaven and earth treasure pavilion? This is Tianzhou in the eastern continent. It isn't your heaven and earth treasure pavilion's territory. Kaing was furious, pointing at Ling Ling and scolding him. He had killed several more members of the Kai family casually, clearly not regarding the Kai family as anything. Ling Ling didn't waste any more words. He called out to the two beside him, Ling Xian, Manager Chen, let the Kai family disappear. Ling Xian and Chen Lianxiong immediately leaped into action, leading the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion disciples to attack the Kai family. Ling Xian landed amidst the Kai family ranks. Her eyes turned cold, and with one sweep of her silver sword, the Kai family was instantly filled with screams, leaving a path of death and destruction. How dare they be disrespectful to her young master? They all deserve to die. Chen Lianxiong wielded the earth-shattering hammer. With every swing, no one could stand against him. Even the seemingly ordinary Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion disciples who were wearing white masks possessed cultivation near the heavenly human realm. These were Ling Ling's personal guards, the elites of the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion. They surged into the Kai family ranks like a knife through butter. Ling Xian and Chen Lianxiong were both at the peak of the heavenly human realm. In an instant, the Kai family suffered heavy casualties. Xia family disciples, listen to my command. The Kai family intends to destroy our Xia family and harm our people. We cannot let them go. Kill. Xia Changming took the opportunity to raise his sword, ordering the Xia family to swarm forward and attack the Kai family. Chapter 102. Return and Instant Kill. Southwest Mountain Peak. Secret Realm Fissure. After dozens of figures flew out of the fissure, the Secret Realm Fissure quietly closed and disappeared before their eyes. The grand, 1,000-strong group that entered the Secret Realm had been reduced to just a few dozen scattered survivors. The majority of the survivors were from the Xia family. The Xia family had less than 10 left, and no one from either the Wang or Kai families could be seen. Many small sects also disappeared within the Secret Realm. After today, the situation in Heavenly Capital would undoubtedly undergo a tremendous change. Yay! This Grand Master is finally out of that damned place. This world will tremble because of me in the future. Ha ha ha. The moment he stepped out of the Secret Realm, Langia was on Xuanhuan's shoulder, looking around excitedly. A happy smile also appeared on Xuanhuan's face. The experience in the Secret Realm was something she would never forget for the rest of her life. She had not only honed her cultivation in the Secret Realm and improved her realm, but had also accidentally obtained an immortal inheritance. Now, she finally had the strength to protect Tianzhou. That was her hope. When she looked towards Heavenly Capital, her face instantly changed dramatically. Her expression was panic-stricken. The once peaceful and prosperous Heavenly Capital was now filled with flames and an ocean of fire. Brother Xia, Lady Empress, thank you for your assistance. A great change must have occurred in Heavenly Capital. I must return to the Xia family at once. Xia Yi also saw the inferno in Heavenly Capital, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly cupped his hands to Xia Changming to bid him farewell, before hurrying back to the Xia family with Xuanhuan and the remaining Xia family disciples. Although he had told Xia Yun to prepare for anything, he knew very well that the Xia family could not withstand any assault from either the Kai family or the Wang family, especially because he had not seen Kaiying and Wang Ming in the Secret Realm. It was clear that they must have moved simultaneously while they were trapped in the Secret Realm. Not caring about resting or regrouping, they had to get back to the Xia family. Xia Changming watched Xia Yi and the others leave. Xuanhuan, next to him, also bid him farewell, anxiously. Uncle Xia, thank you for your care during this time. Anning must return to the palace to find Grandpa, Xuanhuan said resolutely. No matter what, she had to quickly return to the palace to protect her grandfather, Zhou Tian, and take back what belonged to her. This was a matter concerning the Zhou family and Tianzhou. She had to resolve it herself. So, Xuanhuan did not ask Xia Changming for help. Xia Changming nodded lightly, saying, Go, and do what you must do." After speaking, Xia Changming turned his gaze towards Langia, who was on Zhou Anning's shoulder. "Langia, protect Anning. Don't worry, boss. With this Grand Master here, no one can hurt this little ghost," Langia said confidently, patting his chest. Zhou Anning forced a smile, bowed, and left with Langia, transforming into a streak of divine light as she flew directly towards the imperial palace. Xia Changming also looked towards the direction of the Xia family ancestral lands and said to Su Yueli beside him, "Let's go, wife. Let's go home. It's time for the Kai family to disappear from heavenly capital." Now that the Kai family's ancestor, Kai Bai, was dead, and the demon god Shirling's incarnation was also killed, there was no need to spare the Kai family anymore. Xia Changming transformed into a divine light, flying away swiftly. Su Yueli said nothing, tightly following beside him. Xia family ancestral lands. Colorful streaks of spiritual power flew in the sky, and sounds of battle and screams could be heard incessantly. Watching the Kai family members fall one by one from the sky, defeated, Kai Ying's face turned ashen and extremely ugly. He had thought it would be an easy massacre, but because the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion had intervened halfway, they had instead become the ones who were being slaughtered. With Ling Xian, Chen Lianxiong, and Ling Ling, there were 3 heavenly human realm experts on the opposing side. All 5 elders of the Xia family were also present. On the Kai family's side, besides him as the peak of the heavenly human realm and 2 elders, the only one that was still any use was Xia Haoyuan, who was at the mid-heavenly human realm. They had no way of defending themselves. If this continued, the Kai family would be completely destroyed. Kai Ying gritted his teeth, hesitating whether he should retreat first. With the combined strength of Ling Xian and Chan Lianxiong, one of the Kai family elders was pierced through the heart with a sword and hammered to the ground, dying instantly. The remaining Kai family elder didn't even make a sound before he was pierced by countless ice spikes and frozen into a dazzling ice sculpture. After losing 2 Kai family elders in a row, Kai Ying finally couldn't hold back. He no longer hesitated and immediately flew away. "Old bastard, where do you think you're going?" Xia Changlin quickly caught up and brought down his sword. Kai Ying turned and hastily raised his sword to block the attack, gritting his teeth and saying, "Xia Changlin, don't be too proud. When my ancestor returns from the secret realm, after killing Xia Changming, he will make both your Xia family and the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion suffer." A sinister look appeared on Kai Ying's face. As long as they waited for his ancestor to return, destroying the Xia family and the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion would be a piece of cake. The ultimate victory still belonged to the Kai family. At that time, he would make everyone in the Xia family wish they were dead. However, Kai Ying's sinister smile froze on his face when a voice rang out. "Oh, is that so? Is Master Kai so confident that it is your family's ancestor who will be coming out?" Along with the voice, a handsome figure stepped through the air. The sounds of fighting suddenly ceased, and everyone couldn't help but look at the familiar figure. Xia Changming, head of the family. When the Xia family saw Xia Changming, smiles bloomed on their faces. On the contrary, Kai Ying and the Kai family disciples were pale, staring wide-eyed in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? How did you possibly come out of the secret realm alive?" Kai Ying questioned Xia Changming, trembling. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him was Xia Changming and Su Yueli. His ancestor, Kai Bai, and that demon general were both dual celestial sovereigns. Xia Changming coldly stared at Kai Ying. Not saying anything more, he immediately released his divine consciousness domain. "Kai family? Disappear." Kai Ying felt a strange chill spreading from Xia Changming. His intuition told him that a deadly crisis had arrived. Snap! A clear snapping sound rang out, and a purple heavenly thunder suddenly fell from the sky. Kai Ying's eyes filled with horror. He desperately activated his soul shield to resist, but he was still submerged in the heavenly thunder and turned into ashes. In just a moment, the head of the Kai family, Kai Ying, had been completely annihilated, body and soul. He could summon heavenly thunder. The rest of the Kai family members came back to their senses from the shock and began to panic and flee in all directions. "Xia family disciples, heed my order," Xia Changming said, standing proudly in the air. "Yes." The Xia family disciples all cupped their hands respectfully, quietly waiting for Xia Changming's orders. This included Xia Ruobing and the others who had experienced the battles in the secret realm, who were standing behind Xia Changming. "Anyone who belongs to the Kai family, or who has invaded my Xia family, shall be killed without exception." "Yes." The resounding voices of the Xia family echoed across the entire Xia family's ancestral lands. Then, one by one, they flew to chase after the Kai family members, who were fleeing in all directions. When Xia Haoyuan saw Xia Changming destroy Kaiying with a single strike of heavenly thunder, he immediately concealed his figure and quietly fled into the distance. However, Xia Changming had already noticed him. A cold smile formed on the corner of his lips. Think you can leave? Chapter 103. The Destruction of the Kai Family. How could this happen? How could this happen? Xia Haoyuan fled frantically through the crowd, his expression terrified, repeating the words to himself. According to the plan, he and the Kai family should have destroyed the Xia family, obtained the soul transfer secret art, and he should have become the new master of the Xia family, reaping all the benefits. Why hadn't Xia Changming died in the secret realm? Why had their foolproof plan failed? Xia Haoyuan couldn't understand it. He was also unwilling to dwell on it, wanting only to quickly escape from here. However, a figure he most wanted to avoid had already appeared before him. Where do you think you're going? Xia Changming asked coldly, staring at Xia Haoyuan. Xia Haoyuan turned around, only to see Su Yueli had silently appeared behind him. The other members of the Xia family were also arriving. With the Kai family destroyed and Su Yueli behind him, Xia Haoyuan knew that the situation was hopeless. There was no chance of reversing it. He bowed and begged for mercy. Xia Changming? No. Head of the Xia family, can you spare me, considering all the hard work I've done for the Xia family over the years? Xia Changming didn't answer Xia Haoyuan. Instead, he looked at the Xia family members and asked coldly, everyone, what punishment should there be for those who betray the Xia family and attack their own family members? Xia Ruoguang, as the most respected elder of the Xia family, stepped out of the ranks and cupped his hands, reporting to the head of the family. According to the Xia family's ancestral teachings, all traitors shall be executed without pardon. Those who attack their family members are unforgivable. They shall be killed, and their souls shall be destroyed, regardless of their status or rank within the family, or any great achievements they may have had in the past. Did you hear that? Xia Haoyuan? Xia Changming asked, turning his gaze to Xia Haoyuan. You, as the former grand elder of the Xia family, wouldn't have forgotten the Xia family's ancestral teachings, would you? Xia Haoyuan lowered his head, his eyes filled with fear, his body trembling. A feeling of exhaustion and helplessness swept over him. But he still didn't want to give up. Xia Changming. Xia Haoyuan shouted, his hand grasping the sword at his waist, wanting to make a final, desperate attempt. Before his sword could be drawn, a silver light flashed across his neck. Xia Changming leisurely put the Emperor Immortal sword back into its sheath. He had been overthinking it. Xia Haoyuan's eyes widened. Under the gaze of the Xia family members, his body fell lifelessly from the sky. My wife. Xia Changming called out to Su Yueli. Su Yueli furrowed her brow slightly and let out a puff of smoke towards Xia Haoyuan's falling corpse. Xia Haoyuan's corpse was instantly engulfed in bright green, ghostly flames. His body and soul emitted miserable cries as the flames consumed him bit by bit, until he was burned to ashes. Xia Changming could have directly summoned heavenly thunder to kill Xia Haoyuan and destroy his soul, but he chose to let Su Yueli use her ghostly flames to burn him, to make him suffer the pain of being burned in the soul. To kill him with heavenly thunder would have been too good for him. With Kaiying and Xia Haoyuan dead, and the rest of the Kai family members all killed, the Xia family ancestral lands finally returned to peace. Xia Changlin led the Xia family members to surround Xia Changming. He told him everything that had happened in Heavenly Capital over the past few days. The situation in Heavenly Capital was chaotic, and the first prince, Zhou Zhiga, had already started a rebellion. The situation in the Imperial Palace was still unknown. Inside the Xia family, Xia Jun and Xia Haoyuan's secret guard were captured. Xia Yun of the Xia family and the others were seriously injured and were temporarily taking refuge within the Xia family. Ming'er, Xia Jun, and that secret guard who betrayed us with Xia Haoyuan have been imprisoned. How do we deal with them? Xia Changlin asked. He had kept them alive until now to wait for Xia Changming's decision. Dispose of them according to the Xia family's ancestral teachings, Xia Changming said indifferently. He never had any mercy for traitors. Xia Changlin nodded and continued. The Xia family suffered a surprise attack by the Wang family. Their casualties were heavy. Xia Yun led the remaining members to flee to the Xia family, and I have taken them to the back mountains. How many people are left in the Xia family? Xia Changming asked. Xia Changlin didn't even need to think before directly saying, less than 100 people. The Xia family, no matter what, was one of the four great families of the Tianzhou Dynasty. Their disciples numbered in the tens of thousands. Now, only less than 100 remained. Once the changes in heavenly capital were over, it would be difficult for the Xia family to return to its former glory. Please ask someone to take care of the Xia family members, and also send someone to notify Xia Yi and tell him that the Xia family is here. All right, Xia Changming agreed, quickly flying away to make arrangements. Xia Changming then looked at Xia Ruoguang, who was standing nearby, and said, Elder Ruoguang, please lead the family's disciples to clean up the ancestral lands and repair the protective formation. As the head of the family commands, Xia Ruoguang said respectfully, cupping his hands. Xia Changming had not only foreseen the Kai family's conspiracy and Xia Haoyuan's betrayal, causing them to prepare the protective formation in advance. He had also led most of the Xia family's disciples safely back from the secret realm. He had even caused the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion, which never leaned to one side, to assist the Xia family. With the power of the head of the family, he killed traitors and had made a strong return. Now, he admired Xia Changming completely. He had no objections to the head of the family's words. Ruobing, Xiaming, please assist Elder Ruoguang in restoring the Xia family. Xia Changming then said to Xia Ruobing and Xiaming. Yes. Xia Ruobing and Xiaming responded, cupping their hands, and joined the effort to restore the Xia family. Xia Ruobing, in particular, was methodically directing the Xia family members, assigning and distributing the work. Su Yueli stood next to Xia Changming, her eyes secretly looking towards him. This guy was becoming more and more like a head of the family. He was also becoming more and more casual about ordering her around. At that moment, Xia Changming was looking out over the busy ancestral lands, completely unaware of Su Yueli's thoughts. Ling Ling and the others from the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion slowly came to Xia Changming. Greetings, head of the Xia family, Ling Ling said, very politely greeting Xia Changming. It was so polite that Xia Changming found it somewhat strange. Although he had saved Ling Ling, it shouldn't have been enough to cause the young master of the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion to treat him so politely. Although he had doubts, since the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion had indeed kept its promise and helped the Xia family, Xia Changming was still grateful. Thank you for your assistance, Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion. It is nothing. I owe the head of the Xia family a life. I promised to help the Xia family, and I would naturally fulfill it. The Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion has always done business with utmost integrity, honoring its word and doing what it says, Ling Ling said with a smile. This kind of integrity and adherence to principles made Xia Changming feel more respectful towards the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion. The Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion had spread its power throughout the 9 continents and 10 lands. Their power was tremendous, certainly not something that a small family like the Kai family could compare to. But they didn't have any intentions to occupy any territory or dominate any lands, focusing only on doing business. He had even heard that they were always looking for opportunities to expand their markets into the demon realm. If there was an opportunity, they would be worth forming a close relationship with. The Xia family's matter was over, but the inferno in heavenly capital was still raging. Xia Changming looked towards the distant, fiery imperial palace. All that remained was to quell the rebellion. Ling Ling followed Xia Changming's gaze and also looked towards the imperial palace. He asked casually, head of the Xia family, do you need any assistance from the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion? Xia Changming looked deeply at Ling Ling. The Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion had not shown any intention of helping Tianzhou, but after he had arrived, they seemed to be thinking about taking action. Young Master Ling helped the Xia family out of gratitude. There should be no need for you to take action for Tianzhou, right? Xia Changming was very confident. He knew that if he said the word, the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion would really help quell the rebellion in heavenly capital. Ling Ling was speechless for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Smiling, he explained, I am naturally taking action to repay a debt of gratitude. If the Tianzhou Dynasty changes hands, wouldn't that be a problem for the Xia family? Heh, it won't be. Young Master Ling, would you like to accompany me to witness the new emperor's ascension to the throne? Xia Changming asked with a confident smile. Ling Ling's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that? Chapter 104. The Chaos in Heavenly Capital. Outside Heavenly Capital. Kill. The dense army rushed towards the walls of Heavenly Capital like a black cloud. The soldiers, wielding their long spears, charged forward. Their battle cries shook the heavens. Ladders rose from the ground, hanging directly on the walls, allowing them to climb up. On the towering walls, rolling stones and logs fell continuously. Arrows rained down like a storm, and firestones descended like meteors, setting the skies ablaze. For a moment, the drums of war rumbled, and the sounds of battle echoed throughout heaven and earth. After receiving the imperial command issued by Zhou Tian to protect the emperor, the 5 prefectural commanders and 10 generals near heavenly capital, and even those further away, responded by leading their troops to assist. However, the heavenly capital garrison was already under the control of Zhou Zhiga's confidants. Naturally, they would not allow reinforcements to enter the city, and the two sides engaged in a fierce and brutal battle of attack and defense. His Royal Highness, the first Prince Zhou Zhiga, colluded with the Kai and Wang families, harming his brothers and wanting to rebel. He is already a traitor. I have been ordered by the emperor to enter the palace and defend him. All those who resist shall be regarded as rebels and shall be killed without exception. All generals, hear my command. Break through this city and protect the emperor. An elderly man with a white beard and sideburns, sitting firmly on a fiery steed, yelled angrily at his subordinates behind him. Though he was old, his complexion was calm, and his body was strong and mighty. He was clad in black armor, and his powerful aura far surpassed that of the younger generals. This man was Yu Zhantian, the supreme commander of Tianzhou's military. He had fought against the demon race with Zhou Tian many times, and was one of Zhou Tian's most trusted subordinates. He was also the father of Yu Zhuotian, the commander of the Imperial Palace Guard. As soon as he received Zhou Tian's secret decree to protect the emperor, he immediately led an army of tens of thousands of men to rush to heavenly capital. Other prefectures also arrived one after another, gathering into a large army of hundreds of thousands. They would be able to break through the city gates and wipe out the rebel army soon. But before that, the imperial palace must not fall. Once Zhou Zhiga successfully killed his father and seized power, becoming the new emperor with the help of the Kai and Wang families, the other garrisons within Tianzhou would inevitably submit and follow his orders. Then, they would be the ones who became the rebels. Inside heavenly capital's imperial palace, flames were engulfing the city, corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed down the steps with the rain. Rows of black-armored imperial guards, holding their swords and shields, stood in front of the steps leading to the imperial palace main hall. Each of them had a stern expression and sharp eyes. Yu Zhuotian, holding his overlord's spear, stood in front of the imperial guards. He shouted with a dignified aura, "His Majesty has ordered that all those who bring weapons into the imperial palace will be killed without exception. Kill, kill, kill." The imperial guards behind him followed in angry shouts. Their loud roars echoed throughout the imperial palace, coupled with the blood flowing down the imperial guards, enough to make the rebel army in front of them tremble in fear. Zhou Zhiga looked at Yu Zhuotian with a sullen expression. After several days of fighting, they were still blocked at the steps leading to the ascending heaven hall by the imperial guards led by Yu Zhuotian. No matter how much he threatened or tempted him, Yu Zhuotian showed no intention of submitting to him. He had even almost killed Zhou Zhiga several times. "Your Highness, the city gates are under attack. The army led by Yu Zhantian is about to break through the city." A soldier ran anxiously to Zhou Zhiga's side and whispered, "That old geezer, it turns out he was prepared. He was just trying to take the opportunity to get rid of me." Zhou Zhiga's expression grew even more unpleasant when he heard this. If things continued like this, when the city gates were broken, all of his efforts would likely be for nothing. Why hadn't the Kai and Wang families come yet? Zhou Zhiga thought anxiously. Yu Zhuotian looked at the city gates, which were engulfed in flames. Hearing the resounding cries of battle, he gradually saw hope. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Wang Ming led the Wang family disciples and dropped down from the sky, entering the fray. "Your Highness, the Wang family has come to assist you." With one strike, Wang Ming chopped down several imperial guards, severing them and their weapons. They fell with a loud crash. Zhou Zhiga's face lit up with joy when he saw Wang Ming. He immediately called the others to swarm in. "You came at the right time, head of the Wang family. Quickly capture Yu Zhuotian for me." With the addition of Wang Ming, who was at the peak of the heavenly human realm, and numerous elite disciples from the Wang family, the battle situation quickly reversed. The imperial guards suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Wang Ming had not entered the secret realm. He had instead led the Wang family to destroy the Xia family first before coming to the imperial palace. It seemed that he had been planning it for a long time. Yu Zhuotian felt that the situation was bad, but he still held his spear and stood firmly on the steps, not letting anyone pass. It was like one man was guarding the pass, keeping 10,000 men out. Seeing that they couldn't subdue Yu Zhuotian in a short time, Zhou Zhiga instead led a few of his subordinates to take advantage of the chaos and bypass Yu Zhuotian, heading straight towards the Imperial Palace main hall. Seeing this, Yu Zhuotian quickly killed the several rebel generals who were blocking him. As he was about to pursue Zhou Zhiga, Wang Ming's large blade came down from behind. I have long heard of the strength of Commander Yu. Let me see for myself. Sensing the danger, Yu Zhuotian turned around and blocked Wang Ming's strike with his spear. Yu Zhuotian and Wang Ming were both at the peak of the heavenly human realm, but after several days of constant combat, Yu Zhuotian's spiritual power and physical strength were no longer equal to Wang Ming's. Wang Ming's large blade slowly descended, its cold edge clearly visible, getting closer and closer to Yu Zhuotian's face. Yu Zhuotian knelt on one knee, gritting his teeth, his hands tightly gripping the spear, desperately holding on, still worried about Zhou Zhiga, who had already entered the ascending heaven hall. Commander Yu, you still have the energy to worry about others? Seeing Yu Zhuotian glancing at the ascending heaven hall from time to time, Wang Ming mocked. Yu Zhuotian raised his spear and angrily rebuked. His Majesty has always treated the Kai and Wang families well, granting you privileges and land as the four great families. Yet you have forgotten your gratitude and committed a treasonous rebellion. Those who obey will prosper, and those who resist will perish. The Kai family's ancestor has appeared, and Tianzhou will fall into His Royal Highness's hands. The Wang family has simply chosen to follow the trend. Wang Ming roared with a ferocious expression. He used even more strength on his large blade, and it was getting closer and closer to Yu Zhuotian's face. Just as he was about to get rid of Yu Zhuotian, a tender shout suddenly rang out from the sky. Stop! Everyone was confused. They unconsciously stopped fighting and looked up at the person who had come. Xuanhuan, holding her phoenix flame feather sword, stood in the air, her immortal form radiating with indignation as she looked down at the people below. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. After being away from heavenly capital for only a few days, the city was under siege. Corpses littered the streets, and blood stained the green bricks and tiles. Everywhere she looked, there was the smoke of burning buildings. Anxious and worried, she had gone straight to the imperial palace. The sight of the palace filled with death and destruction made her heart ache. Seeing that the people below were still fighting each other, Xuanhuan couldn't help but shout to stop them. When Yu Zhuotian saw Xuanhuan, his face lit up with joy. He showed a hint of relief, but he quickly shouted urgently, Your Highness, this place is dangerous. Please leave quickly. Wang Ming stared at the sudden appearance of Xuanhuan with shock. His pupils trembled like they were in an earthquake, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? You actually came out of the secret realm alive? Wang Ming asked, his voice trembling. If Xuanhuan was here, it meant that their plan in the secret realm had failed? What the hell was the Kai family ancestor doing? Didn't he say that it was foolproof? Xuanhuan looked coldly at Wang Ming, pointing her immortal sword at him. She announced in a cold voice, The Wang family has rebelled. Their actions are treasonous and must be punished. Based on you, a young kid? Since you've come, then don't think about leaving. Although he didn't understand how Xuanhuan had come out of the secret realm alive, Xuanhuan was a member of the imperial family. He could not let her go, no matter what. Wang Ming's body erupted with spiritual power, his figure swelling, his clothes bursting. In an instant, he transformed into a brown-haired tiger man, with a large build, sharp fangs, and a fierce, intimidating aura. Xuanhuan was not afraid. She shouted sternly, You little black dog. Chapter 105. He will be slain by my hand. Inside the royal palace hall, Zhou Tian leaned quietly against the throne, eyes closed, resting and awaiting the final moment. The servants, concubines, and many officials within the palace had long since fled. Only Lu Wen remained standing at his side. Grand Secretary Lu, are you not going to leave? Zhou Tian asked, his eyes still closed. Lu Wen smiled slightly, saying simply, This old minister is too old and cannot run anymore. I will stay here and accompany your majesty. Besides, what is the point of this old minister living on after your majesty is gone? Zhou Tian opened his aged eyes and looked at Lu Wen, a smile gracing his face. To have an old friend accompany him in this final moment was not so bad. Though, compared to accompanying one who was already close to death, it really wasn't worth it. Grand Secretary Lu, what do you think of my grandson, Anning? Zhou Tian asked casually. Without hesitation, Lu Wen replied, The young princess has been exceptionally gifted since she was young, intelligent and quick-witted, and studies diligently, even surpassing the third prince. Hearing this, Zhou Tian nodded with satisfaction, not saying more. Remembering the brocade box that Zhou Tian had entrusted to Xuanhuan earlier, Lu Wen suddenly sensed Zhou Tian's underlying intention and asked with some surprise, "Does your majesty intend to name the young princess as the heir?" "Why not? If this old minister remembers correctly, the young princess is a woman?" "The Tianzhou Dynasty has never had a woman ascend the throne and become emperor," Lu Wen said. Zhou Tian dismissed this with a wave of his hand, his expression indifferent. "So what? The former emperors never did, but I shall start this precedent. Isn't the demon clan's ruler also a woman? I believe that Anning will be able to take my place and bring back the prosperous age of Tianzhou." Initially, Zhou Tian had hesitated about whether to make Zhou Anning the heir, whether he should force her to take on the throne, which was responsible for the entire Tianzhou. But, after meeting the demon clan's empress, Su Yueli, Zhou Tian had finally made up his mind. If the demon clan's empress could rise above the chaos in the demon lands, unifying the demon clans, he was convinced that Zhou Anning could definitely become an excellent female emperor, ruling Tianzhou. Lu Wen nodded. In his heart, he also greatly agreed with Zhou Tian's decision. Now that Zhou Minnan was dead and Zhou Zhiga had openly rebelled, attempting to seize the throne with ambition and cruelty, he could not hand over the future of Tianzhou to him under any circumstances. That left only the young Zhou Anning, who could shoulder the great responsibility and inherit the imperial throne. Zhou Tian spoke earnestly, with a sense of entrustment, to Lu Wen, Grand Secretary Lu. "I have already issued a secret decree appointing you as the imperial father. Assist Anning in ruling Tianzhou. Anning is still young. If she ever acts against the proper conduct of the Son of Heaven in the future, I hope that you can correct her and nurture her into an outstanding emperor. This old minister understands. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. This old minister will certainly not disappoint Your Majesty," Lu Wen said, kneeling beside Zhou Tian and kowtowing, tears streaming down his face. At this moment, Zhou Tian was ready to face death gladly. "Very well. Before that rebellious son arrives, Grand Secretary Lu should leave as quickly as possible," Zhou Tian said with a smile. As soon as he spoke, the main gate to the palace was broken open, and a boisterous voice echoed through the hall. "None of you can leave." Zhou Zhiga, wielding a sharp weapon, led several of his subordinates into the hall. Seeing this, Lu Wen pointed at Zhou Zhiga and angrily rebuked, "You patricidal usurper! Heaven's law will not tolerate you. You are not worthy of becoming the ruler of Tianzhou." Zhou Zhiga sneered coldly. "Whether I am worthy or not is not for you, Grand Secretary Lu, to decide. Guards, protect the Grand Secretary. The Grand Secretary will still have to advise me in the future." Several subordinates rushed in front of the hall and placed their blades at Lu Wen's neck, forcefully dragging him aside. Lu Wen continued to curse, "You traitor! Even if this old man dies, I will never serve you." Zhou Zhiga glanced coldly at Lu Wen, then ignored him, walking straight to Zhou Tian, who was sitting on the dragon throne. He pointed the blade at his brow. "You old fool, my actions today are all your fault. Don't think I don't know you want to give the throne to Zhou Taiping. That's why I sent people to kill him. I thought you'd give the throne to me after that, but you wanted to make that Zhou Anning the heir. I understand. As long as there are others, you'll never make me the emperor. Then I'll just kill them all. As things stand now, you have no other choice. Now hand over the imperial jade seal, issue the decree of abdication to me, and in consideration of our past father-son relationship, I can guarantee you a peaceful retirement." Zhou Tian's expression remained calm as usual, but the sadness in his eyes as he looked at Zhou Zhiga was undeniable. The wise and benevolent rulers throughout Tianzhou's history have never committed fratricide. "How did I give birth to such a monster? What you want, I will not give you. And I cannot give it to you. Because you are not worthy of becoming the ruler of Tianzhou," Zhou Tian said with a strong, resonant voice. Every word of this statement undoubtedly aggravated Zhou Zhiga's nerves. "Fine. You brought this upon yourself." In a fit of anger, Zhou Zhiga plunged his blade into Zhou Tian's chest. The long blade pierced through Zhou Tian's body, penetrating the dragon throne behind him. Zhou Tian closed his eyes, a smile of relief on his face. He believed that Xia Changming would protect Zhou Anning, that Zhou Anning would definitely return safely and end this chaotic rebellion in the capital. "Your Majesty!" Lu Wen cried out in grief. Zhou Zhiga, however, didn't care. He withdrew the long sword from Zhou Tian's body, a sense of finally achieving his goal filling his heart. With Zhou Tian dead, Tianzhou was his for the taking. Just as Zhou Zhiga was basking in his joy, preparing to announce to the world that he was the new emperor of Tianzhou, a soft voice shattered his illusion. "Grandpa!" Zhou Anning rushed into the hall, her eyes immediately falling upon Zhou Zhiga, standing in front of Zhou Tian with blood on his sword. Zhou Tian's eyes were closed, and he was no longer breathing. Tears welled up in Zhou Anning's eyes as she stared at Zhou Zhiga with hatred, unaware of how hard her nails were digging into the palms of her hands. Zhou Zhiga turned around to look at Zhou Anning with surprise. How did she return alive from the secret realm? What were Wang Ming and the others doing, letting her come in alive? Zhou Zhiga was filled with confusion, his eyes fixed on Zhou Anning. In the next moment, two figures flew into the hall, crashing hard onto the ground. When the dust settled, a black wolfman stood upright beside Zhou Anning, his face distorted and fierce. One of his hands gripped Wang Ming's head, dragging his body. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed Wang Ming's corpse at Zhou Anning's feet. Zhou Zhiga no longer had the composure from before. His heart was shaking with terror. Wang Ming was dead. And what was this wolfman? Looking at Zhou Zhiga, Langia sensed the intense hatred and killing intent emanating from Zhou Anning, and thoughtfully asked, "Little girl, do you want this great lord to butcher him too, to help you warm up?" Holding her immortal sword, Zhou Anning said coldly, "You will not interfere. He will be slain by my hand." Chapter 106, the first female emperor of Tianzhou. Outside the royal palace hall, the sounds of fighting gradually faded, and Xuanhuan led the imperial guards surging into the hall. Dozens of blood-stained halberds were aimed at Zhou Zhiga, their cold light glinting ominously. With Wang Ming dead, the rebels' morale plummeted. Many soldiers abandoned their weapons and armor and fled in all directions. The situation had instantly turned upside down. Zhou Zhiga could not believe, nor would he accept, this turn of events. He continued to shout at the crowd, "The late emperor is dead. From this moment onward, I am the new emperor of Tianzhou. Are you not going to prostrate yourselves and pay homage?" Seeing that the late emperor was truly dead on the dragon throne, the imperial guards looked at each other in confusion, unsure of what to do. Xuanhuan took a step forward, his spear pointing directly at Zhou Zhiga, and loudly rebuked, "Your Highness, no, traitor! You murdered the late emperor and usurped power. Your rebellious accomplices have all been killed, the city gates have been breached, and the loyalist army has already entered the capital. Aren't you going to surrender?" "No, I haven't lost. I haven't lost." Zhou Zhiga wailed, nearly deranged, wildly waving his sword. "Wang Ming is dead, but I still have the Kai family. The old ancestor of the Kai family has promised to support me. When he returns, all of you will be doomed. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and submit immediately." The remaining Kai family was the last thing Zhou Zhiga was relying on. However, this last hope was shattered by Zhou Anning's icy words. "The old ancestor of the Kai family is dead, and the Kai family is finished. You shall die now." Zhou Anning's sword was pointed at Zhou Zhiga, a killing intent that had never existed before surging from her. "Impossible! Impossible!" Zhou Zhiga muttered, his expression gradually becoming deranged. He refused to believe Zhou Anning's words, but her appearance in front of him was proof enough. The Kai family's attack on the Xia family had not yielded any news to this day, and the result was obvious. Zhou Zhiga's face seemed to have aged many years in an instant. He gripped his disheveled hair, still unable to accept the result. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to Zhou Anning, muttering like a madman, "I haven't lost. Yes, as long as I kill you, I will be the only one left to inherit the throne of Tianzhou." Zhou Zhiga gripped his long blade tightly, wildly slashing at Zhou Anning. Zhou Anning looked at him with cold eyes, casually dodging Zhou Zhiga's attacks. The frenzied Zhou Zhiga's attacks had no method or structure. He was naturally unable to harm Zhou Anning, who had reached the same level as him. With a wave of her hand, a sword flash streaked through the air, and Zhou Zhiga's right arm, still holding the long blade, was severed. "Aya! My arm! My arm! Guards! Guards!" Zhou Zhiga cried out in pain, clutching the wound where his right arm had been, his face distorted and pale. "This sword is for my father," Zhou Anning said coldly. Under Zhou Zhiga's terrified gaze, she slashed her sword again, cutting off his other arm. "Aya!" Having lost both his arms, Zhou Zhiga lost his balance and fell to the ground, blood gushing from the fresh wounds. He could only whimper and try to crawl forward, enduring the searing pain. "This sword is for everyone in my residence." Zhou Anning followed behind Zhou Zhiga. With another slash, she severed one of Zhou Zhiga's legs. Zhou Zhiga screamed miserably, and his blood had already left a long trail on the ground. This sword is for the citizens of the capital. Zhou Anning, expressionless, stood coldly behind Zhou Zhiga, cutting off his last leg. Having lost both arms and legs, Zhou Zhiga had become a human stump. The Imperial Guards and Yu Zhuotian and the others were all filled with dread. Was this really the well-mannered, calm young princess they once knew? How had she undergone such a drastic change in just a few days, returning from the secret realm like this? Watching Zhou Zhiga, who lay dying on the ground, bleeding out, Zhou Anning slowly raised her immortal sword and sent him on his final journey. One sword strike to behead him. This sword is for Grandpa. Even though she had avenged her great loss, having slain her enemy with her own hands, Zhou Anning felt no joy in her heart. Instead, she felt a deeper sense of emptiness and sorrow. Her arms hung down limply, and her tear-filled gaze turned to Zhou Tian, who was leaning against the dragon throne, never to open his eyes again. Zhou Anning slowly walked to Zhou Tian's side, kneeling and gently taking his hand. "Grandpa, Anning is back," she whispered. With those words, silent tears streamed down her cheeks. With Zhou Zhiga dead, the rebellion had come to an end in failure. The subordinates who were holding Lu Wen captive dropped their weapons, no longer resisting, and were taken into custody by the Imperial Guards. Lu Wen walked to Zhou Anning's side and softly said, "Your Highness, now is not the time for grief. Everyone outside is waiting for you." Hearing Lu Wen's words, Zhou Anning wiped away her tears. After gently placing Zhou Tian's hand down, she walked out of the palace hall with a resolute expression. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Yu Zhuotian, was on her left, and Grand Secretary Lu Wan was on her right. Stepping out of the palace hall, the dark clouds over the capital had scattered, and the sky was clear for miles. From the palace's Hall of Ascension, one could see the entire capital, the smoke dissipating and ashes remaining. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers had poured into the capital, filling the streets and alleys, all gazing towards the palace. The palace was filled with solemn soldiers, and dozens of commanders who had led the loyalist army into the capital were silently watching Zhou Anning. The very unusual young princess, Xia Changming and Su Yueli, and Ling Ling and the others from the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion, also stood to the side, silently watching her. Zhou Anning turned her head to look at Xia Changming. Xia Changming nodded gently, offering an encouraging look. Zhou Anning gave him a forced smile, then, without further hesitation, stepped forward. She grasped her immortal sword and sliced off the tie that bound her hair behind her head. A cascade of long, jet-black hair fell behind her, and her handsome and exquisite features, her lithe body, could not be mistaken. The young princess is a woman? The late emperor has passed away, and we heard the second prince also died. The first prince is a usurper and has been killed. Then, who will inherit the Tianzhou Dynasty now? Many of the commanders were surprised, discussing among themselves, and the scene became increasingly chaotic. Lu Wen said to Yu Zhuotian, "Commander Yu, the thing that the late emperor entrusted to you, it is time to open it now." Yu Zhuotian immediately took out the brocade box that Zhou Tian had given him to safeguard. He knelt on one knee and presented it to Zhou Anning with both hands. "Your Highness, this is something that the late emperor left for you." Zhou Anning looked at the brocade box with surprise. "Your Highness, please open it," Lu Wen urged. Zhou Anning slowly opened the brocade box. Inside, she saw a crystal-clear jade seal, along with a secret decree. Zhou Anning gently picked up the jade seal and placed it in the palm of her hand, raising it above her head so that everyone present could see it. This is the Imperial Jade Seal." Yu Zhantian and the other commanders immediately recognized the object in Zhou Anning's hand. It was the Imperial Jade Seal, the symbol of succession and inheritance for the Tianzhou Dynasty. The commanders and soldiers all lowered their heads, kneeling to the ground. Lu Wen took the secret decree from Zhou Anning and stood up to read it aloud. "I hereby declare my final will, announcing to the world that I have named my granddaughter, Zhou Anning, as the heir. If I die, Zhou Anning shall become the new emperor of Tianzhou. I appoint Grand Secretary Lu as the imperial father to assist Zhou Anning in governing state affairs. We pay our respects to your majesty." After Lu Wen finished reading, tens of thousands of soldiers within the palace all knelt and kowtowed, and the resounding voices echoed across every corner of the capital. The soldiers kneeling in submission stretched from within the palace all the way to outside the city walls. Everyone bowed to the new emperor. The Tianzhou Dynasty had welcomed its first female emperor in history. Chapter 107. The celestial fire phoenix appears, auspiciousness descends on the capital. With everyone prostrate before her, the new emperor ascended. From this moment forth, Xuanhuan was the new emperor of the Tianzhou Dynasty. Holding the jade seal, Xuanhuan gazed upon the ravaged capital. The naivety of her past had faded, replaced by a regal aura. Her demeanor had undergone another transformation. She would restore Tianzhou to its former glory, a land of prosperity and happiness. Suyueli looked at Xuanhuan's small figure, bearing the weight of all of Tianzhou. Her heart conflicted. Although she had encouraged Xuanhuan to contend for the throne, now that Xuanhuan had actually become the new emperor of Tianzhou, Suyueli couldn't help but feel that she might have brought herself a lot of trouble. She didn't know if her decision in the secret realm that day had been right or wrong. The chaos in the capital had ended, and the new emperor had ascended, but the scars of war remained, and the people still felt terrified, keeping their doors and windows tightly shut, afraid to go outside. What was needed was a miracle to soothe the people's hearts. Xia Changming slowly walked to Xuanhuan's side and took out a fiery red phoenix talisman with golden threads. Using his spiritual power, he set it ablaze, then threw it into the air. The phoenix talisman floated in the sky, the fiery red and golden flames burning brightly. Warm, gentle smoke drifted from the talisman, filling the entire capital. What is this? It's so warm. Look, the sun is appearing in the palace. The smoke drifted into every household, and the people of the capital cautiously opened their doors, stepping out of their homes to look at the glowing, fiery red light that resembled the sun above the palace. For some reason, their bodies and minds felt comfortable and relaxed, and the fear in their hearts completely dissipated. When the phoenix talisman had completely burned, a beautiful, ethereal figure slowly emerged from it, clad in a fiery red phoenix flame robe, with a cascade of red hair flowing behind her. Her face was cold and absolutely gorgeous. Bare feet rested on the empty air, surrounded by phoenix fire. She looked like a goddess descended to the mortal realm. Tens of thousands of people in the palace stared in stunned silence at this miracle, their mouths agape. The woman did not look at the crowd. Instead, her red eyes focused on Xia Changming below, and she spoke with dissatisfaction. I told you, the phoenix talisman is for you to use in times of dire peril to summon me, not for you to use like this. Xia Changming also looked at the woman with surprise, not immediately responding. During the 10 years of training on the Immortal Mountain, he had only interacted with his master and the chicken and fish at home. In his free time, Xia Changming would often chat with them and spar, but he had never seen them take human form. This was the first time in 10 years he had seen the chicken, beside his master, take human form, and he instinctively said in surprise, So, Auntie Xuanhuan, you? Before he could finish, Xuanhuan suddenly appeared in front of Xia Changming, pinching his cheek and glaring at him with an almost murderous look, saying coldly, What did you just say? I don't think I heard it clearly. Did you say Sister Xuanhuan, right? Xia Changming quickly changed his tone, saying weakly, Yes, Sister Xuanhuan. That's more like it. Seeing that Xia Changming had changed his way of speaking, Xuanhuan was satisfied and released him, regaining her goddess-like demeanor. Xia Changming couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. She was obviously thousands of years old, yet still so concerned about how she was addressed. Now, tell me, why did you summon me? Xuanhuan asked after regaining her poise. Xia Changming leaned towards Xuanhuan's ear and whispered something. Xuanhuan frowned slightly, saying with great dissatisfaction, Do you know how precious this phoenix talisman is? It can only summon me once. And you called me here just for this? Please, Sister Xuanhuan, Xia Changming asked, clasping his hands in supplication. All right, but this is the last time. Xuanhuan sighed, then with a gentle leap, transformed into her true form. A magnificent phoenix wreathed in golden flames. She circled above the capital, and where her red wings soared, colorful light coalesced in the air, enveloping the entire city. With a clear phoenix cry, hundreds of birds paid homage to the phoenix, gathering in the capital. Tens of thousands of birds and beasts freely flitted and soared, their voices joining together in song. As her red wings fluttered, sparks of fire fell to the earth like stardust. Where the sparks landed, the earth came alive, all things revived. Tender green sprouts emerged from the soil, and the ruins of the battle were gradually covered by layers of lush greenery. The tragic scene of the aftermath of the war was completely concealed by the green grass, leaving no trace of it behind. Even the heavily injured soldiers, on the verge of death, had their wounds healed after being bathed in the starlight. They sat up on the ground, stunned. This is the celestial fire phoenix. Someone exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the celestial fire phoenix's true form. The celestial fire phoenix had disappeared in ancient times and was now almost extinct. And yet, it had now descended on the capital, and they were fortunate enough to witness its true form. With Her Majesty's ascension to the throne, the celestial fire phoenix has appeared. This is an auspicious omen. An auspicious omen. Heaven protects our Tianzhou. Long live your majesty. May you be blessed by heaven. An old man looked at the heavenly miracle and knelt down, kowtowing piously. The others, seeing this, also knelt down and kowtowed, shouting, "Long live your majesty. May you be blessed by heaven." Millions of people in the capital shouted in unison. The sound waves traveled straight into the palace, reaching Xuanhuan's ears. The other generals and soldiers below also shouted, as if Tianzhou was being reborn at that moment. Xuanhuan's eyes filled with tears as she looked at Xia Changming and said gratefully, "Thank you, Uncle Xia." The descent of the celestial fire phoenix signified peace and prosperity, bringing auspiciousness and good fortune. The hearts of the people in the capital were now at ease. The people would wholeheartedly accept Xuanhuan, the new emperor who had suddenly ascended the throne. The meaning was significant. Xia Changming smiled slightly, indicating that she didn't need to be so polite. He didn't seem to need the phoenix talisman for his own use anyway. Sending the celestial fire phoenix with its auspicious omen was Xia Changming's ascension gift to Xuanhuan. After circling the entire capital, Xuanhuan transformed back into her human form, landing beside Xia Changming. Her eyes were filled with a hint of dissatisfaction as she said, "Are you satisfied now?" She was a magnificent celestial fire phoenix, yet he had summoned her to do this. It was simply a waste of the talisman that she had kindly left behind. What a prodigal. Satisfied. I'm very satisfied. You've worked hard, Sister Xuanhuan. Only Sister Xuanhuan could create such a miracle, Xia Changming said, flattering her. Xuanhuan looked like she didn't care, but her head had slightly tilted upwards. She still tried to sound cold and indifferent as she said, "Don't even try. Even if you praise me, it won't work. There won't be a next time." Hee. Actually, I have another favor I'd like Sister Xuanhuan's help with, Xia Changming said, taking advantage of Xuanhuan's good mood. "Tell me. I'm already here anyway. It's not like I'm busy," Xuanhuan said casually. "I want a drop of your phoenix essence blood." "Huh, what?" Xuanhuan suddenly opened her eyes, asking in confusion, "What do you want my essence blood for? Last time you took advantage of me while I was sleeping, you plucked my feathers. I haven't even settled the score with you yet." As soon as Xuanhuan said this, the scene immediately fell into a deathly silence. Countless eyes turned to Xia Changming. Some were filled with admiration, some with shock, and there was one in particular that was staring with eyes that sent a chill down his spine. Xuanhuan, standing beside him, was also shocked, her mouth agape. She looked at Xia Changming with a very complicated gaze. So what Sister Su said was true. Uncle Xia has an unknown side to him. Sister Xuanhuan, you can't just make up things like that. You could get killed. Feeling the coldness emanating from behind him, Xia Changming quickly defended himself. This concerned whether he would be sleeping on the bed or on the floor tonight. Chapter 108. Xuanhuan's Gift. Sister Xuanhuan, it was Master who asked me to pluck your feathers, so you can't blame me. If you want to blame anyone, blame the old woman that is my master. Xia Changming waved his hand, pushing the responsibility away completely. As for your fiery feathers, Sister Xuanhuan, I've already used them to refine pills. As he said this, Xia Changming glanced at Ling Ling with a slight smile. Ling Ling immediately felt a chill down his spine and quickly bowed in greeting. "I am Ling Ling of the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion. Greetings, Senior. Thank you for your generous help with your fiery feathers." Xuanhuan narrowed her eyes, gazing at Ling Ling and said, 9 nether cold meridians? No wonder you needed my fiery feathers to suppress it. Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion? I seem to have heard of it. For the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion to reach Senior's ears, it's an honor. Ling Ling seized the chance to extend an invitation. "We would welcome Senior to come and stay anytime. You are a clever little one." "All right, it's fine. Since it was the Lord's intention, I won't pursue the matter. Tell me, what do you want my essence blood for this time?" Xuanhuan asked, turning her gaze back to Xia Changming. Ling Ling breathed a sigh of relief. He had been afraid that Xuanhuan would take back the fiery feathers she had integrated into his body in anger. Fortunately, Xuanhuan was surprisingly easy to talk to and indulged Xia Changming. And Xia Changming actually knew the legendary and long-extinct celestial fire phoenix. No wonder he possessed its fiery feathers. Ling Ling looked at Xia Changming with a deeper level of respect. Xia Changming turned to Zhou Anning and said, "Anning, please bring out the phoenix egg." Zhou Anning nodded and quickly took out the phoenix egg, holding it in her arms. Xuanhuan stepped forward, observing the egg with a frown. With one look, she could tell that the phoenix egg's aura was weak, and it would probably be unable to hatch and would die in the egg. She immediately understood that Xia Changming wanted her to use the celestial fire phoenix's essence blood to help this phoenix hatch. After observing for a moment, Xuanhuan turned her gaze to Zhou Anning and carefully scrutinized her. Langya, perched on Zhou Anning's shoulder, wished he could bury his head in his body, not daring to look at Xuanhuan. Zhou Anning also looked very reserved and cautious as she held the phoenix egg. The feeling Xuanhuan gave her was extremely oppressive, like a formless pressure from a celestial deity. The phoenix flame feather sword at her waist dared not even move, like a well-behaved child. You hold the phoenix flame feather sword, possess the essence of an immortal, and even have traces of the phoenix bloodline within you. You little girl have no shortage of opportunities with fate and the divine. Who is that girl, Song Yanxin to you? Xuanhuan asked. Zhou Anning did not dare to be negligent, replying respectfully, reporting to Senior, Song Yanxin is my master. Master? No wonder. Xuanhuan was slightly surprised but soon understood everything. Song Yanxin must have passed on all of her secret techniques to Zhou Anning. Is she still alive? Xuanhuan asked again. Master has fallen, but her soul is asleep within my consciousness. Zhou Anning said, pointing to her forehead. Is that so? That's good. Song Yanxin and I have a bit of a connection. Since you are her disciple, then that is also fate. Xuanhuan said, extending her finger to the phoenix egg. With a light press of her finger, a drop of thick, pure celestial fire phoenix's essence blood dripped onto the fire phoenix egg. The essence blood was instantly absorbed by the phoenix egg, and the entire egg gradually became hot, the red lines glowing brightly. With a crack sound, the eggshell broke, and a fiery red, small fire phoenix hatched, a pair of bright little eyes curiously observing Zhou Anning. Zhou Anning looked at the small fire phoenix with delight. Both human and bird stared wide-eyed at each other. When Zhou Anning carefully tried to reach out her hands, the small phoenix did not hesitate, happily flapping its wings and jumping into her hand, acting affectionately and looking very happy. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Uncle Xia. Zhou Anning said with genuine gratitude. Without even realizing it, she already owed Xia Changming too much. She didn't even have anything to repay him with. She would definitely grow strong enough to help Uncle Xia in the future. Zhou Anning vowed in her heart. Xia Changming smiled with pleasure. His reasons for helping Zhou Anning were not just because of the past connection between the Xia family and Tianzhou, but because he believed Zhou Anning could become a good emperor and bring prosperity and strength to Tianzhou. After successfully helping the fire phoenix hatch, Xuanhuan walked to Su Yueli, slowly, and began to carefully observe her. The identity of an ancient celestial fire phoenix was very prominent. Even Su Yueli, who had the body of a nine-tailed fox, couldn't help but obediently bow her head and Greetings, Senior. Perhaps it was influenced by her innate nine-tailed bloodline. Although Xuanhuan did not release any spiritual power or pressure, Su Yueli could clearly feel the blood rushing through her body. Xuanhuan was the same, her eyes filled with surprise. From the very beginning, she had noticed the extraordinary nature of Su Yueli's demon clan bloodline. I didn't expect that I would still be able to witness the awakening of a pure nine-tailed fox bloodline. Unparalleled beauty, to the point of being enchantingly demonic, the demon clan isn't completely in decline. Thank you for your praise, Senior, Su Yueli politely replied. Xuanhuan extended her finger, pressing it against Su Yueli's forehead. Her delicate body ignited with golden red flames that flowed from her fingertip into her brow. Xuanhuan's sudden action startled Su Yueli, and even Xia Changming couldn't help but look flustered and took a step forward. Why are you panicking? Do you think I'm going to kill your wife? Xuanhuan looked at Xia Changming with amusement. Seeing that Su Yueli was not in danger, Xia Changming finally breathed a sigh of relief and complained, Sister Xuanhuan, the next time you want to give a gift, please say it in advance. I'm fine, but don't scare my wife. Don't worry, it won't harm your wife. Xuanhuan said calmly, her expression serious, with golden red phoenix fire flowing from her fingertip. A gift? Su Yueli didn't dare to resist at all, letting a stream of golden-red immortal energy flow into her brow, gathering and circling in her spirit sea, finally forming a dazzling crimson lotus. Since you are married to my kid, then I, as an elder, should give you a greeting gift. I came here in a hurry and didn't have time to prepare anything, so I'll give you this celestial fire heart lotus as a wedding gift for you and that kid, Xuanhuan said after withdrawing her hand. Thank you very much, Senior, Su Yueli said gratefully. Even though she had received an extraordinary opportunity, it was difficult to be happy about it. Your realm is still too low. This celestial fire heart lotus can protect your soul at critical times. With your nine-tailed talent, after you completely refine it, stepping into the divine power realm shouldn't be a problem. Xuanhuan slowly explained. That celestial fire heart lotus was something that the celestial fire phoenix could only form one of within its body after 1,000 years. Its effect was unknown. All that was known was that, if the celestial fire heart lotus was planted in the spirit sea and slowly refined, one's realm and cultivation could progress rapidly. Hearing that it could help her break through to the divine power realm, Su Yueli understood how precious the celestial fire heart lotus was. She once again thanked her solemnly, saying, "Thank you, Senior." Xuanhuan nodded, then, as if she had remembered something, added to Su Yueli, "By the way, the celestial fire heart lotus has the miraculous effect of helping with pregnancy and safe childbirth. It will be very useful to you in the future, so it's best not to rush to fully refine it." Su Yueli. Xia Changming. Su Yueli and Xia Changming were both stunned. After they regained their composure, Xia Changming quickly and sincerely thanked her. "Thank you, Sister Xuanhuan. This was extremely useful." What Xia Changming received was a fierce glare from Su Yueli, one that seemed like she wanted to devour him whole. "The Lord is aware of the demon clan's matter. If you have time, go back to the Immortal Mountain." With a leap, Xuanhuan rose into the air. Under the gaze of the crowd, she transformed once again into the celestial fire phoenix, spreading her wings and flying away into the distant sky in a golden-red flash of light. A long trail of colorful light remained, shining across the sky. Chapter 109. The new emperor ascends the throne. A few days later, late at night, the capital had been completely transformed. The scars of war were long gone. The streets were brightly lit, adorned with lanterns and decorations, crowded with bustling crowds. The sounds of carriages, the hubbub of voices, and the crackling of firecrackers filled every alley and street. Brilliant fireworks bloomed in the night sky. The colorful light that had remained in the night sky since the phoenix's appearance still lingered over the capital, and people looked up in hope, making silent wishes. Tonight would be the most sleepless night for all the people of Tianzhou. At dawn tomorrow, as the sun rose, it would be the time of the Tianzhou Dynasty's first female emperor's enthronement ceremony. The people of the capital were all cheering and celebrating, joyously welcoming the new empress to the throne. Everyone was convinced that Tianzhou would usher in a brand new era of prosperity. Inside the palace, Xuanhuan wore a phoenix crown and a scarlet, golden-threaded phoenix robe. She stood solemnly before the mirror, letting dozens of maids meticulously dress her. This was the first time in her life that she had dressed up and done her hair in front of a mirror like a proper lady. Some maids were applying rouge and powder to her face, some were painting her eyebrows and applying lip color, and others were carefully dressing her in the imperial robes. Hairpins, necklaces, and jewelry, all things she had never used before, were being placed on her body as if they were free. The more luxurious, the better. When she was finally all dressed up, Xuanhuan couldn't help but stare in surprise at the woman in the mirror. With her ink-black hair and phoenix eyes, her features were like a work of art. It was clearly an exceptionally handsome and graceful young woman standing in the mirror. Xuanhuan couldn't help but be stunned by the sight. Was that really her? Manga was lying on the ground, a look of hopelessness on his face. Whether Xuanhuan was a man or a woman didn't matter to him. What he cared about was whether there was meat to eat, whether he could fight, and whether he could kill that annoying little bird. At that moment, the little fire phoenix was bouncing around on his head, chirping non-stop, and pecking his head every now and then. If it hadn't been for Xuanhuan's instructions, he would have turned it into roast chicken long ago. At that moment, a maid entered the room and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the Xia family head and his wife have arrived." Both Xuanhuan and Manga's eyes lit up, and they couldn't wait to say, "Quickly, let Uncle Xia and Sister Su come in." "Yes." The maid replied and withdrew. Not long after, Xia Changming and Su Yueli entered the room. Today was Xuanhuan's most important day. so she had invited Xia Changming and Su Yueli to witness it. As soon as they entered, Langya was the first to throw himself into Xia Changming's arms. "Boss!" Xia Changming naturally grabbed his neck, lifted him into the air, and then tossed him to Su Yueli. Su Yueli held his head as if she were holding a piece of trash. Langya shrunk his head, not daring to move a bit. Xuanhuan slowly walked to Xia Changming and Su Yueli, looking slightly awkward and shy, and asked, "Uncle Xia, Sister Su, does Anning look good dressed like this?" Only in front of Xia Changming and Su Yueli did Xuanhuan show her girlish side. To Xuanhuan, Xia Changming and Su Yueli were irreplaceable people. Xia Changming nodded, praising, "You look very good." Xuanhuan smiled, rare to see that kind of joyful expression once more. But soon, the smile faded, and Xuanhuan's expression became extremely solemn. Her palms clenched tightly, as if she was struggling with something. After a moment, Xuanhuan finally made up her mind and looked intently at Xia Changming, saying, "Uncle Xia, someone once told me that opportunities never come from waiting for someone else to give them to you. If you want something, you have to go and get it yourself." Xia Changming looked confused. Su Yueli, on the other hand, looked at Xuanhuan with a surprised expression. Why did those words sound so familiar? Weren't those the words she had taught Xuanhuan in the secret realm? What was she trying to say now? "Sister Su, I'm sorry." Xuanhuan first bowed to Su Yueli to apologize. Then, she turned to Xia Changming, mustered her courage, and said, "Uncle Xia, Anning likes you." Xia Changming. Su Yueli. Xia Changming was dumbfounded. Su Yueli was stunned. She was already starting to regret not burying Xuanhuan in the secret realm that day. She shouldn't have taught her those words. Now, not only had she become an empress, but she was also openly declaring war on her. Su Yueli unconsciously clenched the hand that was gripping Langya's head, her eyes narrowing slightly. She needed to find a chance to kill this little pest, lest he become a future threat. "Empress, your majesty, my head is going to crack." Feeling the pressure on his head, Langya quickly begged for mercy. Xuanhuan's eyes were fixed on Xia Changming. This made Xia Changming feel the pressure. There was already a strange killing intent coming from his side. "Didn't you feel that, Anning?" Xia Changming sighed deeply, shook his head gently, and replied, "I'm sorry, Anning. I already have someone I love. To me, you are like a little sister. I have no other intentions." Listening to Xia Changming's sincere and honest answer, Xuanhuan didn't show any trace of sadness or disappointment. Instead, she said with a relieved expression, "Anning knows?" "Thank you, Uncle Xia." Actually, Xuanhuan had known the outcome from the beginning. She could see that Xia Changming only had eyes for Su Yueli, and that Su Yueli wasn't as disgusted or intent on killing Xia Changming as she said. But perhaps she hadn't realized it, or perhaps she just didn't want to admit it. When she confessed her feelings, she felt Su Yueli's killing intent. From the moment they entered the room, Xia Changming and Su Yueli's hands had not separated. The reason she still had to ask was just to get an answer that would put her mind at ease. This way, she could calmly govern the country as an empress, devoting herself wholeheartedly to managing the state and securing its peace. The scene fell into silence. Xuanhuan's expression quickly returned to normal, and she asked with a smile as if nothing had happened, "By the way, Uncle Xia, did you guess Anning's identity when Anning received Master's inheritance?" "That's right," Xia Changming admitted. No wonder Uncle Xia stopped touching Anning's head from then on. "For the last time, Uncle Xia, can Anning be selfish one last time and let you touch my head one last time? As an older brother?" Xuanhuan looked at Xia Changming and pleaded one last time. "Of course." Xia Changming was slightly startled, then smiled and stroked Xuanhuan's head. Feeling the familiar and reassuring hand on her head, Xuanhuan smiled contentedly until Yu Zhuotian's voice sounded from outside the room. "Your Majesty, the time has come. The enthronement ceremony will begin immediately. Grand Secretary Liu has sent me to call you." "I understand," Xuanhuan replied calmly, slowly moving away from under Xia Changming's hand, her face turning into one of calm and indifference. From that moment on, she was the new emperor of Tianzhou. "Uncle Xia, Sister Su, let's go together." Xia Changming and Su Yueli walked slowly at Xuanhuan's side towards the front of the Hall of Ascension. This was the place where Xuanhuan had held the Imperial Jade Seal that day to end the war, and also the place from where one could see the entire capital at a glance. The civil and military officials, led by Lu Wan, had already gathered there. Countless armored soldiers stood on the steps leading to the hall, heads held high, bodies erect, welcoming their new emperor. Xuanhuan walked to the very front alone, drew her sword, pointed it straight at the sky, and shouted in her clear, delicate voice, "I, Xuanhuan, have ascended the throne. With the sword of the Son of Heaven, I will defend Tianzhou and ensure peace and prosperity for my people." As soon as the words fell, the phoenix flame feather sword in her hand began to vibrate, and the fire phoenix soared into the sky, letting out a phoenix cry. All the people and soldiers of the capital knelt down and kowtowed, shouting, "Welcome, Your Majesty." Chapter 110. My wife is confident and cute. On Changming Peak, the sky was clear for miles. A gentle breeze brushed across his face. Xia Changming leaned back in the rocking chair in the courtyard, enjoying the rare, comfortable, and peaceful time. 3 days had passed since the new emperor of Tianzhou ascended the throne. It was also the time that Tianzhou welcomed the new year. The capital was crowded with people, and the markets were bustling and lively. The restoration and repairs after the war were proceeding in an orderly manner, and everything was gradually returning to normal. The prosperous scene even showed signs of surpassing that of the previous emperor's reign. The Xia family had not suffered any serious damage, and the family's territory had been restored to its original state. The protective formation had also been repaired. All of the complicated matters had been passed on to his father, Xia Changming, while he had run off to Changming Peak to steal some leisure. His excuse, taking a few months off. The only regret was that he had no beauty to accompany him by his side. After receiving the celestial fire heart lotus from Xuanhuan, Suyueli had immediately gone into secluded cultivation as soon as she returned to the Xia family. He wondered if she was about to come out. Xia Changming looked towards another mountain peak not far from Changming Peak, where he saw that the mountain peak was covered with a barrier. Within, spiritual power swirled like a vortex, and a powerful pressure surged and surged. It looked like she was about to come out. The next moment, the surging spiritual power broke through the barrier, shooting straight into the sky. The powerful spiritual pressure spread to the entire Xia family territory. A lithe, beautiful figure flew rapidly towards Changming Peak. This little vixen must be impatient to see her husband. A look of joy and emotion appeared on Xia Changming's face. She finally understood his feelings. When Suyuli stood above Xia Changming said in congratulation, "Congratulations, my wife, on advancing to the mid-stage of the heavenly venerable realm." Suyueli smiled coldly, holding the demon-slaying immortal blade and pointing it straight at Xia Changming. Xia Changming, prepare to die. Xia Changming. Well, she really was impatient to kill him. Sigh. It seemed like she got too comfortable after a few days of peace. She had advanced to the mid-stage of the heavenly venerable realm, and this little vixen was being arrogant again. He hadn't even settled the score with her yet for taking advantage of him to attack him from behind in the secret realm. It was time to reassert his authority as a husband. Xia Changming slowly stood up, looked at Suyueli, and said casually with a smile, "My wife, do you really want to fight with your husband?" Looking at Xia Changming's calm and casual demeanor, Suyueli inexplicably became furious. She had been enduring him for a long time. Him. But Xia Changming was already a half-step into the divine power realm and possessed the laws of divine power. She had also witnessed the power of a divine power in the secret realm with her own eyes. If they really fought, she would have absolutely no chance of winning. So, Suyueli requested to Xia Changming in an impolite tone, "Do you dare not use divine power and fight this empress?" "As you wish." Xia Changming replied without any hesitation. Suyueli didn't expect Xia Changming to agree so readily, and tried again, saying, "Do you dare to suppress your realm to be on the same level as this empress?" "As you wish." "You are not allowed to use the Emperor Immortal Sword?" "As you wish." "You are not allowed to take any pills?" "As you wish." "You are not allowed?" After making so many demands, Xia Changming couldn't help but laugh, simply extending his hands and saying with a smile, "My wife, I might as well let you tie me up and beat me. You can use whips and candles as you please. I won't resist at all." Suyueli's face turned a bit red with embarrassment. She also realized that her demands were somewhat excessive, like she was asking Xia Changming to just stand there and take a beating. But she couldn't entirely blame her. It was Xia Changming who looked so doting, agreeing to everything she asked, and that made her even more angry. "It was you who agreed. You can't blame this empress. If you're afraid, then just surrender obediently. This empress is being merciful now and won't kill you." Xia Changming couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't want to laugh, but he just couldn't help himself. She was still so confident to the point of being a little cute. Seeing this, Suyueli felt mocked and humiliated. Her face turned green with anger, and she ground her teeth. "Go to hell." Su Yueli held up her demon blade and slashed down with a burst of energy. The sword energy tore through Changming Peak from top to bottom, instantly splitting the entire mountain in half. My wife, don't fight here. You're going to destroy our home. Looking at the courtyard that had been split in half, Xia Changming felt his heart ache. It had only just been renovated. This empress will fight here. Su Yueli's anger flared, and she recklessly swung her demon blade, chasing after Xia Changming, her 9 tails sweeping and striking wildly. 2 streams of light flew around the sky above Changming Peak as the two of them chased each other from Changming Peak to the back mountain forest, destroying several towering peaks in their wake. The mountains collapsed with a thunderous roar, and the Xia family territory shook. Many disciples in the Xia family territory looked to the distance with curiosity, not understanding what was happening. Is there another enemy attacking? Looking at the direction, it's the family head's Changming Peak. Changming Peak is going to collapse? Should we go over and help? Some of the enforcement disciples asked. Xiaming arrived after hearing the commotion and, after seeing the scene, calmly waved his hand. Be calm, don't worry about it. You might be new here and don't know yet. The family head and his wife are just deepening their relationship. It'll be fine soon. Go on now. Everyone looked even more confused as they glanced at the two still fighting, their hearts filled with bewilderment. Was that really deepening their relationship? Wasn't that domestic violence? Whoosh! Xia Changming sped through the sky, glancing back from time to time at Su Yueli, who was chasing closely behind him, a smile on his face. So this is what it felt like to be chased by the one you loved. It felt pretty good. Su Yueli was grinding her teeth in anger, and she angrily shouted, "Are you only capable of running?" She had finally obtained the immortal weapon, the demon blade, and improved her realm, but she still couldn't do anything to Xia Changming. No matter how hard she tried to catch him, she just couldn't. In response to Su Yueli's accusation, Xia Changming said with a faint smile, "My wife, since you won't let me use a sword, and you won't let me use divine powers, then I can only run. If I were to stop, then you would be accused of murdering your husband. You will be a widow in the future. This empress would rather be a widow than spare your life." Su Yueli said angrily and raised her sword again to slash at Xia Changming. She usually wouldn't be this angry, but every time she was provoked by Xia Changming's words, she couldn't help but want to chop him down. And Su Yueli's actions had completely fallen into Xia Changming's trap. After dodging a few blows, Xia Changming continued to fly away. Su Yueli naturally followed closely behind. This chase lasted a full day and night. Countless peaks were destroyed, and everywhere they went, mountains collapsed and chaos ensued. Even the capital trembled with the sound. It only ended when Su Yueli's spiritual power was depleted. Su Yueli held her demon blade, panting for breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She glared fiercely at Xia Changming, who was standing in front of her. Xia Changming smiled and slowly walked to Su Yueli, asking with a smile, "My wife, aren't you going to chase me anymore?" Su Yueli snorted coldly to show her resentment. Xia Changming didn't mind, and leaned close to Su Yueli's ear, saying softly, "Then that means you lost, my wife. It's my turn now." Su Yueli, My wife, you didn't forget, did you, that if you lost, you would be subject to the family rules? Looking at Su Yueli's blank expression, Xia Changming smiled brightly. A look of shock gradually appeared in Su Yueli's eyes. She forgot. Chapter 111. Su Yueli cooks in person. On the ruined Changming Peak, the mountain was split, like a chasm, with collapsed cliffs and a scene of utter devastation. This was the second time that Changming Peak had been so ravaged. Whenever Su Yueli took action, it was inevitable. After the chase ended, Xia Changming once again lay back in the rocking chair amidst the ruins. Su Yueli sat beside him, her face filled with frustration and conflict. What awaited her was Xia Changming's punishment. She was all too familiar with the process. "My wife, are you ready for your punishment?" Xia Changming asked with a smile, gently rocking the chair. Su Yueli bit her lip and slowly walked in front of Xia Changming, turning her back to him and slightly curving her body. Her shapely bottom was slightly raised, and her graceful curves were enough to stir the imagination. Xia Changming looked at Su Yueli's figure with amusement. He hadn't even said anything yet, and she was being so proactive and skilled. This made Xia Changming feel a bit embarrassed to not take action. His palm lightly patted Su Yueli's jade-like bottom. Though it was called a pat, it was more like a gentle caress. Su Yueli's body instantly tensed up, as if shocked by an electric current. She turned around abruptly and glared at Xia Changming with annoyance. You, what are you doing? If you want to hit me, then hit me hard. What are you trying to do? Xia Changming didn't answer. He just smiled and beckoned to Su Yueli. Su Yueli frowned and approached Xia Changming's face, her heart filled with suspicion. What was this guy planning now? Xia Changming leaned close to Su Yueli's ear and whispered, this time, your husband wants to play something different. Play. Something different? Su Yueli was startled and suspicious. Her heart started to beat faster, and she asked warily, What do you want this empress to do? Xia Changming smiled meaningfully and said, word for word, your husband wants to eat you. No. As soon as he said that, Su Yueli immediately interrupted, her face flushed and panicked. You said you would wait for this empress to take the initiative. At that moment, Su Yueli felt strangely flustered, her mind in turmoil. She had been prepared to offer herself on her wedding night, but now she felt nervous for some reason. Why was that? Su Yueli couldn't explain it. Xia Changming looked at Su Yueli's ever-changing face and asked with a smile, My wife, what's wrong? Your husband just wants to eat food made by you. Is that not allowed? Food? Just food? Su Yueli asked, stunned. Of course. What else did you think your husband wanted to eat? You've been learning a lot from my mother lately, haven't you? Besides calligraphy, painting, music, and dancing, you must have learned cooking as well, right? Your husband would like to try your cooking. Xia Changming replied with a smile. Looking at Xia Changming's knowing smile, Su Yueli knew that she had been tricked again. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. // You damned bastard. Su Yueli's face turned crimson with anger. She clenched her fists tightly and said nothing, turning around and walking into the kitchen that had miraculously survived inside the mansion. This little vixen didn't even ask what he wanted to eat. Watching the beautiful figure enter the kitchen, Xia Changming shook his head. Well, whatever. It was rare that Su Yueli, the empress of the demon clan, was cooking in person. He shouldn't have too high of expectations. He'd just eat whatever she made. Xia Changming lay on the rocking chair, full of anticipation for what delicacies Su Yueli would cook. He glanced at the kitchen and saw that it was filled with flames and billowing smoke. Xia Changming immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Not long after, Su Yueli came out, carrying 3 plates of delicacies, and placed them on the stone table in the courtyard. Xia Changming moved closer to take a look, his expression instantly turning to one of shock. On the table were 3 plates of pitch-black objects, as terrifying as sacrifices from some dark ritual. My wife, did you poison these? That was Xia Changming's first thought. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine how someone could cook such food. I wouldn't lower myself to use poison, Su Yueli said, sounding annoyed and displeased at Xia Changming's suspicion. Her words, however, were hardly convincing. Xia Changming stared blankly at the charred, dried-up corpse on the table. He asked, My wife, what is this? Roasted chicken, Su Yueli said indifferently. Xia Changming widened his eyes in surprise. He poked the surface of the roasted chicken with his finger. His finger easily pierced through it. It was thin and brittle like paper. The inside was completely black as well. With a gentle pinch, it turned into black powder. It really was burned both inside and out. There wasn't any meat, just carbon. Xia Changming turned back, looking at Su Yueli with a questioning gaze. Perhaps feeling embarrassed by his look, Su Yueli finally explained. Your mother said that you like your crispy skin cooked a bit more, so I used spiritual power to char-grill it. Xia Changming, who uses spiritual power to cook? Xia Changming was very shocked, but he also had to admire Su Yueli's control of the heat. With her heavenly venerable realm strength, the fact that she hadn't turned the entire chicken into ashes was already a great achievement. Then what is this? Xia Changming asked, pointing to another gooey, bubbling substance. Isn't it obvious? It's fish porridge. Su Yueli glanced at the bowl, pointing out the fish head sticking out. Xia Changming stared at the almost completely raw fish head in the porridge, afraid that its eyes would suddenly start moving. She had thrown the fish in without processing it at all. My wife, you should have at least cut the fish and processed it properly, Xia Changming couldn't help but say. Su Yueli didn't care, and instead said, Aren't you humans the ones who like to eat everything fresh? Besides, you can eat fish even if it hasn't been processed. Why are you humans so troublesome? Xia Changming was speechless, turning his attention to the last dish. It was a lump of something that he didn't know, and it was even emitting black smoke. So, what is this, my dear wife? Su Yueli lowered her head, carefully observing the dish she had just made, and fell silent. Xia Changming had a "no way" expression on his face as he looked at Su Yueli. Su Yueli didn't disappoint him. She said with an air of justification, "I forgot." Xia Changming, there were only 3 dishes, and you managed to forget one. Xia Changming had nothing to say. He carefully picked up the chopsticks and lifted up that lump of unknown matter. He had never been so cautious, not even when facing an opponent in the heavenly venerable realm. He was still holding onto the last shred of hope that Su Yueli had some talent for cooking. Maybe it just looked like a dark dish, but its taste wouldn't be so bad. After giving himself that mental encouragement, Xia Changming finally decided to try a little bit. After all, it was rare that his wife cooked in person. Opportunities like this were scarce. There weren't many people in the world who were able to eat the food made by the Empress of the Demon Clan. To have it was to be lucky. Xia Changming put the dish in his mouth, chewed slowly, and savored it. Su Yueli cast a glance sideways, secretly observing the changes in Xia Changming's expression. After chewing for a long time, Xia Changming finally swallowed the food, his expression very serious. How was it?" Su Yueli asked curiously, unable to see any change in Xia Changming's expression. After all, this was the first time she had ever cooked alone, and she couldn't help but feel some anticipation. Chapter 112. I still like that cook. After a moment, a smile appeared on Xia Changming's face. He said to Su Yueli, "My wife, it was delicious." "Really?" Su Yueli's eyes lit up. "Really, just don't do it again next time." The smile on Xia Changming's face finally turned into a bitter one. He really couldn't take it anymore. He had regretted it as soon as that lump of food entered his mouth. The sticky, charred consistency, the sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty flavors exploding on his tongue. Each bite was a different experience. One bite was sweet, the next was salty, and you could never guess what the next bite would taste like. It was so amazing. Xia Changming was beginning to suspect whether Su Yueli had just dumped in all the seasonings and spices. He originally wanted to spit it out, but he had forced himself to swallow it. At that moment, his stomach felt spasms and nausea. It was a physiological rejection. It would have been better if Su Yueli had just poisoned him. His stomach wouldn't have felt this bad. Hearing Xia Changming's highly praised feedback, Su Yueli was displeased. She said gloatingly, "Serves you right. You were the one who wanted me to cook. I thought you had been learning cooking with my mother, my wife?" Xia Changming asked in confusion. Although his mother, Xuanhuan, was a princess of the Immortal Dynasty, she was very skilled in both cooking and the 4 arts of the scholar, Qin, Qi, Shu, Hua. In terms of etiquette, she was impeccable. No matter what, she shouldn't be able to create something like that. Su Yueli didn't know how to respond to that and looked away, feeling embarrassed. "Cooking is a job for women and children. I don't like it." "So? You were lazy, my wife, and didn't learn properly?" Xia Changming looked at Su Yueli with scrutiny. Su Yueli was silent, obviously admitting to it. Xia Changming sighed softly. He regretted it. He should have chosen the family rules instead. Now he had these 3 dishes that he couldn't eat and couldn't throw away. It was painful to eat, but a pity to discard. At that moment, Xia Ming ran to Changming Peak and said, clasping his hands, "Family head. Family head Xia said that he needs to see you." His gaze then secretly glanced at Xia Changming and Su Yueli. When he saw that they were sitting peacefully at the stone table eating together, his face revealed a not surprised at all expression. Every time the family head and his wife fought, their relationship would deepen. Look, she had even cooked in person. "All right, I understand," Xia Changming said, waving his hand. Then, as if he had thought of something, his eyes lit up. He stopped Xia Ming and said, "Let them come here directly." "Yes." Xia Ming took his leave. Not long after, Xie Ye's figure appeared on Changming Peak, accompanied by Xie Hualing and Xie Yun. As soon as they arrived on Changming Peak, seeing the shattered and chaotic scene around them, Xie Yi and the others almost thought they had come to the wrong place. Wasn't this mountain about to collapse? Fortunately, they saw Xia Changming waving at them enthusiastically from the courtyard in the distance. "Greetings, family head Xia." Xie Yi and the others arrived in front of Xia Changming and said very politely, clasping their hands, "It's only been a few days since we last saw each other, and you've already become so distant and polite, brother Xia?" Xia Changming said with a smile. Xie Yi smiled wryly, but there was also a hint of joy in it. He immediately changed his tone and said, "It's this Xia who was impolite, brother Xia. Come, come, don't stand on ceremony. Guests are always welcome. You've come at the right time." sit down and join me for a meal. Xia Changming waved at Xia Yi and the others. Thank you for your hospitality, then we won't stand on ceremony. Xia Yi and Xuanhuan sat down at the stone table, and Xia Yun stood behind them. After they sat down, Xia Yi and Xuanhuan were instantly dumbfounded when they looked at the 3 dishes that they didn't know what they were. What were these things? Brother Xia, this is? Xia Yi asked in confusion. This is a delicacy. Not just anyone can eat this. Xia Changming replied seriously. Not just anyone can eat this. Xia Yi repeatedly mulled over Xia Changming's words and began to take a closer look at the food on the table. Although these 3 dishes looked very strange and had a foul smell, if Xia Changming had said that they were delicacies, they must be some kind of rare delicacy. Maybe they even had unique effects. Then, I won't be polite. Xia Yi couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks. Don't be polite. Don't be polite, Xia Changming said generously, smiling. Xia Yi used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fresh fish and put it in his mouth. As soon as he put it in his mouth, Xia Yi's face immediately changed. It went from green to white. He almost spit it out, but hurriedly covered his mouth. No matter what, it would be extremely impolite to spit out food when someone was treating you. Even if it meant swallowing, he had to swallow it. Xia Yi stretched his neck and with great difficulty, swallowed the fish in his mouth. Then, he quietly put down his chopsticks on the table. How is it, Brother Xia? Is the fish meat fresh? Does it suit your taste? Xia Changming asked, his face full of smiles. Xia Yi barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said, Fresh? Too fresh? Since you like it, why not eat more? Xia Changming asked. No, no, no. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Xia. Xia Yi hurriedly shook his head in refusal. Seeing that her brother's face looked strange, Xuanhuan picked up her chopsticks, wanting to try it herself. Xia Yi hurriedly pressed down on Xuanhuan's hand, his eyes seemingly warning her. Don't eat it. It's poison. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Xia Changming couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Yueli, who was sitting at the side, had an increasingly displeased expression. The confused Xia Yi asked Xia Changming, Brother Xia, did you make these dishes? Xia Yi knew that there was no poison in the dishes, and he also knew that there was no way that Xia Changming would deliberately put poison in the dishes to harm them. With Xia Changming's strength, there was no need to do something so elaborate. It was just that these dishes were like poison when you ate them. Xia Changming shook his head with a smile. Seeing that Xia Changming had denied it, Xia Yi assumed that it was the work of some chef from the Xia family and no longer held back, saying, Forgive me for speaking frankly, Brother Xia, but this can no longer be considered a dish. It's clearly poison. It's hard to imagine that there is someone in this world who can make something like this. It's simply a waste of the gifts of nature. Xia Yi spoke passionately, his words full of criticism for the one who had made these dishes. Xia Changming was already covering his mouth, trying not to laugh. Su Yueli's face had turned extremely ugly. Brother Xia, my Xia family has several chefs whose cooking is very good. Please replace the chef who made these dishes one day. Xia Yi continued. Xia Changming shook his head with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Xia. It's just that I really like that chef, so I won't be replacing them. A chef who was liked by Xia Changming? Xia Yi was confused. Xuanhuan, who was beside him, tugged on Xia Yi's sleeve, signaling him not to say anything else. Only then did Xia Yi notice Su Yueli, who was sitting next to Xia Changming, glaring at him coldly, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Xia Yi lowered his head and looked at the 3 dishes on the table. Combined with what Xia Changming had said, he suddenly understood everything. He was done for. Xia Yi looked at Xia Changming, his face full of misery. Brother Xia, you're not being fair. Chapter 113. The Xia family submits. The 4 families unite. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Brother Xia, Xia Changming said with a laugh, trying to reassure him. My wife is very magnanimous. She won't hold it against you. In that case, thank you very much for the Empress's generosity. Xia Yi quickly replied, his voice laced with gratitude. However, looking at Su Yueli's still icy expression, a shiver ran down his spine. Would he somehow end up mysteriously dead in a ditch after leaving the Xia residence? By the way, Brother Xia, what brings you here today? Xia Changming asked, having dismissed the previous joking tone. The Xia family must be very busy with many affairs. The heavenly capital's inferno had been especially devastating for the Xia family. Their elite disciples had suffered heavy losses in the secret realm, and those remaining in the capital had been brutally slaughtered by the Wang family. Their territory was completely destroyed, and their only pillar of support, the drunken immortal pavilion, was reduced to ashes in the flames. They were left with the daunting task of rebuilding. It would be a long and arduous process before the Xia family could restore themselves to their former glory. Xia Yi exchanged glances with Xia Hualing and Xia Yun before speaking. To be honest, Brother Xia, our visit is entirely for the sake of the Xia family's affairs. Firstly, Hualing and I would like to thank Her Majesty for her rescue in the secret realm. Secondly, I represent the Xia family in expressing our profound gratitude towards Brother Xia. Xia Yi and Xia Hualing rose from the stone stools and bowed deeply to Xia Changming with their hands clasped in front of them. Xia Yun also stepped forward and expressed her thanks with a bow, saying, "If it weren't for the Xia family's assistance, the Xia family might have already been wiped out." "You are too kind," Xia Changming waved his hand casually. "We agreed on a Xia alliance. Isn't this what it was meant for?" The Xia family had a decent reputation in heavenly capital and no ambitions. Most of them were refined individuals who studied music. It would have been a shame if they had simply disappeared. Brother Xia. Xia Yi was deeply moved, but also felt a pang of shame. He had originally schemed, trying to climb up the Xia family's ladder, using Xia Changming to eliminate Wang Teng and the Kai family. In the end, it was he who almost led the Xia family to its doom. If not for Xia Changming, the Xia family would no longer exist. He was thankful that he had invited Xia Changming to form an alliance that day. "Brother Xia, besides expressing our gratitude, we have an earnest request," Xia Yi said solemnly. Seeing Xia Ye's serious expression, Xia Changming became attentive. "Please, Brother Xia. What is it?" "Brother Xia, you are aware that the Xia family is now practically defunct. Therefore, I wish to lead the remaining members of the Xia family to pledge allegiance to the Xia family and serve under your command," Xia Yi announced, while Xia Hualing and Xia Yun also bowed in agreement. This was a decision reached through joint discussion between the three of them. Submitting to the Xia family was both a way to repay the kindness they had received and to offer their service. Secondly, the Xia family was currently weak, its remnants not even qualifying as a second-rate sect. Most of their members were elderly, women, or children, with no hope of rising again. The Xia family was now the only dominant power among the four great families of the heavenly capital, with the Xia family reduced to a mere shell of its former self. The new emperor had also bestowed upon the Xia family the title of Protectorate Family, granting them eternal favor from the heavenly Zhou Dynasty. Regardless, the Xia family no longer had the standing to stand on equal footing with the Xia family. They might as well take the initiative to pledge their loyalty, ensuring the peace and security of the Xia family's future generations. Xia Changming fell into contemplation. Seeing his hesitation, Xia Hualing stepped forward and said, "Master Xia, although the Xia family is famous in heavenly capital for our musical talents, we are also skilled in cultivating spiritual herbs. We could certainly be of assistance to the Xia family." Hearing her words, Xia Changming recalled that Xia Hualing was indeed quite fond of growing spiritual herbs. The spiritual tea he had sampled at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion had been exceptionally good. With this in mind, Xia Changming knew how he could accommodate the Xia family members. He just so happened to need someone to manage his new herbal garden. "All right, there is a place that might suit the Xia family. If you don't mind, then please come with me," Xia Changming said, standing up. Xia Yi and the others looked delighted and quickly replied, "Thank you. My dear, do you want to go for a stroll with us?" Xia Changming asked Su Yueli, who was still in a sullen mood. Su Yueli said coldly, "I still need to cultivate. I am not going." "Then your husband will go now. I'll bring back some food for you." Xia Changming patted Su Yueli's head. Xia Yi and the others were shocked at the sight. Strangely, Su Yueli didn't seem very angry and maintained her usual expression, offering no resistance. They were all the more impressed by Xia Changming's courage. In this day and age, only Xia Changming would dare pat the head of the demonic empress like that. After Xia Changming and the Xia family members had departed, Su Yueli frowned and stared blankly at the dishes she had prepared herself. She slowly picked up her chopsticks and cautiously sampled a bite of the food Xia Changming had touched. She then silently placed her chopsticks back down. "I guess I will wait for that guy to bring food back." On a southwestern mountain peak, several days later, Xia Yi and the others returned to this place once again. The mountain peak was still brimming with spiritual energy, verdant and full of life. Xia Yi was astonished at the sight. Even though the secret realm rift had disappeared, the spiritual energy within the mountain peak had not weakened at all, but had, in fact, grown denser than it had been before. Xia Yi couldn't help but step forward to investigate, his body phasing through a transparent spiritual barrier. This spiritual barrier didn't block passage, but instead sealed the spiritual energy within the mountain peak and attracted spiritual energy from outside. It was evidently a spirit-gathering formation barrier. He had already sensed this type of spirit-gathering formation when he had visited the Xia family. He didn't expect there to be another huge one set up here as well. Brother Xia, this? Xia Yi exclaimed in surprise. I used spirit-gathering flags here to construct a spirit-gathering array. This mountain's spiritual energy will not dissipate. Would it be suitable for the Xia family to reside here and grow spiritual herbs? Xia Changming said, holding out a handful of glistening and precious spiritual herb seeds in his palm. This spirit-gathering array was formed from the remaining 12 spirit-gathering flags. They were perfect for use here in creating a natural herb garden. Xuanhuan, who loved planting spiritual herbs the most, eagerly rushed forward to examine the spiritual herb seeds. Water fairy orchid, spiritual rejuvenation fruit, illusory heart grass. Looking at the many rare spiritual herb seeds, Xia Hualing's face brightened with joy, her eyes shining with excitement. Please rest assured, Master Xia, the Xia family will definitely cultivate these precious herbs to the best of our ability. Xia Hualing excitedly grabbed Xia Changming's hand. Ahem, little sister, Xia Yi reminded her from behind. Only then did Xia Hualing realize that she had been acting out of line, quickly letting go and apologizing. I'm sorry, I was just overly excited. It's all right. I'm relieved to see that Miss Hualing is so fond of these spiritual herbs, Xia Changming said with a smile, placing all the spiritual seeds in Xia Hualing's hand. This herb garden will be entrusted to the Xia family to manage. Brother Xia, please rest assured that the Xia family will do our utmost. Xia Yi and Xia Hualing said with sincere gratitude. The Xia family preferred quiet and secluded places. This area was secluded and far from heavenly capital. It also had rich spiritual energy and made for a perfect place to cultivate, retire to, and create a natural herb garden. For the Xia family, there was no place better than this. They were especially grateful to Xia Changming. Perhaps choosing to serve the Xia family was not a bad idea after all. Chapter 114. The Secret of the Phaseless Puppet. Evening, at the Longming Peak residence. Due to Su Yueli's preferences, the residence had been transformed into an entirely open-air structure. Xia Changming sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes closed, his spirit journeying through his spiritual sea. He had gained quite a few opportunities and lucky encounters in the secret realm. Besides acquiring the legacy of the 1,000 Laws Immortal, understanding the laws of supernatural powers, and having an advancement in his realm, Xia Changming was most concerned about the phaseless puppet he had cleaved in two with his sword. He had been so busy enjoying his free time that he almost forgotten about it. If he could repair it, he would gain another emotionless, heavenly venerate-level henchman. Xia Changming's consciousness wandered in his spiritual sea and located the ancient book floating there. The Secret of the Phaseless Puppet. He gently caressed the ancient book. It emitted a brilliant light, and the pages turned by themselves. Vast amounts of ancient, long-forgotten knowledge flowed into Xia Changming's mind as the pages turned. This included the origin of the Phaseless Puppet. The Phaseless Puppet was the creation of the Phaseless Immortal Venerable. Legend had it that, in ancient times, there was an eccentric immortal venerable who always wore a mask, never revealing his true face, and no one had ever seen his true appearance. Thus, he was known to the world as the Phaseless Immortal Venerable. This immortal venerable did not practice immortal arts, nor did he wield the sword. Instead, he specialized in tinkering with puppets and mechanical arts. At first, the world scorned him, thinking he was unskilled and could not achieve great things. However, when the war between the immortal, demon, and spirit races broke out, the Phaseless Immortal Venerable defeated several demon venerates single-handedly. He had even once controlled tens of thousands of puppets, withstanding numerous attacks from the demon race and never falling. From then on, his fame spread, and no one dared to underestimate him. Sadly, even a powerful figure like the Phaseless Immortal Venerable fell in the immortal demon battlefield. The secret of the Phaseless Puppet, which he had written in his lifetime, was also lost. Now, it seemed that the 1,000 Laws Immortal had accidentally discovered it and, based on the book's records, had created a phaseless puppet himself. Xia Changming tried to find the methods of crafting the phaseless puppet within the vast sea of the ancient book's records. As expected, it was recorded in detail. But upon seeing the required materials, Xia Changming could only let out a helpless chuckle. Chonchi teeth, Xuanhuan shells, dragon tendons from a spirit transformation realm and above. Just seeing these required materials made Xia Changming realize that it was impossible to create a new phaseless puppet. Many demon beasts and divine beasts were already extinct, impossible to find. Even if they could be found, those would be ancient demon and divine venerates, with strengths at least at the spirit transformation realm. Since creating one was impossible, what about repairing it? Xia Changming once again searched through the knowledge recorded in his mind. As expected, he found it. The phaseless puppet is sexless, soulless, and eternally indestructible. The phaseless puppet relied on not only absorbing spiritual energy like normal cultivators, but also on converting and absorbing spiritual herbs, elixirs, and spiritual mineral stones, which were refined by heavenly lightning and divine flames. No matter how damaged the body, as long as the body remained, it could repair itself by absorbing spiritual herbs, elixirs, and spiritual mineral stones, as well as undergoing heavenly lightning cleansing. The more spiritual herbs, elixirs, and spiritual mineral stones it absorbed, the higher the phaseless puppet's realm would become. In other words, as long as one continuously fed the phaseless puppet spiritual herbs, elixirs, and spiritual mineral stones, the phaseless puppet's realm would have no limit. It could not only repair itself through absorbing spiritual stones and elixirs, but it could also continuously increase its cultivation level. What an amazing treasure! Xia Changming was shocked. The secret of the phaseless puppet was so heaven-defying. No wonder the phaseless immortal venerable had so easily dealt with thousands of enemies. To test if the phaseless puppet was as powerful as the secret recorded, Xia Changming tried to summon the phaseless puppet he had split in two. The cuts were clean and precise, and the puppet was completely unable to move. According to the usual standards of puppets, it was dead to all extents and purposes. Xia Changming temporarily pieced the puppet back together and placed an immortal herb on the puppet's body. Before long, a miraculous scene occurred. The immortal herb placed on the puppet disappeared into its body without a trace. Upon closer look, the separated parts of the puppet's body began to fuse. However, the fusion was extremely slow, stopping after only a moment. Xia Changming guessed that the effects of one immortal herb's spiritual energy were limited, and that was why the repair had stopped. He then tossed a handful of immortal herbs and elixirs onto the phaseless puppet's body. He had plenty of spiritual herbs and elixirs. As expected, just like before, all the herbs and elixirs disappeared into the puppet's body. The phaseless puppet continued to fuse its cut areas. However, it soon stopped again. No matter how many herbs and elixirs Xia Changming threw, the puppet would only absorb them, but not repair itself. Helpless, Xia Changming could only reread the ancient book's records again. Only then did he learn the reason. It turned out that the phaseless puppet not only needed spiritual herbs and elixirs to nourish its meridians and body, but it also needed spiritual mineral stones to solidify its bones, and both were indispensable. Spiritual herbs and elixirs were not difficult to obtain. Xia Changming had plenty of those. However, spiritual mineral stones were a problem. The heavenly Zhou Dynasty was not rich in spiritual mineral stones. The Xia family also wasn't rich in spiritual stones. Judging by the spiritual herbs and elixirs he had just used, it would probably take the entire Xia family's wealth to replenish this phaseless puppet to its original state. Only now did Xia Changming regret his actions. Why did he have to split this phaseless puppet into two? If the damage had been lighter, the materials required for repair would have been much less. But there was nothing else he could do now. He could only find spiritual mineral stones later and continue to repair this phaseless puppet. Xia Changming had no choice but to regretfully put the phaseless puppet back into his storage ring. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Su Yueli, having just finished her bath, entered the room. Perhaps because she had just bathed, her beautiful face was slightly flushed, and her wet silver hair shone brightly under the moonlight, her white, delicate nightgown clinging to her body, revealing Su Yueli's beautiful and graceful figure. Xia Changming stared with his eyes unblinking. No matter how many times he looked, he would never get tired of it. Su Yueli rolled her eyes at Xia Changming and went to sit in front of her vanity mirror, taking a comb and carefully grooming her tail. Su Yueli did not know how to groom herself, and even Xia Changming had to do her hair every day. But the one thing she would carefully groom every night was her tail. Looking at her soft, fluffy, white tail, which looked very warm and smooth, Xia Changming's heart moved. "My dear, can I touch your tail?" he asked. "No." Su Yueli rejected without thinking. The tail is a taboo for the fox demon race. It cannot be touched by others. "But I touched it last time, didn't I?" Xia Changming argued. Hearing him bring up the last time, Su Yueli's pretty face flushed with anger, defending herself. Last time. I accidentally let you grab it. That doesn't count. Looking at the large tail in Su Yueli's hand, Xia Changming didn't give up. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "My dear, how about we make a deal?" Chapter 115, Stroking the Foxtail. A deal? Su Yueli asked, her voice laced with suspicion. Yes, a deal. Xia Changming confirmed, his eyes sparkling. I'll just touch your tail. Absolutely not. Su Yueli interrupted him immediately, not even letting him finish. There was no room for negotiation. I've told you, the Fox clan's tail is a taboo. It cannot be touched lightly. Don't even think about it. Really not? No. Just for a moment. Not even for a moment. What if I trade it with you for a method that can continuously absorb the spiritual energy of the world and control spiritual power at will? Xia Changming tempted. No, huh? What did you say? Su Yueli was about to reject him, but she immediately stopped and turned to Xia Changming in shock. Xia Changming smiled knowingly. The moment Su Yueli didn't reject him immediately, he had one. He gently raised his hand, and the surrounding spiritual energy immediately gathered in his palm, condensing into a lifelike small fox. The little spiritual fox jumped from Xia Changming's palm into Su Yueli's arms, looking as lively as a real fox. This is it. Su Yueli's beautiful eyes lit up. She had already witnessed Xia Changming's miraculous ability to condense spiritual energy at the family night meeting, and she had been secretly shocked then. Xia Changming was the first and only person she had seen who could control spiritual power so freely and form it into a solid shape. So, there was a secret method to it. Xia Changming had also said that the reason he could absorb spiritual energy so easily was also due in large part to this secret method. To Su Yueli, who knew its worth, this method was of the utmost importance. Xia Changming had defeated her several times, and it was in part because of his inexhaustible spiritual energy. In the secret realm, he had also repeatedly relied on absorbing spiritual energy to quickly recover his own, allowing him to use his magical powers and the peerless sword arts at will. He was actually offering such a rare secret method in exchange for just touching her tail. Su Yueli looked at her tail, falling into deep thought. Was she really going to let that guy touch her tail? The Fox clan's tail was only, but she could receive the secret of absorbing spiritual energy just by letting him touch her tail once. Su Yueli's heart was conflicted, wavering indecisively. After glancing at her tail and then at Xia Changming, she finally gritted her teeth and asked, "If you just touch my tail, will you really pass on that secret method to me?" Xia Changming smiled calmly and walked off the bed towards Su Yueli, lightly touching her forehead with his fingertip. The knowledge and methods of the long spirit art all poured into Su Yueli's spiritual sea. Coming back to her senses, Su Yueli looked at Xia Changming with shock and disbelief. I haven't even agreed yet. She hadn't even said yes, but Xia Changming had unhesitatingly passed the method on to her. I could tell my wife doesn't trust her husband, so I had no choice but to share the method with you first as a sign of sincerity, Xia Changming said nonchalantly, not worried at all that Su Yueli would go back on her word. He had, in fact, been planning to give Su Yueli the long spirit art all along. He was just taking advantage of the situation to say it was a trade. Su Yueli hesitated for a moment before slowly turning her back to him, leaving behind a very suggestive silhouette. I am not one to break my word. Since you have already passed on the secret method, you may touch my tail once. Just remember, only once. She reminded herself that these were just old, outdated customs from the demon race. She had already drunk the blood wine with Xia Changming, so letting him touch her tail once wasn't a big deal. At least that's what Su Yueli tried to convince herself. Then my dear wife, I'm going to touch it now. Xia Changming slowly reached out for the fluffy, white tail. As he was about to grab it, the tail suddenly swayed away. After several attempts, and each time missing the mark, Xia Changming couldn't help but say, My dear, your tail shouldn't move around. It's not me, it's moving on its own, Su Yueli explained in a soft voice. My tail has its own fox spirit which was born alongside me, and it shares my soul and blood. Only her personal maid knew this secret. Now, Xia Changming was the second to learn it. Hearing what Su Yueli said, Xia Changming became even more interested. He tried to make the pust sound that one uses to entice a cat or dog. Su Yueli scoffed. Did he think he could make her tail obey him by using the same method one would use on a small pet? Wishful thinking. That's what she thought, but she was stunned a moment later. Her tail was actually willingly reaching into Xia Changming's palm. Sigma, degree. Su Yueli was greatly shocked. The fox tail shared her soul, which meant that she was subconsciously willing to let him touch it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Refusing to believe it, Su Yueli immediately tried to pull back her tail. How could he let the tail that was now in his grasp simply escape? Xia Changming grasped the tail, which was trying to get away. With her tail caught, Su Yueli's whole body stiffened and she bit her lip, feeling a tingling numbness all over. And not so tight. Su Yueli turned her head like a ruffled cat, her face red as she scolded Xia Changming. Xia Changming didn't expect such a big reaction from Su Yueli just from holding her tail. Normally, when she hit him, it was like mountains collapsing and seas being overturned. Xia Changming couldn't figure it out, but he still carefully loosened his grip and started lightly stroking it instead. With the tail placed in his palm, it was smooth and silky, and it would easily glide from end to end. The warmth and delicate sensation in his palm were simply irresistible. This would be incredibly warm if it were wrapped around my neck in the winter. Hey, just one touch, isn't that enough? Su Yueli rebuked him while her back was facing him. Her face was flushed at this moment, and she was desperately pursing her lips, her body tense. A fox's tail was not supposed to be touched by anyone. Besides having some kind of deep meaning behind it, the other reason was because the tail and ears were the most sensitive parts of a fox demon. Every time Xia Changming touched her, Su Yueli could clearly feel a tingling, electrifying sensation all over her body, and her face would involuntarily flush a rosy red, becoming delicate and beautiful. If Xia Changming were to see this, wouldn't she become a laughingstock? For the majestic Demon Empress to have her face turn flushed just from being touched. Therefore, Su Yueli chose to turn her back to Xia Changming. Just one more touch, just one. Xia Changming didn't want to let go. He grabbed her tail and played with it, even rubbing it against his cheek. The foxtail seemed to enjoy it and snuggled up close to Xia Changming's cheek. Su Yueli couldn't sit still anymore. She quickly stood up and forcefully pulled back her tail, and then swung her other two tails from both sides to attack Xia Changming while yelling, "Humph! You're taking an inch when given a foot." Xia Changming blocked the foxtail attack with both hands while laughing. "My dear wife, you already blew the roof off the house. If you keep attacking me, we won't have anywhere to sleep tonight. Besides, it was your tail that attached itself to me. It's not my fault." Su Yueli was furious and glared at her own tail. How could the fox spirit who shared her soul make such affectionate gestures toward this guy? The fox tail curled up behind her, feeling like a child who had made a mistake. Su Yueli had no choice but to retract her tail, showing no signs of continuing to fight against Xia Changming. Instead, her expression grew serious as she said to Xia Changming, "I have a question for you." Chapter 116. Your husband truly loves you. What do you want to ask, my dear? Xia Changming asked with a smile. Having just touched the tail, he felt delighted. Looking at Xia Changming, who always smiled kindly at her, Su Yueli thought for a moment before asking softly, Why do you treat me like this? This was a question Su Yueli had wanted to ask for a long time. She had always assumed that Xia Changming had married her only to maintain peace between the human and demon races. But after coming to the Xia family, she had never been insulted or treated unfairly. The members of the Xia family respected her. Xuanhuan even treated her with the gentleness and care of a mother, teaching her many things and giving her a feeling she had never experienced before. Even when she had attacked Xia Changming several times, trying to kill him, he had never said anything. On the contrary, he had always been indulgent and had allowed her to do what she wanted. His so-called family punishments were trivial and nothing more than a formality. He was also very generous in gifting her precious items. She had received a hairpin as a gift for the first time in her life. He also casually gave her immortal artifacts like the demonic sword because she had said she wanted it. Did he not know that she was using it to fight against him? And now, just by asking to touch her tail, he had given her the long spirit art. Su Yueli's mind was filled with thoughts and mixed emotions. The demon race always valued honesty, so she chose to ask him directly. Xia Changming smiled, thinking that it was nothing much to ask. It was a must-answer question, and he knew just how to answer it. Without hesitation, he replied, "Because you are my wife." Does a husband need a reason to be good to his wife, my silly wife? But you married me. Wasn't it just to keep me in the human realm and to maintain peace between the human and demon races? Su Yueli asked, confused. I must be right, correct? Hearing this, Xia Changming slowly walked up to Su Yueli, putting his palm in front of her forehead. Under Su Yueli's confused gaze, he gave her a light flick. Su Yueli touched her slightly red forehead, looking at Xia Changming in disbelief. Just as she was about to get angry, her lips were gently blocked by his finger. My dear, it's true that I married you for peace between the human and demon races, but there's another, even more important reason. An even more important reason? Su Yueli asked, still confused. She had completely forgotten about the flick she had just received. Xia Changming moved his face closer to Su Yueli's, and their eyes met. He said softly, and that is, your husband truly loves you. Su Yueli stared at him with wide eyes, her heart feeling as if a string was being plucked. She couldn't calm down. She had wondered if Xia Changming might actually love her, but she had quickly rejected that idea. The demon and human races were enemies. Not many people would love a demon. Many considered demons to be different and were disgusted by the various demon features such as beast ears and tails, scales, or feathers. She had also found it very strange that Xia Changming wanted to touch her tail. I am a demon. Aren't humans supposed to despise demons the most? My parents like you very much, and Xia Ming and the others also respect you. Xia Changming shook his head. Besides, it's because you're a fox demon that I like you even more. Why? Su Yueli asked out of curiosity. Because your tail is very warm, your ears are very cute, and you can turn into a fox. There are so many great uses for those. Xia Changming said with excitement in his voice. I've wanted to raise a fox demon for a long time. I am not a pet. Su Yueli felt a pang of annoyance at his words. She shouldn't have asked that question. Her heart pounded. There was actually someone who liked fox demons because of their ears and tails. Those who usually liked fox demons were lustful perverts who coveted their naturally alluring bodies. Xia Changming was the most unique person she had met. From his words, Su Yueli could sense that he seemed to really like her foxtail and beast ears. While speechless, her heart felt unusually light, and a charming smile formed at the corner of her lips without her realizing it. Xia Changming was lost in her beauty, and he said without thinking, My dear, you're so beautiful. Su Yueli's smile disappeared, and she harumphed, regaining her usual attitude. Xia Changming sat back down on the bed, noticing that Su Yueli seemed different tonight, a little more docile than usual. He couldn't help but feel pleased, and he tentatively asked, My dear wife, were you asking me all those questions because you've finally given up on assassinating me? Humph, dream on. I still remember everything you've done to me. I'll settle the score with you once my cultivation level catches up to yours. Su Yueli said with her head held high. However, her tone had lost its former killing intent and anger, and was instead full of petulance. It no longer sounded threatening at all. Xia Changming smiled, not taking it to heart. He silently lay down on the bed. This little vixen was just being stubborn. He should just let her be. Watching Su Yueli's beautiful figure under the flickering candlelight, Xia Changming lay on his side and patted the bed beside him, saying, My dear, it's getting late. It's time for bed. Thinking about it, it had been a long time since he had shared a bed with Su Yueli. It was time to rekindle their marital love. Su Yueli frowned slightly and got off the floor, walking towards the bed. She was blushing slightly, though whether it was due to the candlelight he couldn't tell for sure. After carefully getting into bed, she lay on her side, her back to Xia Changming. She didn't forget to threaten him. I'm warning you, be good. Don't try to do anything. My dear wife, you are mistaken. When have I ever been not well behaved? Xia Changming said innocently. Su Yueli retorted, When have you ever been well behaved? Having slept with Xia Changming so many times, she no longer believed that he would honestly go to sleep peacefully. As it turned out, Su Yueli's guess was correct. After a moment, an arm wrapped around her waist, pressing against her back. Su Yueli raised an eyebrow, took a deep breath, and turned over, about to explode. When she turned around, she found that Xia Changming had already fallen asleep, embracing her. It was as if he was treating her like a body pillow, hugging her to fall asleep. This guy's sleeping posture is still so bad. She guessed she might as well let it go. At least compared to the past, he was just hugging her waist, which was still much better. Su Yueli felt helpless as she lay on the bed, silently watching Xia Changming's sleeping face, her expression contemplative. Without realizing it, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep together with him. In their dreams, their foreheads lightly touched, their sleeping faces serene. Several miles outside the heavenly capital, a figure with an eagle face and human body flew swiftly through the sky, bloodied and with a worried, panicked expression. I must quickly inform the Empress. Something has happened to the demon race. Shoo! A sharp sword flew from behind the eagle-faced man, piercing him through. The eagle-faced man coughed up a mouthful of blood as he fell powerlessly from the sky and crashed to the ground. Lying on the ground, he desperately crawled forward with his hands. Xia's family grounds were right in front of him, just a little bit more. A black shadow slowly emerged from the darkness behind the eagle-faced man, holding a long sword. It stepped on his back, and with a single slash of the sword, it stabbed into his chest. You dare betray the Empress? Her Majesty will not let you go. The eagle-faced man turned around, glaring at the black shadow. Without saying a word, the black shadow swiftly cut off his head. Its gaze turned toward the Xia family grounds. Next is Her Majesty. Chapter 117. Xuanhuan wants grandchildren. The next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, Xuanhuan slowly opened her eyes. Seeing that she was the only one left on the bed, she slowly propped herself up. Her silver hair tumbled over her shoulders as she drowsily surveyed the room. My dear, you're awake? Xia Changming said with a smile, sitting at the table and greeting her. Xuanhuan didn't reply, but silently dragged her half-asleep body over to the mirror. She had slept soundly last night. Xia Changming, without being prompted, walked behind Xuanhuan and skillfully began to brush and style her hair. Xuanhuan sat obediently in front of the mirror, allowing Xia Changming to comb her silver hair. Neither of them spoke, but their actions were incredibly familiar and synchronized. Only after he had nearly finished tying up her hair and had inserted the hairpin did Xia Changming finally speak. My dear, my mother said that we haven't eaten together in a long time. Since it's New Year's Day, let's all eat a family reunion dinner together. If that's what you want, then let's go. Xuanhuan responded simply. Though she thought that such a gentle woman like Xuanhuan was too naive, she actually didn't dislike her. Instead, she had an unexpected fondness for her because Xuanhuan gave her a sense of familiarity she had never felt before. Xia Changming smiled with relief. After he finished tying up Xuanhuan's hair, he led her to the residence on Longxia Peak. As they pushed open the door, they saw Xuanhuan and Xia Changlin already waiting at the table. Father, mother, Xuanhuan said somewhat awkwardly. This was the first time she had proactively called out to them. Xia Changlin was stunned for a moment. It felt strange to be called father by the Demon Empress. Xuanhuan didn't think so much about it. In her eyes, Xuanhuan was just her daughter-in-law. Seeing Xuanhuan greet her proactively for the first time, she was absolutely delighted. Good, Yueli, come over here. Mother made a lot of delicious food, all of which you love to eat. Xuanhuan stood up with joy and walked over to Xuanhuan, pulling her to the dinner table while leaving Xia Changming standing where he was. Xia Changming smiled helplessly and had no choice but to follow them to the table. The table was laden with dozens of dishes, but upon seeing them, Xia Changming didn't know what to make of it. All the dishes were either extremely nourishing or bright red treats. Xia Changming looked at Xia Changlin with a confused expression. Xia Changlin spread his hands helplessly, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. As soon as they sat down, Xuanhuan scooped a bowl of chicken soup and placed it in front of Xuanhuan. Yueli, this is chicken soup made from the old hen I killed this morning. Drink some while it's hot. Thank you, mother, Xuanhuan said, feeling slightly uncomfortable. For some reason, Xuanhuan seemed even more warm and enthusiastic today than she usually was, making it even more difficult for her to adapt. Before Xuanhuan could even taste the chicken soup, Xuanhuan had already passed her several sweets. Yueli, these are your favorite red date cakes. And this peanut candy is also very delicious. These longan fruits were also freshly picked, and they are so sweet. Mother also made some lotus seed soup for you. Be sure to drink more of that later. Okay, Xuanhuan replied softly. Although she didn't know why Xuanhuan was being so enthusiastic today, she still lowered her head and ate in silence because of all the sweets that she loved. After all, she couldn't refuse Xuanhuan's kindness. Xia Changming immediately understood Xuanhuan's intentions and couldn't help but laugh. Mother, are you trying to have a grandson? All those red dates, peanuts, longans, and lotus seeds. The meaning behind them was so clear. Seeing that her intentions were transparent, Xuanhuan admitted it openly and proudly. Of course. Our Yueli should have a chubby little boy. Cough cough. Xuanhuan, who was quietly drinking her lotus seed soup, spat out a mouthful, choking several times. Her eyes were full of panic. Xia Changming, who was sitting beside her, gently patted Xuanhuan's back, already expecting such a reaction. You and Yueli have been married for a while now. Now that the heavenly capital has stabilized, it's time for you to have a child. Xuanhuan said earnestly. Xia Changming was speechless and could only say helplessly, Mother, having a child isn't something you can just say and have happen. In this world, the higher one's cultivation level was, the lower the probability of having children would become. There were cases of spirit transformation realm experts who had a dozen wives, but didn't produce a single child for hundreds of years. This was also why many high-level cultivators took more wives and concubines, not for their own desires, but to continue their lineages. Many powerful sects and families would often treat their heirs like treasures once they finally produced them. In the end, bloodlines and cultivation levels greatly influenced the chances of bearing children, making it very difficult. It all depended on fate. What's more, his and Su Yueli's situation was especially unique. Human-demon couples were unprecedented in the entire continent. There were rumors since ancient times that the reason humans and demons could not ever truly integrate was that it was absolutely impossible for them to produce offspring. There was also a research that had been carried out in that era, which was very convincing. Of course, it was all just hearsay, and it was difficult to verify it after so long. Nobody knew for sure if humans and demons could have children. This was something he had to verify in the future. Xuanhuan was probably also worried about this problem, which was why she was rushing them to have children. Mother knows that having a child cannot be rushed, and I am not telling Yueli to have one immediately. I am just saying that you two should work harder and try more. Xia Changming, Su Yueli. Xia Changming and Su Yueli were both at a loss for words. This was something that was impossible at the moment, because they had not even consummated their marriage yet. How could they have children? They both chose to remain silent. Su Yueli didn't even dare drink her lotus seed soup anymore. Xia Changming looked at Xia Changlin for help. Xia Changlin understood and pulled at Xuanhuan, saying, My dear, you're being too impatient. Let the young people handle these things themselves. Besides, Changming and Yueli are so close. What are you worried about? I'm doing this for Changming and Yueli, Xuanhuan said helplessly as she sat back down in her seat. It was clear that she really wanted a grandchild. Su Yueli lowered her head, her face flushed. For some reason, she felt an invisible pressure weighing on her heart. She tried to imagine what it would be like for her and Xia Changming to have children in the future. Her expression instantly turned horrified, and she quickly shook her head to dispel the thought. No. How could she have a child with this guy? Impossible. My dear, what's wrong? Seeing Su Yueli inexplicably shaking her head with a flushed face, Xia Changming asked with concern. Even Xuanhuan and Xia Changlin looked at her with concern. It's nothing. I just thought of something very terrifying. Su Yueli quickly replied. After calming herself down, her expression suddenly changed, and her mind was alerted. The demon race's dark scent. The dark scent was colorless, odorless, and shapeless. When ignited, it could drift for several miles, stirring up one's spirit. Only demons could sense it. It was specifically used for communication between demons. It was not usually used lightly, and its use meant that there was an emergency. Has something happened to the demon race? Chapter 118. The Demon Race's Turmoil, Su Yueli in Danger. Father, Mother, I'm full. I'll go back now, Su Yueli said with a panicked expression as she stood up and hurried out of the house. Xia Changlin couldn't help but blame Xuanhuan, saying, My dear, look what you did. You scared Yueli. She barely ate anything. I was too impatient. Xuanhuan also thought that Su Yueli had been scared by her, and she felt a pang of guilt. She said to Xia Changming, Minger, quickly, go bring Yueli back. Mother won't rush you for grandchildren anymore. Yes. Xia Changming answered, getting up and chasing after Su Yueli, his face grim. Knowing Su Yueli as well as he did, she wasn't someone who would leave the table just because of a few words. Seeing her so flustered and then disappearing in a flash as soon as she left the room, he figured that something must have happened. Xia Changming leaped up and turned into a streak of light, heading toward the direction of the spiritual energy imprint. Outside the Xia family's grounds, in a dense forest, Su Yueli's figure slowly descended into the woods. Her beautiful eyebrows were furrowed, and her beautiful eyes were looking left and right. According to the pull of the dark scent, it should be here. Come out, Su Yueli said coldly to her surroundings. A man slowly walked out from behind a tree trunk. He had black hair and a cold face, and he was covered in wounds. Mad Dog? Su Yueli asked, surprised with a frown. The person was none other than Mad Dog, her left guardian in the demon race. When she left the demon race, She had specifically left both the left and right guardians behind to assist in maintaining stability in the demon race while she was away. Now that Mad Dog was here, looking so disheveled, Su Yueli felt a lump in her throat. Could it be that something had really happened to the demon race? As expected, as soon as Mad Dog saw Su Yueli, he knelt on one knee and clasped his hands in front of him, asking for forgiveness. Your Majesty, it's this subordinate who was incompetent. The demon race is in chaos. How could this happen? I told you to keep a close eye on the demon race and to wait for my return. Wasn't I told just a few days ago that everything was normal? Su Yueli questioned coldly. The thing that she was most worried about had actually happened. It hadn't even been a month since she had left, and the demon race was already embroiled in a civil war. Mad Dog sadly lowered his head and said softly, everything was normal at first. But a few days ago, after we were unable to contact you, the Tiger Demon Clan suddenly led their troops to attack the demon capital directly. The demon kings from various places have risen up and declared themselves kings. We were incompetent. Although we fought to the death, the demon capital was still lost. This subordinate wanted to die in battle, but in order to pass the message on to your Majesty, I risked my life to escape. I've been traveling all night to reach this place. A few days ago, wasn't that when she had just entered the secret realm? She had been so focused on pursuing the secret realm's opportunities that she had forgotten about the demon race. Su Yueli felt a deep sense of self-blame, and the coldness on her face faded a little. This was her fault. She had been in the Xia family for too long and was enjoying the peace, to the point where she had gradually forgotten the hidden dangers in the demon race. Quickly, tell me, what is the current situation in the demon race? Which demon kings have risen up in rebellion? Su Yueli asked anxiously. Mad Dog respectfully replied, when this subordinate escaped, the demon capital city had already fallen. The Right Guardian, Skydog, and the administrative officer, Baiyu, are still leading the troops to resist. It was the Tiger Demon Clan who first raised the flag of rebellion, and then the Snake Demon, Bear Demon, Leopard Demon, and other demon kings from various places responded. Upon hearing this, Su Yueli's slightly relaxed expression turned ice-cold once again. She covered her chest with her hand, trying her best to suppress the anger in her heart. As soon as she left the demon race, these demon kings couldn't wait to rebel. Your Majesty, please return quickly. Mad Dog pleaded. The demon race cannot be without you. Su Yueli frowned, looking conflicted. Of course, she desperately wanted to go back, but she wasn't sure whether Xia Changming would allow her to return to the demon race. After all, she was, in a way, being kept as a hostage in the Xia family. Seeing Su Yueli's hesitation, Mad Dog couldn't help but become anxious. Your Majesty, what are you still hesitating about? If you don't go back now, the demon race will be finished. Su Yueli's expression hardened as she resolutely said, all right, I'll return immediately. The demon race was extremely important to Su Yueli. As the emperor of the demon race, how could she sit idly by and watch the demon race fall into chaos? She had just barely quelled the chaos and infighting amongst tens of thousands of demons and had put an end to the infighting, uniting the demon race. She absolutely could not allow the demon race to return to its previous chaotic state of blood and carnage. Su Yueli took out some paper and ink and left a letter for Xia Changming there. When Xia Changming found out that she had left, he would find it here. He would then see the letter she had left for him. Let's go. Su Yueli walked past Mad Dog, her heart already burning with anxiety. Behind Su Yueli, Mad Dog smiled coldly and said softly, May your journey be well, Your Majesty. The next second, a sharp sword pierced through Su Yueli's chest from behind. It pierced her heart. Su Yueli's eyes widened as she looked at the sword that had pierced her chest in disbelief. She reacted quickly, throwing her palm out and sending Mad Dog flying backward. Su Yueli spat out a mouthful of blood, her face ashen. Looking at Mad Dog, her mouth stained with blood, she asked coldly, Why? Have you betrayed me? Mad Dog was someone who had been with her from the start, following her and suppressing the other demon kings. Because of her trust in Mad Dog, Su Yueli was completely unprepared. On top of that, her mind was so focused on the events in the demon race that she hadn't noticed anything abnormal about Mad Dog's actions. As expected of Her Majesty, you still have the strength to fight back after suffering such a serious injury. Mad Dog stood up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he said, Your Majesty, you are mistaken. It's not that I betrayed you. It's that you have betrayed the demon race. Su Yueli looked at Mad Dog with a puzzled expression. Mad Dog continued coldly, "You have become too comfortable in the human realm, to the point where you have forgotten about the demon race. You had once promised to lead the demon race to conquer the human race and take over all 9 provinces, uniting all the lands under the demon race. But you are now willingly marrying into the human race and becoming a human wife. How laughable. I ask you, do you still have the ambition to conquer the human race?" Mad Dog's words pierced into Su Yueli's heart, word by word. Su Yueli couldn't find a single word to refute him. Seeing Su Yueli remain silent, Mad Dog knew the answer. He slowly drew out the long saber from his waist and said coldly, "I will send your majesty on your way." Su Yueli took the demon blade from her foxtail. As soon as she activated her spiritual energy, she suddenly coughed up another mouthful of black blood. Looking down, she realized that the long sword that had pierced her chest was pitch black and emitting demonic energy, which had already invaded her body. Corrupted spirit? The demon race? You have betrayed the demon race, Su Yueli said coldly. If it was before, she might have hesitated on whether or not to attack Mad Dog, but now, she couldn't let Mad Dog succeed. If the demon race was being controlled by the demon race, then the demon race would be finished. Mad Dog didn't say anything else. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he held his saber and attacked Su Yueli. In normal circumstances, Su Yueli could have killed him with a wave of her hand. But now, with her lifeblood damaged and her body being corrupted by the corrupted spirit, she was barely clinging to life and was powerless to resist. Chapter 119. He finally panicked. Su Yueli was on her knees, her vision blurry, her demon blade plunged into the ground. She watched as Mad Dog's blade hurtled toward her face. The first thing that came to her mind was Xia Changming's figure and his smile that had made her angry countless times. It was him who had saved her at a critical moment in the secret realm, and now, she was thinking of him again. How frustrating. At least, this time he shouldn't see her in such a pathetic state. She felt so resentful that she had never managed to win against that guy. Not even once. Su Yueli thought to herself, but her heart didn't feel much regret. Just as Su Yueli thought that she would fall here today, she suddenly felt a ripple in the air. She was very familiar with this feeling. It was the spiritual power fluctuation from when Xia Changming expanded his law domain. Mad Dog, who was about to strike down on Su Yueli, was suddenly blown away for dozens of miles by an invisible gust of wind. Xia Changming's figure silently descended beside Su Yueli, his face colder than ever before. The last time, Su Yueli had only suffered a shoulder injury. This time, it was a sword through the heart, and her life was hanging by a thread. Su Yueli's face was as pale as paper, and her voice was weak, but when she saw Xia Changming, she still pretended to be fine and asked with a hint of disgust, "Why are you here?" Xia Changming's face was cold, and he glared at Su Yueli with a hint of anger. "Don't talk. Your healing is more important." Is he angry? Su Yueli looked at Xia Changming in surprise. It was the first time she had ever seen Xia Changming angry with her. Instinctively, she couldn't say anything and obediently began to use her spiritual power to suppress her injuries. Xia Changming coldly gazed at Mad Dog, who had been blown away. The Emperor Immortal sword was already in the air. Mad Dog got up, his face changing drastically when he saw Xia Changming. He hastily leaped into the sky. When Xia Changming had charged into the demon race's imperial palace, he was one of the people guarding the outer perimeter. He had seen the power of Xia Changming's Emperor Immortal sword with his own eyes. In order to avoid Xia Changming, he had purposely used the dark scent to contact Su Yueli, but he never expected that Xia Changming would actually come. Mad Dog revealed his true form in the air, transforming into a gaunt, fierce, white dog and dashed off into the distance. Die! Xia Changming's gaze grew cold as the Emperor Immortal sword transformed into a meteor and pierced through Mad Dog's body. The Emperor Immortal sword flew back into Xia Changming's hand by itself. With a yelp, Mad Dog fell from midair. Xia Changming held the Emperor Immortal sword in his hand and moved with lightning speed, instantly appearing in front of Mad Dog. Mad Dog was shocked and crossed his arms in front of him to defend himself. The blade of the silver sword sliced through horizontally. Mad Dog was instantly cut in half, arms and all. Even in his death, his eyes were still wide with fear and disbelief. After dealing with Mad Dog, Xia Changming hurriedly rushed back to Su Yueli. Su Yueli's breath was weak, her body swaying. Just as she was about to fall, Xia Changming pulled her into his arms. Looking at Xia Changming's anxious expression, Su Yueli leaned against his embrace. A rare, gentle smile graced her face. Her pale face displayed a sickly beauty, moving and pitiable. This wretched guy finally has moments when he's nervous. Before Xia Changming could say anything, Su Yueli gently closed her eyes. Yueli? Xia Changming tried to call out to her softly. Seeing no response, he grasped her wrist to check her pulse, infusing her body with spiritual energy to protect her meridians and soul. However, her breathing was still very faint. Her pulse was gradually stopping, and she did not wake. Xia Changming frowned and quickly carried Su Yueli, flying towards the imperial palace. Perhaps Xuanhuan's phoenix flame heart fire could save Su Yueli. In the imperial palace, Xuanhuan, dressed in her phoenix robes, sat in front of her desk, reviewing documents. A small phoenix perched on her shoulder, accompanying her as she went through them. Manga was sprawled out on the corner of the desk, taking his usual nap. Since there was no one to fight with, and he wasn't allowed to make noise, he could only sleep. Suddenly, Xia Changming, carrying Su Yueli, flashed into the room through the window. Uncle Xia. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up when she saw Xia Changming. But just as she called out, she saw Su Yueli's bloodied body in Xia Changming's arms. Sister Su. What happened? Xuanhuan hurriedly ran over to Xia Changming to check on her. Manga was also startled awake by the exclamation and went over to them as well. Boss, what happened to Senior? Xia Changming, his expression more anxious than ever before, quickly said to Xuanhuan, Anning, quickly try using your Phoenix Flame Heart Fire to heal Yueli. All right, Anning will try. Xuanhuan quickly placed her palm over Su Yueli's chest, and warm, orange flames enveloped Su Yueli's whole body. The bleeding from Su Yueli's chest stopped, and the wounds gradually started to heal. Just when everyone was beginning to relax, the demonic energy suddenly surged up again, and the wounds reopened. Uncle Xia, Anning can't heal Sister Su, Xuanhuan said, her voice on the verge of tears as she tried over and over to no avail. To Xuanhuan, Su Yueli was like her older sister. She was one of the most important people in her life. Now, she was watching Su Yueli's life hanging by a thread, and she couldn't do anything to help. Xuanhuan was also feeling very anxious. Xia Changming frowned deeply. He was debating whether he should take Su Yueli to the Immortal Mountain. If they were at the Immortal Mountain, his teacher might have a solution. He was just worried that Su Yueli wouldn't be able to hold out until they reached the Immortal Mountain. Just as he was hesitating, a flame suddenly ignited on Su Yueli's forehead. A fire lotus quietly bloomed. The heavenly fire heart lotus. It was the gift that the Red Phoenix had left for Su Yueli on their last farewell. In his rush, he had completely forgotten about it. With this heavenly fire heart lotus, Su Yueli could be saved. The heavenly fire heart lotus was a product of the essence of the heavenly fire phoenix, refined over thousands of years. It was supremely pure and sacred and could dispel all corrupting forces. It contained all the power and effects of the heavenly fire phoenix. The Phoenix Flame Heart Fire was only a weaker version of the Heavenly Fire Heart Lotus. Its healing power could not compare to the Heavenly Fire Heart Lotus. Points of starlight drifted from the Heavenly Fire Heart Lotus and fell onto Su Yueli's body. In the blink of an eye, the demonic energy lingering in Su Yueli's chest was burned and dispelled. Her wounds healed at an extremely fast rate. The paleness of Su Yueli's face gradually began to regain its rosy glow. Her spiritual energy was returning, and her breathing had stabilized. After her injuries were fully healed, the heavenly fire heart lotus on Su Yueli's forehead slowly folded up and disappeared back into her eyebrows. Seeing this, the rock that was in Xia Changming's heart finally settled. He gently stroked Su Yueli's cheek. Xuanhuan watched this scene from the side with a smile and asked, Uncle Xia, that's great. Sister Su is fine. But why hasn't Sister Su woken up yet? The heavenly fire heart lotus nourishes the body and soul. She should be in the spiritual sea now, being nourished by the heavenly fire heart lotus. It will probably take her a few days to wake up, Xia Changming said softly. Then why don't Uncle Xia and Sister Su stay in the palace for the next few days? Xuanhuan suggested. For one, this would save Xia Changming from going through the trouble of moving Su Yueli around, allowing her to rest. And on the other hand, she was hoping to spend more time with Xia Changming and Su Yueli. Since her ascension to the throne, she had been so busy with court affairs. Her tutor, Luan, was also extremely strict. She rarely had the chance to see Xia Changming and Su Yueli anymore. Okay, then that would be troublesome. Xia Changming thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Hearing Xia Changming agree, Xuanhuan's face lit up with joy. She immediately said, Anning will send someone to prepare the room. Chapter 120, Su Yueli's Softness. In a room with light veils and an antique, elegant atmosphere, Su Yueli lay on the bed, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. She slowly opened her eyes and found herself staring into a pair of deep, dark eyes. She blinked in a daze. Xia Changming was practically touching Su Yueli's face and asked with a smile, "My dear, you've finally woken up?" Su Yueli rolled her eyes at Xia Changming, asking, "Why are you so close to me? Wasn't it to see my wife wake up quickly? So that the first thing you see is your husband?" Xia Changming replied sincerely. Su Yueli was speechless. She tried to sit up, but she found that her body was unusually weak and listless. Xia Changming placed his palm on Su Yueli's forehead again, gently pressing her back down onto the bed. "My dear, the heavenly fire heart lotus has tempered your bones and marrow, and it has seeped into your meridians. It has not completely merged with you yet. Although you are uninjured, you are still recovering. Don't move around for now." It was unknown whether it was a blessing in disguise, but the heavenly fire heart lotus that was originally planted in Su Yueli's spiritual sea had now completely broken down. It had seeped bit by bit into her bones and meridians, saving her the trouble of refining it slowly in the future. As long as Su Yueli fully absorbed the essence of the heavenly fire heart lotus that was now a part of her, her cultivation level and aura would undergo a complete transformation. Only then did Su Yueli realize that it must have been the heavenly fire heart lotus that Red Phoenix had given to her that had saved her life. She obediently laid back down on the bed and asked Xia Changming, "How long was I unconscious?" 2 days. "What? 2 days?" Upon hearing that she had been unconscious for 2 whole days, Su Yueli couldn't stay in bed any longer and quickly tried to sit up again. She had thought that she had only been unconscious for a moment. "Yes, father and mother have also come to see you," Xia Changming said. Su Yueli ignored the need to rest any further. She tried to get out of bed, looking extremely anxious. "No," Xia Changming said with a slight frown. He grabbed Su Yueli's delicate arm, pulling her back onto the bed. He pinned her down, staring at her intently. What are you going to do?" Su Yueli asked in a flustered tone. "My dear, your body has not fully recovered. What can you do by rushing back to the demon race? I know about the chaos in the demon race. I've had someone inquire about it on the border. The situation is still relatively stable. You can rest assured," Xia Changming said. Upon hearing this, Su Yueli felt a little relieved, but then asked, "How do you know that the demon race is in chaos?" Xia Changming smiled lightly and took a letter out of his pocket, saying, "Someone left a letter for me." As he spoke, Xia Changming opened the letter and began to read in front of Su Yueli. "Demon kings from various places have rebelled and the demon race is in chaos. I will return to the demon race for now, and shall return in a few days. Do not disturb." As soon as she heard that, Su Yueli knew that this was the letter she had hastily written for Xia Changming back then. After Xia Changming finished reading, he tapped Su Yueli on the forehead with the letter and said with a touch of grievance, "It should be do not worry, not do not disturb. Am I really disturbing you so much?" "Humph," Su Yueli harumphed and stubbornly looked away. "If I hadn't come, would my wife have really concealed the truth from me and gone back to the demon race alone?" Xia Changming asked again, his voice laced with reproach. He was indeed a bit angry with Su Yueli this time. It was because she had chosen to conceal the truth from him and wanted to return to the demon race alone that she had nearly lost her life, causing him to worry. If he hadn't arrived in time, Su Yueli might really have died there. Faced with Xia Changming's questioning, Su Yueli rarely showed any vulnerability, softly saying, "It was my fault. But if I had said that I wanted to go back to the demon race, would you have agreed?" "Agreed. Why wouldn't I?" Xia Changming replied without any hesitation. Su Yueli asked in surprise, "Really?" She had never imagined that Xia Changming would so unhesitatingly allow her to return to the demon race. "Really? If your family is in trouble, how can I not let you return?" Xia Changming said with a smile. "Aren't you afraid that I won't come back after I return?" Su Yueli asked back. Xia Changming didn't take it to heart and just smiled lightly. He leaned down, his face close to hers, and said softly, "Then I'll just go to the demon race again to capture you and bring you back." Su Yueli was speechless, glaring at him with a hint of anger. Seeing Su Yueli gradually returning to her usual, spoiled, angry self, Xia Changming was finally relieved. He got up and walked over to the table in the room, pouring out a bowl of medicinal soup. Su Yueli had already smelled the strong, pungent smell of the medicine long ago and had furrowed her brows slightly. Xia Changming sat down at the edge of the bed with the bowl of medicinal soup in his hand. He put his other hand behind Su Yueli's back, supporting her as he helped her lean against his shoulder. Come on, my dear. It's time to drink your medicine. My body is fine. I don't need to drink medicine, Su Yueli said unwillingly, looking at the black, pungent medicinal soup with a face full of disgust. Don't be stubborn. This is made from many immortal herbs and elixirs that your husband painstakingly brewed. It will have an immediate effect on your recovery. If my wife wants to return to the demon race sooner, she should drink it obediently. Xia Changming scooped up a spoonful of the medicinal soup, first blowing on it to cool it down before bringing it to Su Yueli's lips. I can drink it myself, Su Yueli said. No, my wife cannot. Your husband has to feed you. Come on, Xia. It was rare that Su Yueli was so weak. Xia Changming would naturally take care of her personally and carefully. In order to return to the demon race as soon as possible, Su Yueli had no choice but to unwillingly open her lips slightly, taking small sips of the medicinal soup. Seeing this, Xia Changming smiled with relief and continued to scoop up the medicinal soup, feeding it to Su Yueli one spoonful at a time. The two leaned against each other, repeating this tedious process. Su Yueli quietly stared at Xia Changming, who was gently blowing on the soup for her. She was transfixed, and her mind started to wander. For some reason, she thought that this guy was getting better looking the more she looked at him. How strange. Xia Changming turned his head and saw that Su Yueli was staring at him in a daze. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, my dear?" Nothing," Su Yueli said, trying to cover it up. Xia Changming only felt confused and continued to feed Su Yueli the medicinal soup in his hand. The soup smelled pungent and tasted bitter, but for some reason, Su Yueli gradually became less resistant to it. Her brows relaxed, and a faint smile that was hard to detect appeared on her face. It was as if there was a subtle sweetness after the bitter medicine went down her throat. Xia Changming knew that Su Yueli did not like bitter tastes, so he asked, "How is it, my dear? Is it bitter?" "It's not bitter. It's actually pretty sweet," Su Yueli said softly. This puzzled Xia Changming. This medicinal soup was made from precious spiritual herbs, which had been finely ground before being brewed into soup. Nothing else was added, so he didn't add any sugar at all. Why would Su Yueli say that it was sweet? Could it be that her sense of taste was affected since she was just starting to recover? "My dear, rest for a while after you finish it. Once you've recovered, your husband will go with you to the demon race," Xia Changming said as he put down the bowl and spoon after feeding her the medicinal soup. "You're going to return to the demon race with me?" "Of course. My wife's affairs are also my affairs. Your husband will go and vent your anger for you," Xia Changming said with a smile. Su Yueli looked at him intently for a moment, then nodded gently, saying in a soft tone, "Okay." Xia Changming's heart felt like something had struck it. He stared at Su Yueli in a daze. He had thought that Su Yueli would bicker with him and say something coquettish like she usually did, but she had actually nodded and agreed obediently. This rare, feminine softness had a special charm to it, causing Xia Changming's heart to beat faster. Perhaps it was due to the medicine, but Su Yueli laid back down on the bed, closed her eyes, and fell asleep again, a peaceful smile on her face. Under the covers, their two delicate hands were gently clasped together. Xia Changming leaned down and gave Su Yueli a light, fleeting kiss on her forehead, and quietly gazed at her sleeping face. "Uncle Xia, is Sister Su awake yet?" Xuanhuan asked as she pushed open the door. She saw Xia Changming gently nod at her and made a gesture for her to be silent. Looking at Su Yueli, who was sleeping on the bed, and their clasped hands, Xuanhuan smiled and nodded before quietly leaving the room and closing the door behind her.